Well, this is not the good burger welcome many people wanted as they head into the weekend. Winter storm Kenan throwing alerts instead of ice cream across the East Coast.
Yeah, we got some fries to go with that shake. As snow and cold are not the only customers folks will have to deal with. Wind and waves bring the winter sauce to the shores from the Delmarva to New England. Beantown looks to have the snowy bullseye on its back, and that's where we find our Reynolds Wolf.
That's right, and we've got water taxis on the move in Boston Harbor. Planes are taking off over in Logan, but what's flying in? A major winter storm. Full effects on what it's going to have in the greater Boston metropolitan area and much of the Northeast. That story's coming up in mere moments.
America's Morning Headquarters getting you through the mid-morning hours, helping you plan here as we head to the weekend.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. A lot to talk through today. We've got updates on the forecast, the warnings, the blizzard warnings that are out there, the big cold that's coming in. And of course, with it all, we've got our expert, Dr. Greg Postel, in the lab with the big deal about the storm's path and what it could bring.
Yeah, you know, little wiggles, as we've talked about in the upcoming path, will make a big difference because there are sharp cutoffs to the snowfall amounts. And what I'm going to be watching over the next several hours is where the cyclone really begins to develop. Pressures are beginning to fall a little bit off the Carolina coast, guys, but I really believe that in the next few hours we'll know where this thing begins and where it will eventually go. We'll have a lot more details coming up.
Yeah, a lot coming together today. And even before the big part of Kenan arrives, winter weather is presenting a challenge for first responders in the Keystone State. A bridge collapsed near Pittsburgh's Frick Park, sending several cars and a bus into a ravine. Now, rescue crews are working to get people to safety. A gas line was also out, putting utility crews out in the frigid and snowy conditions. And Alex, you can see snow obviously in the ground there. That clipper coming through now, bringing snow to western Pennsylvania.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll move on through fairly quickly, and then we'll start to turn attention to the developing low off the East Coast here, and that's going to move its way northbound as we head on through tonight, through tomorrow, and into our early part of Sunday. So here's what we are looking at here. Into tomorrow, there's the low that'll be just off the East Coast, spreading that snow, again, up and down the East Coast here for you from around the 95 corridor and points east is where we think the biggest of the snows will be having a big impact out for us. But there will be some snow farther to the south here in portions of the mid-Atlantic, parts of the Carolinas where we do have winter weather advisories from Charlotte back over towards Fayetteville, Raleigh as well. Winter storm warnings here as you get into some of the higher terrain of western North Carolina. And then moving north, check out the blizzard warnings that we have here. Parts of the Delmarva, moving into Delaware, up into Jersey, including Atlantic City, and then moving north from there, blizzard warnings as well. We're talking coastal sections of Maine, eastern Massachusetts towards the Cape. Boston, you are included in that blizzard warning as well. And then as you work just west of that, darker shades of the blue, winter storm warnings, where again, we think some of the snow will get a chance to add up quite a bit. This is going to be, this is going to rock some of us here in terms of the snowfall amounts. All right, so let's start off essentially looking at this morning. Again, there are a few snow showers coming on through right now. Most of that activity at this hour is on the light side, but we do think, again, things will get more intense as our storm system gets more intense. And this is by Saturday morning. There's the low continuing to develop, flinging back moisture into the colder air. There'll be lots of snow to deal with here for us, along with that wind. That's going to be whipping around out there for you as well. Notice it does start to end, though, from basically southwest to northeast. So D.C., you're quiet for the evening. Philly, you're quiet. New York, you're quieting down, but still hanging on to that snow. Boston, back down towards Providence, and then spreading up towards Portland, you've got that snow, which comes to an end basically as we head towards the midnight hour. But it's going to add up here for us. Just a few inches here in the mid-Atlantic. The bigger totals, though, heading northbound. Looks like that bullseye, Jen, there in portions of Rhode Island, eastern Mass, up into Maine. We could be talking about a foot and a half, maybe even 2 feet of snow.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those memorable ones. And things took a turn for this icebreaker on the Cape. You can see it here spun around a bit while navigating the icy waters of Rock Harbor. As Winter Storm Kenan pushes into the area this weekend, blizzard warnings are in place. And so there's a wind aspect, there's a coastal concern for flooding and maybe some coastal erosion. Let me show you what's going on here as we take a look at all the other impacts besides the snow that we're going to get from Winter Storm Kenan. So here comes our low, and this thing is in the making today. And I think really overnight tonight is when we see this low start to deepen. It's going to strengthen. Tomorrow you're waking up to a big old low pressure system here off the coast. And as the low gets stronger, meaning it goes lower in terms of pressure, the winds are going to ramp up. The lower the pressure, the stronger the winds. It's definitely a direct feedback mechanism. Now, it's a nor'easter, so there's going to be some northeasterly winds, but there's actually going to be a lot of north winds affecting us right along the coast. So that's going to push that water into some of the nooks and crannies in that direction. Think about the Delaware Bay, the Raritan Bay. It's going to be the south side of it that really gets the brunt of the water in terms of that push of coastal flood concerns. And that's why we do have coastal flood advisories up already here. And you can see it's going to be right in here, maybe Rehoboth Beach, Lewis. That's going to be the area in Delaware that gets impacted. And then right along the Jersey Shore, again, we'll be looking at that fetch of wind from the north or northeast, sending water along and that potential for flooding and coastal flooding. Now, the time of high tide will make a difference. Today, if we look at Montauk, and again, think about that wind direction. When it really ramps up, it's going to be coming like that from the north. And really, tomorrow is the day that we'll see that wind direction. So tomorrow's high tide is at 6 a.m. Things are just really getting going. The strongest of the winds will be throughout the day. And I think the high tide on Sunday might be maybe the one of biggest impact. But at that point, the storm will be pulling away. So we'll see. We might luck out in terms of not matching up with the worst of the flooding concerns with the tidal cycles. Winds are on the increase as we see that pressure deepen, and winds on Saturday are going to be ramping up 40 to 50 miles per hour. That's a look for you in Boston, Portland. We see that as well Saturday night. And then again, everything pulling up to the north and away by Sunday. So by the end of Sunday, dramatic difference in the wind. Now, between the high snow totals, the intense winds, the Northeast is in for a messy weekend, and those blizzard conditions can be dangerous. We're going to bring in Dr. Greg Postel with the details.
Jen, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to be watching over the next few hours. As I mentioned earlier, the pressure falls off the North Carolina coast. That will be really the time when we'll know where this thing begins, essentially. And the area is right in here. Pressures are slowly coming down, but not yet. We don't quite yet have the ingredients in place for that explosive development that will happen later on today. We're not there yet, but the winds are kind of out of the north, offshore there along Hatteras, Myrtle Beach, and elsewhere. It's all going to happen along water temperatures that are very warm. 81 degrees. How about that? You wouldn't think that, would you? In the Gulf Stream off of South Carolina. Well, those very warm waters are going to lead to some the conditions that will support rapid development. With the cold air aloft coming in, right, with that upper trough, I'll show you in a second, over the warm water, that's a relatively unstable profile in temperature. So you're going to get a lot of bang for your buck. In other words, when that trough comes in, it's going to have some warmth underneath it to work with, and that's one of the reasons why we're going to see such explosive development. The contrast between the very cold air aloft and those extremely warm temperatures right near the ocean. This is that incoming jet stream disturbance, right about like that. That's the cold air aloft. It's got some snow on its leading edge right now, but soon enough, low pressure will begin to form off the coast. You will notice that. Boom. There it goes later on this afternoon and this evening, and it will rapidly intensify at a rate that is not commonly seen across this part of the world. And on its backside, on the western edge, that's where we're going to see the extremely heavy snowfall rates. I would not be surprised to see snowfall rates of 2 to 3 to maybe even 4 inches per hour in some of those heavier snowfall bands that set up very close to the coast. We're going to have to watch out for where those are, because that's where the worst of all the weather is going to be. But look at this thing absolutely ferociously attacking the Gulf of Maine with likely pressures somewhere in the 960 to 970 millibar range. Extremely strong winds and heavy snowfall all across the region. There's the overall view, but I'm going to zoom in right now where probably the most snow will occur. It may include eastern Long Island, but more likely eastern New England, like in Rhode Island and parts of Massachusetts, guys. And the wind, Jen and Alex, and I'm going to send it over to Reynolds in a minute here, but the wind is going to be such a huge factor with this. And we're going to see 50 to 60, maybe even 70 plus mile per hour north winds along the coast of Massachusetts, including across Cape Cod Bay. So Reynolds in Boston, heads up. It's going to get real windy. Watch out for those north-facing shores. Coastal flooding is going to be a big problem and damaging winds.
You're absolutely right about that. You know, when you're talking about the wind, you have to think what that wind does, causing those waves to really stack up in places like Scituate. I'm thinking about Duxbury on the seawall. We had some massive waves there back in 2015. Spots like Plymouth, you could see some flooding there on the coast. Really a battering ram, no question about it. Let's take a look at some of the video that we have from Cape Cod that shows the situation at this point. And all things considered, this is tranquility compared to what we're going to see in a matter of hours, because it is going to be just insanity out there on the open water. And I'll tell you, ships are coming in, and I mean, they are seeking safe harbor, and that's going to be a situation not only here for places like Cape Cod and certainly in Boston, but in places like Long Island. I'm sure that you've got plenty of boats going into Mystic, Stonington, you name it. It's all about seeking shelter. Now, in Boston, they are putting out the salt. They're preparing the best they possibly can. If you've ever spent any time in downtown Boston, you know this town that was founded back in 1625. A lot of narrow streets, right? It's a town that, as I've often said, is one that's made for horse and buggy, not for cars. And with those narrow streets, that wind is really going to accelerate. So if we're talking about winds that could range anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour, it could be even stronger, again, with that acceleration between those buildings. And if we're talking about snowfall that could be in excess of, say, several feet, think about how it's going to be stacking up in a lot of places. So you think about a lot of the movement that you have in a place like Boston in terms of the water taxis or the airport, everything is going to be frozen solid and frozen in place. So if you need to get someplace in the Boston area, Jen and Alex, let's extrapolate that and consider all of New England. You better get those chores, those things done in terms of preparation right now, because tomorrow, wherever you happen to be, is where you're going to stay, possibly into early Sunday morning, maybe even into Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be cold. Things are going to be frozen over. Reynolds, that's great advice. Tomorrow's a day that you don't want to go out because you don't want to get stuck out.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So staying put, indeed. We should take a snapshot, though, of Reynolds right now. And
I know, do before and after.
It's going to
be so wild.
Yeah,
I mean, it's exciting, right? I mean, you don't want all the dangers that come with a winter storm,
right.
but definitely from a sort of awesome perspective in that sense, it's very dynamic. Now, the cold coming in is going to, of course, lead us to the snowstorm. Without the cold, you wouldn't have it. And we are seeing temperatures right now, 15 in Buffalo, 21 in Burlington. Actually, not that bad.
Not that bad, but it is going to get a little colder,
Yeah.
and you'll start to notice that coming in from Canada, those shades of purple, that starts to kind of take over the blue shades. And the purple shades on our maps, that's the really, really cold stuff. You can see by tomorrow morning, we got some below zero readings, and that's actual temps. We're not talking about wind chills just yet.
So that's the Arctic air that's setting the stage for all of this. And of course, it's also going to mean that things stick around for at least a couple of days. Things change by the end of the week, but just looking at Sunday, I mean, look at the numbers. We're in the single digits. Look at Boston.
Yeah, but there is some light at the end of the cold tunnel here for us. You can see your forecast in Boston heading into next week. At least by the mid to end of next week, we're talking some 40s and 50s. So we'll go from quite a bit below average to a bit above.
If you're wondering if you have to shovel, I mean, I think by the end of the week, because it's rain and warmer, you'll probably get rid of a lot of your snow. But until then, we're locked in. I mean, look at this into Burlington, Vermont. Just to give you a picture of the cold, we stay cold until at least Monday, and then we start to ramp up as we get into Wednesday and Thursday.
Yep, so a warm-up is on the way. There were the forecast wind chills, so now we're combining the cold plus that wind. And again, of course, going to feel so much colder out there for many of us. Tomorrow morning, how about Caribou? 22 below zero, single digits, essentially up and down the East Coast.
And here's a look at how the wind chill is going to make it feel as we get into Sunday. It's going to feel sub-zero for a lot of us in the interior. That's actually where the heart of the cold air will be. But look at Boston feeling sub-zero, Portland. That snowpack will play a role, right? You just don't warm up when you've got feet of snow on the ground.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah. I tell you, it's going to be rough times. And again, it's not just there. We've got a lot of the country that's going to be dealing with this cold here. A population that'll be below 32 degrees here for us over the next few days. Over 200 million here heading on through the weekend, and then coming down a bit for our early portions of next week. But overall, very cold and far south.
I know. I mean, look at Sunday morning, all the way down to South Florida. We are talking about below freezing temperatures. And maybe it's not going sub-freezing in Miami, but we're not going to be that far away. So it's going to be a bit frosty out there.
It will be. Bundle up. The big jackets, I think they're definitely coming out here in the parts of the Sunshine State.
I did see a funny meme about Florida. We need a bigger coat as opposed to boat. And that's exactly the story. We're going to break down these numbers for you a little later in the show.
All right, well, with our winter storm, really some tight snowfall gradients going to be in place here for us. We're going to go from some areas dealing with quite a bit of snow to not a whole lot in very short distances. So that means some folks will be missing out on the big snow.
And it could be the difference between building a small snowman or being able to have a massive snowball fight.
That brings us to our question of the day. We want to know, do you get kind of sad or do you get glad when you miss out on these snowstorms here for us? We see this all the time, right? Where one city gets quite a bit, at least on one side of the city, and the other side, kind of missing the boat. So chime in on our poll. Let us know what you think. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
It's a weekend storm, and that might make a difference because it's easier to have snow on a weekend.
That's a very good point. If this was the middle of the week, Wednesday, you're probably like, oh, we could miss this, but weekend, bring it on.
Yeah, I know. I know a lot of kids out there are definitely on the sad part of it, missing the snow.
All right, well, as our winter storm approaches, some residents in New England have other worries in the back of their minds, how coastal erosion is threatening their lives.
And Kenan isn't the only snow-making storm on the map. We've got details on the lake effect snow striking the Windy City. That's happening right now, and that story is up ahead, too.
Chicagoland, no doubt about it. The snow's been coming down. This band that's set up in and around Chicago late last night has been snowing ever since then. A winter wonderland here for us there in Chi-Town. 20 degrees, snow whipping around out there for us as well. And this band's going to be around for a decent amount of our day, getting a chance to add up the snow. In fact, dealing with the airport issues there as well. Ground stop that has been in place there for us. So travel issues may be ensuing here for this Getaway Friday.
You can count on the Weather Channel throughout the weekend, and make sure to download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, and coverage.
3 words. Warm strawberry jam.
3 more words. Perfect as is.
Frozen bites taste like ice cream. It's science.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, with the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before, and will be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And free, down a better down, hit free here, free down, get free down, get free down, down, make it free. Hit free here and free down, down, free, make it free. Free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. See details at TurboTax.com.
It came a long way to be found by you. Find more, spend less. Shop now at HomeGoods.com.
Getting your paycheck up to 2 days earlier is another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
Which one are you going to open up first?
That one! No way! Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
Dear MS, from day one, you've tried to define me.
But I never invited you in. It's my life.
And this is my journey.
I've found a way to do things differently with Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
For adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have hepatitis B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had Hep B, as it could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions, and some may require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease certain types of immunoglobulins. While PML was not reported in clinical trials, it could happen. An increased risk of cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
Sorry, MS.
You don't get to control
Every part of me.
MS can't own us.
Ask your doctor about 2 times a year Ocrevus.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Hi. Stop and Shop for
Coffee.
milk, tissues,
chicken, rotisserie chicken,
deodorant, and gum.
Cake, and lots of candles.
savings for all the moments on your list. Stop and Shop. Feed the moment.
At Daikin, we know that the air we share is the only air we have.
That's why we make technologies to help perfect it. From comfort and convenience to air quality, our innovations are changing how people enjoy the indoors as we lead the way to a more sustainable future for the air we share today and tomorrow. Daikin and Abco, perfecting the air we share.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 31 degrees with snow showers. Today, snow, high 34. Chance of snow, 90%. About 1 inch of snow expected. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere.
We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble.
We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here. If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
From Virginia up the mid-Atlantic coast to Philadelphia and New York City, all eyes are watching Winter Storm Kenan. Then there's two big questions. Just when will it arrive, and just where will it deliver the biggest amounts of snow, wind, and coastal flooding?
Well, the two are intertwined. Timing makes a huge difference here in the eventual snowfall totals here for us. So we're going to take you through some of the cities here and show you what we can expect as this winter storm really starts to crank up and move its way up the East Coast. Richmond, Philly, New York. We've got your forecast here to show you what you can expect.
All right, so let's dive down into Richmond first and take a look at another chance for getting some snow down here in Virginia. We are going to bring in actually, two pieces of this. We've got this trough, this kind of clipper type system that's coming through right now, Western Pennsylvania, West Virginia. That will sweep through. That'll give Richmond some chances. But then we got the coastal storm, and that's going to be sort of the big wallop.
All right, so there's where we stand right now. And essentially the sun is out there for us. Temperatures are in the kind of low to almost mid-30s across the board. But all is quiet for you, at least at this hour. But we do see things changing. Now we put this all into motion, and by the time we get to the rush hour, we do see some rain, and then that quickly changes over to snow coming from Richmond to the Norfolk area, closing in on Virginia Beach. And the other thing we'll notice, Jen, as we head through the overnight hours, those winds also start to crank up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, especially along the coast here, but even inland as well. It's going to be windy. I mean, look at Richmond, 30 to 35 mile per hour winds. And this pulls away pretty quickly on Saturday morning. So by afternoon, we're not dealing with snow anymore, but it'll still be windy and getting colder.
So when we talk about amounts here from Richmond to the Norfolk area, a couple of inches, 1 to 2 for the most part is what we are anticipating here. The lighter amounts are showing up across this part of the country, but we do see more as we head north, at least the potential for more as we head north.
All right, so let's jump up to Philadelphia. And, look, for us this morning, it is snowing out there. I know, yes, but that's not the big winter storm just yet. This is all part of that trough, that clipper system that's coming through. So it's lighter snow amounts, not the big access to moisture just yet. It's really tonight into tomorrow when the storm gets going that we've got a chance of getting some decent snowfall.
Yeah, there comes. The snowfall rate starts to really climb here for us, kind of in that moderate range, basically from tonight all the way through tomorrow morning. So you got several hours of dealing with some snowfall that could be coming down pretty steadily.
Yeah, and no, it's really east of town that gets into the best chances. So in Philly, yes, we've got some snow coming down while you're sleeping. But look at this map, and you can see over towards Wrightsville. And if you go over to South Jersey, that's where you're going to be getting the bigger potential of snowfall. For us in Philly, we're looking at a couple of inches, maybe as much as 5 or 6, perhaps more. But east of town, we could see 9 to 12 or 13 inches of snow.
But Our winter storm could take a big bite out of the Big Apple and some of the other cities around the Empire State's Orchard on Long Island.
All right, so let's go into the lab to get the science behind this with Dr. Greg Postel. New York City is one of those tricky ones because you look at the potential for this storm, and there's potential for it to, have some bigger snowfall totals depending on the banding and the exact track of where it goes.
Yeah, and those are almost not predictable until the day of. So we don't know now exactly where the heaviest bands of snow are going to be, but we do know that there is a risk for places like New York and eastern Long Island and coastal Connecticut and even coastal New Jersey to get at least 18 inches of snow. Now, that's not the expected value, but there is some possibility that we exceed the forecast, right? Of course, that's the way it works, that there is a chance that we get 1.5 feet of snow in coastal New Jersey and in some of these areas in darker purple where there's let's say a 30 to 40% chance of getting 18 inches or more of snow. One of the reasons why, of course, is because we're going to have a blockbuster area of low pressure off the coast. Very low pressure, all kinds of dynamics supporting very heavy snow on its northwestern edge. But what we're going to have to watch for, probably really beginning later on tonight and tomorrow morning, is where the heaviest bands of snow set up. This might seem like an academic exercise, but I'm telling you it's not. It's going to matter a lot. Intense snowfall rates are likely in these zones where you've got warm air coming in off the Atlantic, meeting up with stubborn cold air that's not going to get out of the way, that has this squeeze play on. That temperature contrast is going to tighten up right in that zone, we think, or somewhere around there, and that is going to lead to exceptionally heavy snowfall rates, potentially in excess of 3 inches per hour. We'll see about that. Now, where that band goes, will determine so much who gets a lot of snow, and it is going to lead to that risk, right? The risk of getting more than the explicit forecast suggests. Jen and Alex, again, there is a possibility of 1.5 feet snow in places that really aren't expecting it so much right now, like coastal Jersey.
All right, so travel-wise, we're going to have some big impacts out here already due at the airports. Tomorrow, we have 70% of flights out of Boston's airport already canceled.
Oof, already?
Yes, already.
Goodness. It makes sense because, that could be one of the areas that gets really slammed by this snowstorm. A lot of snow, a lot of wind. That does not mix well with flight travels.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Arm & Hammer Plus OxyClean with Odor Blasters. Triple power action blasts away stains and obliterates odors for long-lasting freshness. More power to you.
Wake up with Wendy's and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Hot coffee or Diet Coke, free. Frosty Chino, that's cool and free. If it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free when you buy a breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Lots of vitamins A and C. And only 45 calories a serving. Good morning indeed. V8, the original plant-powered drink. Veg up.
Living with diabetes? Glucerna Protein Smart has your number with 30 grams of protein, scientifically designed with Carb Steady to help you manage your blood sugar, and more protein to keep you moving with diabetes. Glucerna. Live every moment.
Our world is changing, and the extreme weather we face is an increasing threat to you and your business. If your business or property has been damaged, our teams across North America have you covered. First On-Site Property Restoration. We equip you with the resources you need to prepare for the unexpected. And when disaster strikes, we're the first on site to quickly help your business restore, rebuild, and rise. Visit us at firstonsite.com and find out why we're the only restoration partner you will ever need.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc. Unlock life.
S.C. Johnson. This is a warrior. Midnight to morning, she's in command. All-day comfort, all-night shift. Head nurse, heart on her sleeve. So when leaks show up, our protection helps keep them dry. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Single-serve Fancy Feast Petites are just for her. Just the right size for a magnificent meal. No artificial preservatives or colors, just what she needs. Just what you want. Fancy Feast Petites. Love is in the details.
My fingers and I do this to make a living. We're too busy to do taxes.
I love doing taxes for self-employed people. You can hand those off to me.
Yeah, but can I hand them off without using my hands?
We can arrange that. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
When my teeth started to deteriorate, I stopped hanging out socially. It was an easy decision. Clear choice.
The health of our teeth plays a significant role in our overall health. Chantal was suffering, and we had to put an end to that. The absolute best way to do that was through dental implants.
Clear Choice dental implants changed everything. My digestive health is much better now. I feel more energetic. The person that I've always been has shown up to the party again.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
The Northeast isn't the only one getting a helping of snow. Parts of the Midwest are getting some fresh powder. This is a live look at Chicago. You can't see anything because it's snowing so hard.
Wow,
Look at that low
sun
visibility.
kinda poke through?
It's trying. Wow.
That just goes to show you, yeah, we're dealing with this band of snow that's coming off of the lake right on into the city here for you. But what happens is that band is fairly narrow, so you can get to areas where skies start to clear a little bit here for you. So, but right now it's cold, teens, and we've got the snow that continues to fly on in.
And look at that wind direction from the Northeast. That is everything for Chicago to get lake effect snow. You know, it doesn't happen here that much that we get this optimal, wind direction. And so, boy, is it coming down, and we're going to see it last through today. You're under winter storm warning.
Wow. All right. So, yeah, not just the Northeast that we're focusing in on. Another area we are seeing some of that snow coming down pretty steadily. And then we'll translate to what we've got to deal with here in the East.
Yeah.
Big snows coming for a lot of areas here as we head to the weekend.
All right. So I'm going to take it down into the Mid-Atlantic because we have to focus on, North Carolina. Yes, again, for what? The third weekend in a row we're talking about
crazy.
You guys. Virginia. Let's get to some of those spots that do have that risk of a snowfall here. We're going to be watching for the snow, I think, to not be as heavy, won't be as wet as we've seen recently, but we are going to see that snow all the way down portions of the eastern mid-Atlantic seaboard and even into North Carolina. So let me take you into the forecast. Here's our low pressure tomorrow off the coast. The big weather will be happening in southern New England and then eastern Long Island. And then down to Jersey. That's where we get into the banding and get the more significant snowfall. But look at our map. We've got winter weather advisories all throughout the mid-Atlantic, back into West Virginia, parts of Kentucky, yes, around the Asheville area. We've got winter weather advisories too, winter storm warnings when you go up in elevation. So let's take you down along the coast. And we've got the blizzard warnings. The winter storm warnings are up here right along the northeastern shore. This is where we're going to see the biggest impacts, the biggest snow, the biggest wind. But we will find those impacts all the way down back through the mid-Atlantic. And we'll show you how that plays out. So we've got this trough, this front, this kind of clipper system that is moving through the Midwest. That's why you're getting your snow in West Virginia. It's why it's snowing right now in Philadelphia. And we got snow in Pittsburgh this morning. But that all heads east, and that energy combines with the energy off the coast to give us this really strong low. And this is what everything is really going down. This is on Saturday. It starts early in the morning, really starts overnight tonight, but throughout the day Saturday. And you can see how it pulls away, though. By 6 o'clock, by dinner time, it's done in New Jersey, pretty much in New York City, but Boston and Portland are hanging on to it through the overnight, and then we continue that and pulling it away by Sunday morning. All right, so how much? Northeast, yeah, we got some big totals. Mid-Atlantic, I want to focus in on you. A lot of schools have a snow day today in West Virginia, and that's because we've got a widespread area of at least 3 to 5 inches, maybe a few spots getting just a little bit more than that. We're going to be looking for 1 to 3 across Virginia, North Carolina. Yes, we've got some areas here just to the west of Raleigh. You're looking at the northern and maybe the Piedmont area, also into the Sandhills, where we could get 2 to 3 inches of snowfall. The air that's coming in is really cold and really dry. So unless you're involved in this big low pressure system and the banding and the Atlantic moisture that goes in with it, that's who's going to get the biggest totals. All right, so beyond that, of course, the wind is a factor for all of us here, too.
Yeah, the wind's an issue because that could whip around the snow that we see, but also an issue for us right along the coast. Concerns for flooding out there. That is a risk that we do face as well. Let's take you through how this all plays out now. There's our storm system that's going to be developing and continuing to strengthen here for us just off the southeast coast and then moving northbound. Look at all those lines, those circles here. Tightly packed together. That pressure gradient is really going to be pretty strong, which means those winds are also going to be pretty strong as well. Driving on in here out of the northeast, in some cases here coming just along the shore, but nonetheless, very strong winds with this storm system are anticipated. Let's take a look at where that wind direction will be coming again. From the northeast here, coming on into eastern parts of Massachusetts. There we go, also into Jersey. All these areas here will be experiencing that, and again, that's all moving over the water, which will be pushing into the coast. And so that could set the stage for some coastal flooding. That's why there are coastal flood advisories here. Parts of at least southern sections of Delaware, moving up into New Jersey as well, around Atlantic City, up towards Toms River. All locations here for tomorrow that do have those coastal flood advisories. Now, we'll have to watch out. So the high tide's going to play a role as well, where we could maximize some of those issues at high tide times. So Montauk in New York there on the eastern edge of Long Island, you can see your high tide today is right around 5:30, at least approaching 5:30. But then tomorrow into the morning hours, we have one at 6 o'clock, and then in the evening at 6:21, and another one on Sunday at 6:56. So it's around those times that we really have to watch things there right along the coast in terms of the flood issues. And again, those winds, they'll be howling out there for you as well. They'll really start to crank up here as our storm system cranks up as well. This is in the morning hours. Look at some of these areas here in New England, 35, 40, 50, maybe even stronger winds to deal with in those locales.
Welcome to Sonic. May I take your order?
Can I get 2 patty melts?
Melt in the cheese. Order up.
Sonic patty melt.
So you got yourself an EV?
Well, it's a plug-in hybrid.
Plug-in hybrid what?
EV?
Yeah, it is. Did you use gas today?
No, but I can if I need to.
Right, and it's quiet, clean, high-tech, all that EV stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So?
I got myself an EV.
Yeah, you did.
Sarah, do you hear that voice? I don't hear any voice.
Yeah, I don't hear any voice.
Yeah, we don't hear any voice. Oh, okay.
Evolve your journey in the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
You can't buy love or peace. You can't buy security. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy confidence. But you can invest in it. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
What's my Safe Flight story? My car is more than 4 wheels. It's my after-work decompression zone. So when my windshield broke, I searched for someone who really knew my car. I found the experts at Safe Flight Auto Glass. With their exclusive technology, they fixed my windshield, then recalibrated the camera attached to my glass, so my safety systems still work. Who knew that was a thing? Safe Flight has service I can trust.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
I've made progress with my mental health. So when I started having unintentional body movements called tardive dyskinesia, I ignored them. But when the twitching and jerking in my face and hands affected my day-to-day, I finally had to say, it's not okay. It was time to talk to my doctor about Austedo. She said Austedo helps reduce TD movements in adults, while I continue with most of my mental health medications.
Austedo can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, behaviors, feelings, or have suicidal thoughts. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness. Don't take Austedo if you have liver problems, are taking Rezapine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo may cause irregular or fast heartbeat, restlessness, movements mimicking Parkinson's disease, fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, and sweating.
Talk to your doctor about Austedo. It's time to treat TD. TD is not okay. Visit askforostedo.com.
Sarah, you said you were buying a car today.
Dad, it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, I stayed up and crunched all the numbers.
I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Oh, online, honey. Now that can affect your credit score.
It didn't, Dad. Then I got my real rate and monthly payment. Now I just need to head to the dealership for a test drive and purchase.
Sounds easy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, since we're both up, who wants French toast? What's in your wallet?
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
And we got to look at Winter Storm Kenan here and all of the warnings that have been posted. We've got blizzard warnings up in parts of New England and down the coast, actually through the mid-Atlantic, areas of New Jersey, even eastern Maryland.
Yeah, this thing's going to have a big reaching impact here for us up and down the East Coast with the snow, with the wind, you name it. It's going to be a tough time here for us, certainly for travels. This is not going to be a weekend for travels here up and down the East Coast.
No, and as our national weather, Reynolds Wolf reported earlier this morning, it's a good idea to get where you need to be today, Reynolds, right? Because tomorrow is not going to be a travel day in any way.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, I would think now, next couple of hours, in a lot of your stores, a lot of your shopping centers, people are going to be going out getting those supplies because once you get settled and once that wind picks up, that's really going to be the only movement. You're going to be frozen in place. Chatting earlier with Jim Cantori as he was finishing up his shots. We were starting with ours, and we were going back to 2015, thinking about the big thunder snow episode. That was the last time we had some really heavy snowfall in the greater Boston area. I was down near Faneuil Hall. He was out in Plymouth. This scenario, all these systems are different animals. And the wind is probably one of the bigger concerns we're going to face because what that wind does, really causing, again, those waves to really stack up. You have to think about the effects it's going to have on the shoreline, certainly out of the Cape, places like Martha's Vineyard. The snow, obviously, with the potential of it over a foot, maybe up to 2 feet of snowfall. But with that strong wind we were talking about, it could really pile and drift up in a lot of locations. You know, when it comes to these winter events, there's always a toll that is leveled in the communities that bear the brunt of it. But the cost for some communities tends to be higher than others. National correspondent Justin Michaels has a story of Plum Island and what the great people that call that area home may be facing with this system.
Centuries of storms have battered the New England coast. It's part of life here. But people who live on Plum Island, Massachusetts say since a 2014 project to reconfigure the jetties at the mouth of the Merrimack River, they hold their breaths with every tide cycle and coastal storm.
These people will lose their house this weekend, I guarantee it. He will lose his house very shortly, even though it's on pilings. That house is already condemned and being torn down. 2 behind it, last Monday's storm, totally flooded, heating systems gone, uninhabitable. It'll just keep happening.
Stan Sachs's home was condemned after the last storm.
At this point, my house is gone. It's total. It's been deemed uninhabitable.
The foundation cracked and sinking. And with Winter Storm Kenan set to batter the coast again, Stan's neighbor, Leela Wright, fears her house might be next.
In September of 2021, we lost the remaining section of the road in front of the house. And at that point, we were losing 6 feet per tide. And we figured, okay, that gives us 30 feet. We've got, less than a week before we lose our house.
From the air, the problem is clear. Before that 2014 jetty project, folks here say that there were several hundred feet of beach and a 12-foot dune between those houses and the water's edge.
Over the course of the last 7 years, this cove has been created, and we've lost all the land that was between us and the river.
Sandbag barriers and enormous rocks are set in place to protect the remaining homes temporarily. Little comfort for Ellen Monez, who has lived on Plum Island for 74 years. Her house surrounded by water in the last storm.
Do you think you want to stay?
I would love to stay, but I'm nervous. I'm really nervous I never thought the water would reach my house.
Ken Rito will be evacuating for this weekend's storm for fear his house may not last.
It's a real, danger. I mean, we've seen our neighbors slowly lose their homes here, and unless we get some sort of relief, it's just a matter of time, I think.
It's one tide to the next, and when you're living under those circumstances, it becomes extremely stressful.
Yeah, it's a constant struggle, isn't it, between the heart and the mind. The heart keeps you there, but at the same time, the mind knows what can unfold from Mother Nature, what can be brought. And sure enough, we're going to see conditions get very worse, not only for Plum Island, but many places in New England in the coming minutes, hours, and days. The forecast, again, is going to be a difficult one. We talked about the wind, the waves, the snow is going to be difficult. Roads are going to be choked with heavy snowfall and ice. And although the roads have been treated, it is going to be really difficult. Not every spot out there, Dr. Postel, is going to be picture perfect and safe for travel. So, again, it is going to be very, very difficult to watch this all spill out from the heavens. All right, let's send it over to Dr. Postel. Dr. Postel, with a system like this, it has been a while. Do you have concerns for people that may be a little rusty with dealing with winter weather in this part of the world?
Totally. This is a fierce blizzard that is coming. There is no way around it, and I'm starting to watch some of the signs that it may be beginning to get underway here off the coast of the Carolinas. Not quite yet. I'm waiting for those pressure falls, because once that happens, then we know kind of where it is, and that might help a little bit. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. Maybe where it's going to end up going, because there's still some room in the forecast for things to change just a little bit. What we're watching is this jet stream disturbance aloft over the Midwest this morning is beginning to move in, and as it approaches the coast, we're going to see rapid development of low pressure take place this afternoon off the Hatteras coastline, the North Carolina coast, and then move northward and eventually find itself over the Gulf of Maine, likely tomorrow, as a ferocious blizzard, bringing intense snowfall rates to coastal New England. We think in excess of 2 inches per hour, gusty winds up to 70 miles per hour, all around blizzard conditions, one for the record books, no doubt. You're going to want to tune back in. We'll be right back with much more on the details of this impending storm.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's, and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
My teeth were a mess. I had a lot of pain as far as my physical health. My body was telling me, you got to do something. And so I came to Clear Choice.
Your mouth is the gateway to your body. Joe's treatment plan was replacing the teeth with dental implants from Clear Choice.
Clear Choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
It can get pretty nasty out there. So before you venture out, make sure you have the ultimate winter protection from WeatherTech with our laser-measured cargo liners and floor liners, which protect carpets from snow and ice. Bump Step protects the bumper, and no-drill mud flaps guard the exterior. While Cup Phone keeps your phone secure. Order your American-made products from the comfort of your home at WeatherTech.com.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss, and if you're taking a multivitamin alone, you may be missing a critical piece. Preservision. Preservision AREDS 2 contains the only clinically proven nutrient formula recommended by the National Eye Institute to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
Preservision is backed by 20 years of clinical studies.
And it's from the eye experts at Bausch & Lomb.
So ask your doctor about adding Preservision and fill in a missing piece of your plan.
Like I did with Preservision.
I be like, sunset on the beach. Make me wanna pull up on Miami with the heat. I don't know about you.
The first ever Corolla Cross. Toyota, let's go places.
Now with Spectrum Mobile, if you get 2 or more lines, it's just $29.99 a month each. $29.99! And you get everything. You get unlimited data. You also get this.
Technology that delivers the fastest overall speeds.
You had a copy of that, right? Good thinking. There's no contracts, added taxes, or hidden fees. Sorry, lawyers. But you do get nationwide 5G included. It's like we got some weather coming in. Cloudy, with a chance of the best deal in mobile. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman.
A safe, one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Square can help your business be everywhere at once with tools that all connect together so you can focus on shaping how you'll do business next.
To the max, we're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 31 degrees with snow showers. Today, snow, high 34. Chance of snow, 90%. About 1 inch of snow expected. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, I believe this is what the Temptations were talking about. Sunshine on a cloudy day. However, in Miami, those temps won't feel like the month of May.
Those are the cutest clouds ever. But it's not cute when you feel outside. It'll feel like actual winter here. We got a blast of Arctic air that will seep into the Sunshine State over the weekend, where lows will reach the 30s, even in cities like Miami. That doesn't happen
kind of
often.
ridiculous, Ashley.
You know, it used to be like maybe once a year we'd get that cold below 40, but it rarely happens anymore.
Yeah, and we'll show you exactly how rare it is in just a second. But look at all of the alerts here for us. This is basically going through the weekend. Freeze warnings, hard freeze watches that extend, again, farther south. Just a slew of areas that'll be dealing with some pretty cold temps here in the morning hours.
I know I called those clouds cute, but look, you're not going to worry about being cute when you see these numbers. You're going to put on everything, all the layers, right? Look at some of the readings that we've got coming in for you on Sunday. This is for your afternoon temperatures. This is as warm as it will get. Key West, 58 degrees for a high temperature.
In Key West. Oh, my goodness. I know it's a lovely biking city. Probably don't want to get out on the bike here when it's that cold here for you. Exactly. Yeah. And again, all these numbers here are within record territory as we head into Sunday afternoon.
All right, so that would be the record cool max. Let's talk about some of the lows Sunday morning. This is how you're starting. Numbers are going down. We've got a lot of 40s and even 30s. So Miami, 38 is the forecast. Sub 40. The record to beat is 36. We could get there.
Certainly could get there. Moving north to Daytona Beach. How about some 20s showing up there for you? Again, well within reach of that record by just a couple of degrees. And again, it has been quite some time since we've reached some of these values.
Yes. All right. So let's go back in Jacksonville. The forecast is 24 degrees. The last time we had that was in February of 2015. Orlando, we go back to 2018 when we were sub-freezing. And then Miami, 38 degrees, 2010.
Yeah.
So we're talking about more than a decade ago. This is how cold it's going to be.
Yes. So, yeah, this is definitely one for the, you'll remember this one here because, again, it has been quite some time. We'll move our way through the end of this week and into the weekend. Again, not too bad for this Friday, but then here comes the crash heading on into Saturday morning and Sunday.
It's literally just invading all of Florida. Here comes the cold air all the way down. It comes down on, really Sunday morning is going to be your coldest morning, but Sunday afternoon, not fun. And by Monday morning, we're still on the chilly side.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, we've got the cold going into Florida, but the rest of the southeast as well. Check out Saturday morning, 9 for you there in Nashville in terms of your forecast wind chill. Woo, yeah. It's definitely some of the coldest that we've felt this season by far in the southeast.
I'm so glad we don't have soccer on Saturday morning.
Oh, you don't have
it. We don't. We almost always do, right? But no, thank goodness. And I wonder if it's that cold in the southeast that kids are going to, coaches are going to be like, maybe we shouldn't play.
Yeah, this might be one of those times you just kind of, just wait till next week.
Yeah. All right, well, our question of the day has to do with the snowfall because we've got a tight gradient of, more than a foot or even 2 to inches. So we're asking you, do you get sad or glad when you miss out on a snowstorm?
And Yardley Adams chimes in, says, definitely hurting here in Fairfax, Virginia. Would have been an awesome storm. So yeah, Yardley, missing the boat here on this one. Some snow showers, but certainly not the blockbuster.
No, the DC area, though. I know you guys always feel like you're getting missed. Let's see, this next one coming in from Tycho Ordo, who says, I live in the lake effect snowbelt off of Eastern Lake, Ontario. The snow can stay far away. I guess he gets enough. Gets enough anyway.
All right. Thanks for chiming in. Keep answering the poll question. Send us your comments as well. We'll love to see them. Meanwhile, how about we time out some of these areas that are going to be dealing with this storm system here, moving our way through tonight and into tomorrow. We'll start you off here into basically North Carolina, where we are going to be dealing with some rain initially, but then here comes the snow filling in through the overnight into Saturday morning.
All right. So as this front sweeps on through and as the system's offshore, drier air is going to be coming in at the same time. So this is not going to be a huge snowmaker for us, but for the south, even an inch or 2 is a huge deal.
So absolutely.
Yeah.
So take it slow, take it easy here in terms of roadway travels there. Meanwhile, we head a bit farther to the north. This is another area that will also be getting involved in some of the snow around Atlantic City. Watch how those snowfall rates really start to ramp up during the overnight hours into Saturday morning. Winds gusting up over 40 miles per hour, Jen. I mean, travel here, it's just not going to be something you want to do.
Do not, overnight Friday into early Saturday, and even after, until lunchtime at least.
Right.
And then you can assess the situation. Do not go out and travel because you do not want to get caught out there. It's going to be just treacherous completely.
Here it comes. Tonight, snow showers around. Then we really start to ramp it up. Look at those winds on the increase. And again, the snowfall rates, they'll really be ramping up. Again, this is an area that's under a blizzard warning. So blizzard conditions, that is something that we are looking for and anticipating before things kind of wind down heading into Saturday night, but still pretty breezy even by Saturday night.
Oh, yeah, for sure. All right, so snow totals right along the coast in South Jersey, we get the bigger numbers. That's where we could get up over a foot of snow. And just know that, there definitely is a range out here. We could, we certainly could overachieve, as we like to say.
And now we move up into Connecticut, Rhode Island, these areas. A few snow showers coming in. But again, it's really for you ramping up as we get into tonight and into Saturday. Again, our winds will also start to increase. And you notice this is all blue. This is not a situation of will we change over to rain and snow.
Right.
This is all snow.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ending for us overnight, Saturday into early Sunday morning. Still breezy, but then improving conditions through the day. And then, of course, New England. Big winners with the snowfall. 20 inches.
Asking what would Pop-Tarts do is how you get from toast and jam to that's my jam. From Sunday to Sunday. So, what would Pop-Tarts do here? Yeah, that feels right. Crazy good.
MasterCard is working alongside Black women business owners with ways to get more businesses online and hundreds of millions in funding. Join MasterCard in showing respect and start something priceless.
Supermama just about sleeps in her cave. But when we realized she was battling sensitive skin, we switched to Tide Hygienic Clean Free. It's gentle on her skin and out-cleans our old free detergent. Tide Hygienic Clean Free. Hypoallergenic and safe for sensitive skin.
Welcome to Allstate. A place where everyone lives life well protected. And even when things go a bit wrong, we got your back. Here, things work the way you wish they would, and better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
Like pulsing electric shocks, sharp stabbing pains, or an intense burning sensation. What is this nightmare? It's how some people describe shingles, a painful blistering rash that can interrupt your life for weeks. Forget social events and weekend getaways. If you've had chickenpox, the virus that causes shingles is already inside of you. If you're 50 years or older, ask your doctor or pharmacist about shingles.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
Mission Control, we are go for launch.
She's eating the rocket.
Launch
Uncrustables, built to be eaten.
My family struggled with allergens, and it makes me want to make changes. We got rid of most of our rugs, stuffed animals. What more can we do? With Filtrete, I can make just a small change and have better air quality in my home. I really like the app. I like that it will notify me to change my filter. I can do the things that I need to do because I have that Filtrete smart app to think about that for me.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc, unlock life.
SC Johnson.
No, that's when I look at the weather.
Well, this is not the good burger. Welcome. Many people want it as they head into the weekend with our winter storm, throwing alerts instead of ice cream across the East Coast.
Yeah, we got fries to go with that, Jake. As snow and cold are not the only customers folks will have to deal with. Wind and waves bring the winter sauce to the shores from the Delmarva to New England. Beantown looks to have the snowy bullseye on its back, and that's where we find our Reynolds Wolf.
So right, Jen, right now it is a quiet but very busy morning in the greater Boston metropolitan area. But I'll tell you, tomorrow it's going to be a different story altogether. People not moving, but the winter storm, it will be roaring. Full story coming up in a few moments.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. America's Morning Headquarters, getting you here through the mid-morning hours and, of course, helping you get ready for this big winter storm heading into the weekend.
Oh, yeah, we got it out there. The blizzard warnings are up, the winter storm warnings, the winter weather advisories all the way down into the south. We'll be talking all about it and pinpointing all the different types of impacts you'll feel beyond the snow. Our expert, Dr. Greg Postel, is in the lab with the big deal about this storm's path and what it could bring.
Yeah, I'm watching right now the pressures off the North and South Carolina coast, because I think in a matter of hours later on this afternoon, we're really going to see a significant drop. And that's where we'll know where this big blizzard that's coming, where it's going to sort of emerge from. And then, we'll have a little bit of a better idea, I think, where it's going to go. Not a whole lot, but there is still, believe it or not, guys, some wiggle room left in the forecast. And we'll be talking about that coming up as the show goes on.
And even before the big part of Kenan arrives, winter weather is presenting a challenge for first responders in the Keystone State. A bridge collapsed near Pittsburgh's Frick Park, sending several cars and a bus into a ravine. Rescue teams are working to get people to safety. A gas line was also cut, putting utility crews out in the frigid and snowy conditions. And Alex, this is one piece of the ingredients coming to make our big coastal storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the lighter snow is moving its way across some of the interior sections of the Northeast. But then as the storm really cranks up, that's when we really start to talk about some of the blockbuster issues here in terms of the snow coming up and down portions of the East Coast through tomorrow and even into a bit of our Sunday. Now, we do have winter alerts farther south here for you into parts of the Carolinas. A few counties here to South Carolina, then moving northbound, Charlotte, Raleigh, Fayetteville, all under winter weather advisories. We do have a winter storm warning far western North Carolina here for you, and even there into eastern Tennessee, where we could see some higher totals in the higher terrain. And then moving northbound up into Virginia, a bit of Maryland, including D.C., you are also under a winter weather advisory. But again, it's really as we work our way up into this zone where we really are going to be maximizing some of the snowfall and that wind. Hence, we've got the winter storm warnings, dark shades of blue, and blizzard warnings. Parts of Delmarva into Delaware, moving up into Jersey. Now, just newly issued here for us, we've got blizzard warnings now for the eastern half of Long Island, moving up into Connecticut, Rhode Island, and even expanding some of the blizzard warnings now across eastern portions of Massachusetts and up into portions of Maine. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about more folks now being impacted by blizzard conditions, those strong winds, reducing visibility. Travel, it is just a no-go here for us here this weekend. That is certainly something we're going to drive home. All right, so let's march our way through our Friday. Some of the lighter snow showers coming on through here across Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh's one of those spots. That'll come to an end here as we get into the late afternoon and evening. And then a little bit more snow into the mid-Atlantic, D.C., Baltimore, up towards Philly. And then here goes our low, moving up the coast, strengthening as it does so. Again, really helping to kind of flip that moisture from the Atlantic Atlantic back into where we've got that colder air mass, and we'll be watching where some of these stronger bands of snow sets up. That's where we'll see some of the biggest of the snow totals. Basically, that'll be sort of a nowcasting time. As it's happening, we'll be able to say, okay, this is where some of the heaviest snow is. This is where it's going to be adding up the most. But the whole overall picture and the bigger picture with the snowstorm, this thing will be exiting by the time we get into late Saturday night. And certainly getting it as your Sunday morning. But the snowfall amounts here for you, just a couple of inches as you head farther south. Again, a little bit more as you get into the higher terrain into eastern Tennessee as well as western portions of the state of North Carolina. But the biggest totals are anticipated here for us up and down the East Coast. Starting off here in the mid-Atlantic here for portions of eastern Maryland, Delaware, 5 to 8 inches, but then starting to see higher totals as you head north. Jersey Shore could be talking about maybe a foot plus, getting up toward and over towards Long Island, just east of New York City, also in that range. And then really looking at that bullseye to be here, eastern Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts into Maine, maybe even a bit of New Hampshire. 1.5 to 2 feet of snow, Jen, is going to be possible. And it's not out of the question. Not out of the question we could see higher totals than that.
I know. I mean, the potential is there. So the cold air is in place. That's a big part of it, right? And with colder temperatures moving in, you might think it's safer to walk across frozen water. But rescue teams want to remind you of the dangers. And crews in Boston are spending the next 2 weeks training for ice rescues. You can see that right here. They say even if ice looks thick and solid, it might be deceiving. Especially older frozen ice, too. That newer frozen ice sometimes is a little more solid. But look, at this point, you're not even going out looking for ice. You are staying put with the kind of storm that we've got going on. It all starts today. The low pressure will start to get its act together off the southeast coast. And already maybe there's a broad circulation, but this thing is going to tighten up into a tight, strong low pressure overnight tonight. And then tomorrow morning, you wake up, the satellite picture is going to look a lot different. You're going to be finding a strong low pressure with a lot of isobars out there on the maps indicating a lot of pressure change and a lot of wind. The stronger the low, the lower the low, the stronger the winds. So we are going to have that strong, actually onshore flow for a lot of us right here with that northeast or even due north wind. So watching that kind of tuck into some of the nooks and crannies, like here in Delaware, we're going to watch right along that south coast of the Delaware Bay. I'm actually watching up here too. Maybe the Raritan Bay could see some issues with that northeast wind. But right now the coastal flood advisories are up for southeastern parts of South Jersey and then also southern Delaware, Rehoboth, Lewis. Those are the beaches that will be affected with this wind direction. The time of high tide will matter, though I think, just in terms of when is our pressure going to be strengthening, the winds the most intense, as well as the position of the low. For a place like Montauk, it's probably going to be in between your high tides, thank goodness. And I think the time between tomorrow's high tide and Sunday's high tide will be the time when the wind is the worst. Thankfully, it won't coincide with that time of high tide. Now, here is a look at the forecast for those strong winds. Here's our low offshore. Again, along the coast will definitely be the worst case scenario with the wind, but even inland, it will be felt because watch these winds. Even a place like Philadelphia, 35 to 40 mile per hour winds, Scranton, Allentown. I mean, you're not going to get much snow out of this, but you are going to get the wind. Winds are going to be 35 to 40. But then, of course, Boston, you probably saw that 50 mile per hour wind sneak in there. You will get the worst of it out here, sticking out, especially in eastern Massachusetts. So into the forecast we go and take you down for travel, down to I-95, where you also are going to have some snow impacts as well. Snow moving in. Winds actually could be gusty here as well. Be ready for slick roads. Avoid travel if you can. Between the high snow totals, the intense winds, the Northeast is in for a messy weekend, and blizzard warnings are up. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel with more on that.
Jen, thank you very much. It's all going to be emerging, I think, relatively soon off the North Carolina coast, where I'm very carefully watching the pressure falls, and we're seeing some of that already, but I think the bulk of them will begin later on this afternoon as rapid development will begin to take place roughly in this zone. As I said, later on this afternoon, I think, probably not for several more hours at least. Winds right now are out of the north or offshore, all up and down the beaches, not very strong, but the pressure's still relatively high, about 1,015 millibars off the coast, but they're going to come down by a lot. And one of the factors that's going to allow them to do that is the fact that the water temperatures are so warm. There's the Gulf Stream there. You can see this ribbon of relatively warm water moving northward. 81-degree water temperature there off of South Carolina, off of Myrtle Beach. A good distance, but still 81 degrees. Now imagine that, a very cold wintertime upper level disturbance is going to be moving over some warm water. You're going to get more bang for your buck out of that based on the positioning of all those ingredients over an atmosphere of thermal profile that's relatively unstable. So in other words, Think about it that way. We're going to get rapid development in part because it's so cold aloft and so warm right near the ocean surface. Had those differences not be so great, we wouldn't see quite the development that we're going to. Here's that upper disturbance coming in from the Midwest right now. By, say, 2 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be right about there. And as it approaches, not when it arrives, but as it approaches, that's when we start to see those pressures fall at the surface. The atmosphere kind of accommodates for the arrival of this thing, and we're going to see an explosion of low pressure right there off the coast, and then move northward, not that far off the coast, certainly close enough to bring blizzard conditions along eastern New England, perhaps even parts of Long Island and coastal New Jersey, southward through Delaware and Maryland. And then, of course, as this thing wraps up in the Gulf of Maine, fierce winds and blizzard conditions continue throughout the evening tomorrow. Overall, here's the bigger picture. With lots of snow for very highly populated areas in the Northeast, and zooming in on some of the areas that will get the most snow, including Boston, Peabody, how about that? Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Plymouth, Barnstable, Duxbury, Massachusetts, you name it. Strong winds will accompany this storm as well out of the north. So imagine that. All those north-facing shores, Boston Harbor, Cape Cod Bay, even the north shore of Long Island, winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour are going to be whipping through during the day tomorrow. Reynolds making coastal flooding, damaging winds, and of course those blizzard conditions almost impossible to deal with.
You know, there's a resiliency, Dr. Postel, you know very well, of people who live here in New England. And one of the reasons why they're so strong is because of what they have to deal with in terms of weather. And weather can really turn very quickly. And the transformation we're going to see in places like in Boston Harbor is going to be quite crazy, especially from that wind. Now, right behind me, you'll notice a couple of boats there in the distance. And I've been told that you've got people that live on these boats. Every now and then you'll see them emerge. And that's pretty much their home year round. And they will be in those boats when this storm is going to be at its height. So imagine being in your home is tossing, turning, shaking, really at the mercy of Mother Nature, at the mercy of this winter storm. So let's dive into it and show you the waves right now in places like Cape Cod, where they are beginning to stack up. But what is big will get even bigger in terms of the sledgehammer, the aquatic sledgehammer that you'll see in places like not only Cape Cod, Scituate will be affected, Duxbury, that big seawall, that's going to be compromised, no doubt. And we talked earlier, Justin Michaels had that report about the erosion that we've had in places like Plum Island. But as we go forward in time, the transformation is going to be a daunting one. The wind picking up, roaring, the snow coming down, rivaling other snow episodes that we've had in the past. Probably not rivaling the snowfall that we had back in the famous presidential snowstorm, President's Day snowstorm, but certainly possibly comparable to what we had back in 2015 with around 27 inches of snow and the wind and the thunder snow and all that came with it. But it is going to be not just the event of the snow coming through, but the aftermath. It's going to be another huge story, Jen and Alex, when we make our way into Sunday, when the wind begins to slowly die down and people are emerging from their homes. What a spectacle they're going to see. A lot of snow removal is going to have to be done. You're going to have ice on bridges and overpasses. And although they've got crews out and about that have been treating the roads, and they work very, very hard around at all hours, you're still going to have spots where the roads are going to be difficult to impossible to pass. So again, all the more reason that you've got so many people out and about today to get those last minute arrangements, hunkering down and waiting for what is yet to come.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be, put the soup in the crock pot kind of weekend and just stay inside. Reynolds,
No
thank
doubt.
you. I mean, look, we are going to be watching so much snow happen in a short period of time that it's going to be impossible to keep the roads clear.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of plows up there, but when it's snowing at an inch or two or maybe more per hour, it's tough to keep clear.
It really is. So that's one of the concerns. The other is, of course, the cold that's going to be around as well, which is going to keep a lot of this around even once it is all done with here for us. So here's where we stand right now. And yeah, we got some colder numbers here back through the interior. Teens to show up there, but it's low 30s, low to mid 30s for the East Coast down into the mid-Atlantic. But Jen, that is expected to change.
Okay, so get ready. You can watch the cold air come in. Watch this purple up here on the map. See how it just kind of oozes in. I mean, like, it doesn't even knock. It just comes barging right in, actually, as we get into the weekend.
Yeah, it kicks the door in, that's for sure, and it's going to be around for a bit. Heading into Sunday morning, again, still pretty cold, single digits and teens to deal with here across the board. And again, a lot of these areas will have that snowpack that'll also make it just feel that much colder in these areas.
Yes. All right, so let's take you into your Sunday and then Monday. it stays cold. You're wondering how long is the snow going to stick around? Well, yes, Monday. Because this is the temperature Monday morning. Look at these single digits all throughout at least the northern part of the Northeast.
Yeah, and Boston for you, your average high is about 37 degrees, and we will be dropping below that here as we head on through the weekend. But there's some brighter times ahead.
Yes.
You can see for next week, Wednesday into Thursday, 40s and 50s.
The thing is that also comes with rain, so it's going to make a mess of things by then. But yeah, so we do have a slight warm up coming as we get into the end of next week. Burlington, Vermont also shows that pretty well, where we've got the Arctic air in place. Saturday is going to be our cold day with a high temperature in the single digits. Oof. That's pretty brutal. But then by the time we get to Groundhog Day on Wednesday, our temps in the upper 30s.
Starting to warm up a little bit there. All right, so that was actual temps. How about the wind chills? What's going to feel like out there for you? Again, of course, it's going to be much, much colder in terms of feel like numbers Saturday morning, 23 below in Caribou, and you're right in that range in Burlington.
All right, it's not going to take a lot of wind, but we're going to have a lot of wind to drive down these wind chills. So lots of sub-zero, Portland, Boston, that's how it's going to feel. That's why we don't want you to go out and get stuck because dangerous cold, actually, if you do get stuck outside.
That's a good point there. You don't want to be out in this mess, that is for sure. Taking a look at the rest of the nation here for us. And again, it's not just cold there in the northern tier. We got this cold spreading all the way into the south. Florida, South Florida is going to get quite cold.
Yeah, we're going to break down those numbers a little bit later in the show. Wait till you see how cold it gets in Miami.
All right, well, with our winter storm, we're going to be talking about a pretty tight snowfall gradient here. So we're going to go from not much to a bunch of snow in really short distances.
And that means some folks will miss out on the big snow. It could be the difference between building a small snowman or being able to have a massive snowball fight.
Snowball fights are always fun, but you got to have enough snow, right? That brings us to our question of the day. Do you get sad or do you get glad when you miss out on a snowstorm? Because that's going to be the story for some of us heading on through this week.
Don't be sad, get glad. No, we are going to be looking for your responses. We'll be sharing with you throughout the show today. And I'm thinking, what do you think is going to win this? I think glad.
Maybe get sad.
You think?
I don't know, but that's my vote.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I'm craving something we're missing. The ceramides in CeraVe. They help restore my natural barrier so I can lock in moisture. We've got to have each other's backs.
CeraVe, now the #1 dermatologist recommended skincare brand.
Unleash the freshness. Still fresh. In wash and booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
There'll never be anyone else but you or me. Never ever be, just couldn't be anyone else but you.
Suggests it was made in Chelsea. It's potentially worth a small fortune.
I put in work. Wanna do what I do, better go and put in work. But I look so fresh every time I put in work. I can smell that dough every time I...
Is that throw?
I know, right? It's imported from Portugal. Got it at Marshall's for a total steal.
Nice.
Thanks.
If you're a man making too many bathroom trips, try Super Beta Prostate Advanced. It's the only formula with Prostafend, an advanced blend to help you reduce bathroom trips both day and night. Available at Walmart and other fine retailers.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc, unlock life.
SC Johnson.
My teeth were a mess. I had a lot of pain as far as my physical health. My body was telling me, you got to do something. And so I came to Clear Choice.
Your mouth is the gateway to your body. Joe's treatment plan was replacing the teeth with dental implants from Clear Choice.
Clear Choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss. And if you're taking a multivitamin alone, you may be missing a critical piece. PreserVision. PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the only clinically proven nutrient formula recommended by the National Eye Institute to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
PreserVision is backed by 20 years of clinical studies.
And it's from the eye experts at Bausch & Lomb.
So ask your doctor about adding PreserVision and fill in a missing piece of your plan.
Like I did with PreserVision.
For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, and we'll be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
If you have questions about the climate, rely on the most trusted name in television and its innovative pattern climate team. Every day on the Weather Channel.
Hi, folks.
At Daikin, we know that the air we share is the only air we have. That's why we make technologies to help perfect it. From comfort and convenience to air quality, our innovations are changing how people enjoy the indoors as we lead the way to a more sustainable future for the air we share today and tomorrow. Daikin and Abco, perfecting the air we share.
The islands of the Bahamas. Fly away.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 31 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, snow showers, high 35. Chance of snow, 70%. Snow accumulations less than 1 inch. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Territory for sure. We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
We are not going to give up. We have to get the job done.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Hold it! What are you doing? Outside!
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
There are some unsolved mysteries when it comes to Winter Storm Kenan. 2 big questions. Just when will it arrive? And just where will it deliver the biggest amount of snow, wind, and coastal flooding?
The two are intertwined. Timing, that makes a huge difference here in that eventual snowfall total. So we're going to work our way through a few of these cities and show you exactly what we are anticipating to deal with here as we move our way through the next 24 to 36 hours. Some of us, big-time snows, others, not as much, but still some impacts to be felt.
So let's look at Philadelphia. I know it's snowing outside right now, and you're thinking, okay, it's here. Not yet. This is just the precursor. This is the Clipper system, the front that's coming through. Yes, it's bringing snow, but this won't be a huge amount of snow just because of the type of system that it is. The big deal comes in tomorrow.
And there you can see it. Look at the snowfall rates that really start to ramp up here for us as we head on through tonight and into the morning hours, kind of hovering right around moderate snowfall rates here for basically almost the entire event here. So it is going to get a chance to add up there in the city, although, Jen, it looks like east of the city has the best chance to really get into potentially even some double-digit totals.
And so often it's like northern and western suburbs get the big snow. Not this time. It's going to be those eastern suburbs. We do also have the wind to deal with, too. You'll notice that. You can see it 35 to 40 miles per hour. But it's east of Philadelphia. Glassboro, Wrightsville, Trenton will all get more than places like Pottstown or Collegeville or King of Prussia. my old stomping grounds up here, so I do know all these towns.
They should be done by the evening hours, but not before it gets a chance to add up. And as you mentioned, Jen, it's kind of like the opposite of what we see often, is that east side getting the big totals, the west side, that's where the totals start to drop off.
And you see the numbers. Now, it's possible in Philadelphia, you get 6 or 7 inches of snow here, and that would be a lot considering the season that we've had so far. But then you look at east of town, and that's where we get into a foot plus, all the way out over towards South Jersey.
All right, how about NYC? Well, with that same disturbance in front coming on through now, snow showers associated with that. Mostly light at this hour. You can see the temperatures in the low 30s and upper 20s, but we will start to ramp up. Look at our snowfall rates here as we head on into our Saturday night, I should say Friday night into Saturday morning, creeping up. Moderate, close to heavy snowfall rates to deal with here. And the question becomes, could we potentially see some of those heavier snowfall rates creep into the city here, which could allow us to see even more snow adding up there?
Okay, so Kenan could take a big bite out of the Big Apple and some other cities around the Empire State, here on Long Island especially. Let's go into the lab and get the science behind this part of our forecast with our expert, Dr. Greg Postel. It's going to be about, the banding is going to be so critical. Is that something that can be forecasted this far in advance?
I wish. Not really, though, Jen. That's a really good question. And Alex, thank you guys. No, we're going to really kind of have to wait until this system is underway later tonight and tomorrow to really get a sense for where the heaviest snow bands will form. Because inside of those, you can get those intense snowfall rates and then get snowfall accumulations that exceed the forecast, in some cases by quite a bit. So here's a risk analysis. Basically, where could we see maybe 18 inches of snow plus, which is far and away above what the expected value is, let's say in New York or in coastal New Jersey. But there's still a 30% chance-ish, let's say, maybe 40, that right along the coast we get that much. How about that? And maybe eastern Long Island, central Long Island as well. Islip, for example, we could see that much. Maybe it's not the most likely outcome, but it's certainly one of many still yet to come. So we'll be watching that carefully. A couple of the reasons, why that would happen. Obviously, we got a powerful low pressure system during the day tomorrow with intense snowfall rates likely on its backside. We know that part. The question is where those bands going to set up, and that's what Jen was asking. Well, we don't know yet for sure, but they're going to be associated with a very tight contraction of the temperature contrast aloft. This might sound like an academic discussion, but it's not, because it matters so much. It so often determines who gets the most snow in snowstorms and who gets kind of left out regarding the forecast. This will be one of those setups tomorrow where we've got a lot of warm tropical air coming in that way with a cold, stubborn north flow not getting out of the way. And we will see, again, the squeeze play in that zone, and it is right in that zone via atmospheric processes I don't want to go into right now, but that will lead to very likely snowfall rates of perhaps 2 to 3 inches plus per hour for at least a few hours. And that could accumulate very quickly during the day on Saturday. That may include coastal Jersey, eastern Long Island, and coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, and eastern Massachusetts. Guys, it's something to consider. And one last graphic I'm going to show you. Again, there is a possibility that we get more than 1.5 feet in places that aren't forecasting it right now.
Yeah. You look at the potential. If we put a range on this, it would be, like 6 inches to 35 inches. It's not impossible to do either, but I think more on the high end of things. 35 would be a stretch, but it's...
Yeah. It wouldn't be a shocker. Let's just put it like that.
Right. But it won't be for everyone.
No, right. But travel for everyone's going to be a tough time here for us up and down that northeast corridor. For you for tomorrow, you can see the red icons. They are up. I would certainly anticipate to deal with quite a few delays, cancellations. In fact, there have already been cancellations at this hour.
Is about 70% of the flights out of Boston for tomorrow have already been canceled. So check ahead if you have one.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE small appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
Lots of vitamins A and C, and only 45 calories a serving. Good morning indeed. V8, the original plant-powered drink. Veg up.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc, unlock life.
SC Johnson. Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. Mary, welcome to Verizon's new plan with 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities. Cool. Up to 10 times the speed at zero extra cost. Our 5G data is for reals unlimited, no matter how much you use.
Did you just say for reals?
Sorry. Let's put it to work with 6 premium entertainment subscriptions included.
Shh, I'm in the lead.
Go on, watch all you want.
I love this show.
And because a better plan deserves a better phone, how about a new one on us?
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
Arm & Hammer Plus OxyClean with odor blasters. Triple power action blasts away stains and obliterates odors for long-lasting freshness. More power to you.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
I love Bowie, but boot camp? Sounds intense.
Let's go, Peloton!
It's not that big a lift.
What's that for?
Just go with the flow.
Feel that energy.
I couldn't even do one of these.
Full breath in.
Now look at me.
3, 2, 1, let's go! To the top!
I'll sleep well tonight.
Woo. You keep getting better, Peloton.
Cranky-pated, a bad mood related to a sluggish gut. Miralax is different. It works naturally with the water in your body to unblock your gut. Free your gut and your mood will follow.
My family struggled with allergens, and it makes me want to make changes. We got rid of most of our rugs, stuffed animals. What more can we do? With Filtrete, I can make just a small change and have better air quality in my home. I really like the app. I like that it will notify me to change my filter. I can do the things that I need to do because I have that Filtrete smart app to think about that for me.
Our world is changing, and the extreme weather we face is an increasing threat to you and your business. If your business or property has been damaged, our teams across North America have you covered. First On-Site Property Restoration. We equip you with the resources you need to prepare for the unexpected. And when disaster strikes, we're the first on site to quickly help your business restore, rebuild, and rise. Visit us at firstonsite.com and find out why we're the only restoration partner you will ever need.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Well, the Northeast isn't the only one getting a helping of snow. Parts of the Midwest getting some fresh powder. This is a live look at Chicago. That is lake effect snow coming down. You can see the flakes. You can see the sun trying. And Alex, this is so cool because look how it's darker on the left side of the screen. That's where that band is most intense.
Yeah, this is the cool part about lake effect snow, right? Because it kind of is just a sort of a narrow band of snow. And you're seeing that right now on the radar. Once you got to get out of that band, things start to clear up a bit. And so we're seeing a bit of that. That's showing up there on the sort of right side of the actual camera view there for you while the things are much darker where the snow's coming down steady-est. And the big picture, a big part of this agenda is all about that wind direction, which we don't get that often coming into Chicago.
And lasting that long, too. So we're going to have this through today. There is a winter storm warning that's up. You can see that wind coming from the north-northeast. It's kind of the optimal, not quite, a true north wind, I think, would be optimal, right, to give you that full fetch over the lake. But we're getting a decent fetch here, and that is really going to make the lake effect snow add up. We are down to about 3/4 of a mile visibility.
Ooh, yeah.
At the airport, but other spots, obviously more.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, cool stuff. Lake effect there in Chicago. And then we'll turn our attention to, of course, the bigger storm system that's going to be impacting even more areas here as we head on through tonight and the weekend.
All right, so winter storm is going to get going today. We'll see the low pressure off the coast. We're going to see things ramp up overnight while you're sleeping. And so, I mean, tomorrow is going to be such an exciting day to wake up and take a look either outside your window or at us on the Weather Channel, or maybe instead of or. And I'll show you what you're going to be finding out there. We'll have our strong low pressure at that point really getting going just off the Atlantic coast. The snow bands will be starting to set up tomorrow morning and throughout the day, really getting enhanced here all across the north and east. Taking you into this forecast, let's first start with the advisories. We've got all these winter alerts that are up, stretching from parts of Kentucky, West Virginia into Virginia and North Carolina, even a little bit of South Carolina under winter weather advisories. And then, of course, the Northeast taking the brunt of this system with winter storm warnings and blizzard warnings that are up, covering 8 states. It's been a while. It's been a long time, actually, since I've seen 8 states under a blizzard warning. So, and for many of these offices, it's been several years that they've issued a blizzard warning here into the Northeast. So to time it out, we have some snow out there right now. That's not the main event. That's that Clipper system that's coming through. Main event's going to get going off the coast. And so, yes, you'll get some snow around D.C. later today. That's not the big deal, Storm. That happens overnight tonight when everything comes together. And then we see it all begin. The snow, the wind, and we'll be dealing with that through the overnight tomorrow morning, throughout the day on Saturday. Then on Saturday night into Sunday, you're going to see this low moving pretty quickly up through the Gulf of Maine and then up into the Canadian Maritimes. And things do improve by the time we get into Sunday morning in terms of the snowfall. The wind sticks around just a little bit longer. Now, the snowfall amounts, with our Clipper system coming in, it's a widespread about 1 to 3. A few spots could get maybe 3 to 5 inches. We'll keep an eye all across Virginia. I-95 is going to be affected here, probably at least 1, 2, 3. There may be a few local areas that get more. But once our coastal storm gets going, then we get into the really big totals. And that's where we're going to see the biggest impacts, the kind of snow that, yes, you'll be plowing, but the roads will get covered up here pretty much as soon as the plow comes through. This other snow that we have back I-95 south will be easier when it comes to travel. All right, other impacts, of course, the wind, the waves, the onshore flow, flooding.
Absolutely. So, yes, just multitude of impacts that we'll be facing here across these zones as the storm system really starts to peak here heading on through tomorrow. So let's take a look at what we've got. There's our low that's going to be developing here for us as we work through today just off the southeast coast, and then that will be moving northbound as we head through tomorrow. And you can see, look at all those lines really stacked and closely packed together here for you. That is an indication of, again, a strong area of low pressure, a tightening pressure gradient, which means there's going to be a lot of wind here for you. And that's going to be just driving right on into some of these coastal areas here from the Northeast down into portions of the mid-Atlantic. And that means that wind over the water is going to get pushed right on into the coast, and that could set the stage for some coastal flooding. So there are coastal flood advisories here for us. Here as you get into parts of Delaware, up into New Jersey as well. Watch for those water levels to rise a bit, heading up into Long Island as well. There we are off towards the eastern tip, Montauk, where we'll watch those high tide cycles because that's going to be one of those time frames here when you get to high tide when you can maximize some of the issues when it comes to coastal flooding. So we've got several of those taking place today, high tide, just as we approach 5:30 this evening, then tomorrow morning just a bit after 6 o'clock, and then tomorrow evening at 6:21, and then another one at 6:56 on Sunday morning. So approaching those times, got to watch things very, very closely. So there's our storm system. Again, very, very strong winds. We'll be seeing that on the increase as we head on through our day today and into tomorrow. Watch how they really go up 30 to 35 around NYC, but even stronger winds will be possible up into New England. 40, 50, maybe even 60+ mile-an-hour winds, plus the snow. It's going to be a tough time.
Dry eye symptoms driving you crazy? Inflammation might be to blame.
Time for ache and burn.
Over-the-counter eye drops typically work by lubricating your eyes and may provide temporary relief.
Those will probably pass by me.
Xiidra works differently, targeting inflammation that can cause dry eye disease.
Xiidra? No!
It can provide lasting relief. Xiidra is the only FDA-approved non-steroid eye drop specifically for the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. 1 drop in each eye twice a day. Don't use if you're allergic to Xiidra. Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort or blurred vision when applied to the eye, and unusual taste sensation. Don't touch container tip to your eye or any surface. After using Xiidra, wait 15 minutes before reinserting contacts. Talk to an eye doctor about Xiidra.
I'd prefer you didn't.
Xiidra. Not today, dry eye.
Asking what would Pop-Tarts do is how you get from toast and jam to that's my jam. From Sunday to Sunday. So, like, what would Pop-Tarts do here? Yeah, that feels right. Crazy good.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one-up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One-up the power of liquid, one-up the toughest stains. Any further questions? One-up the power of liquid with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
to steal your identity. Now, it can be just as easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Go to LifeLock.com.
Lots of vitamins A and C. And only 45 calories a serving. Good morning indeed. V8, the original plant-powered drink. Veg up.
Don't you worry now. There's no need to worry now. It's been a long, long day, and you can shine now.
Take a look at this heart. It's the one I'm gonna use to love you.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Stephen, did you know anyone with a simple tax return can have a TurboTax Live expert do their taxes for them for free?
That sounds really good.
For a limited time, TurboTax is free for simple returns, no matter how you file.
Living with diabetes? Glucerna Protein Smart has your number with 30 grams of protein, scientifically designed with Carb Steady to help you manage your blood sugar, and more protein to keep you moving with diabetes. Glucerna. Live every moment.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
Greenland is the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
Get the gold, dude.
The alerts, they are up, posted here for us, and you can see stretching from parts of the mid-Atlantic all the way up into the Northeast, and in fact, just now being expanded, some of those blizzard warnings to include a lot more folks.
All right, so oftentimes the blizzard is just along the coast, right, where you get the worst of the wind, but this is going to be a very windy system, even well inland, and of course the snow impacts as well. That's why there's winter weather advisories that are posted across a good chunk of the state of Virginia, North Carolina, even into South Carolina.
Yeah, so it's going to be an impactful storm system, no question about it here. This thing's going to start to ramp up tonight and into tomorrow as well. And you know, one of the spots that's in the crosshairs, that is, well, Boston, Massachusetts. And that's where we find our very own Reynolds Wolf. Yeah. And Reynolds, you're looking calm, you're looking quiet and peaceful at this time. It's going to be a lot different as we start to march our way on into tomorrow.
You're absolutely right, Alex. Again, this is the reason why we get into meteorology, isn't it? I mean, we don't get into this field because of days that are sunny and 72. We wait for nature to wow us, and this is certainly going to be one of those times that we watch the system roll and build and then bring all that's with it, the wind and the snow and the wave action. That's going to be a true component. You think about the cause and effect. The winds are one thing, but then you have to think about all the stuff that it shoves around, from the water that'll be piling up and affecting places like Cape Cod over to Martha's Vineyard. They're certainly going to be compromised too, and it's going to bring things to a standstill. Isn't that a strange juxtaposition that you have the wind and its movement bringing everything else to a screeching halt? There won't be the water taxis. Flights in and out of Logan are not going to happen. We've already had plenty of cancellations. Those numbers have been stacking up. But the snow, that's also going to stack up quite a bit too. Let's start with the winds for a moment. You look at the graphics and we see the height of them really increasing. But then after the precipitation moves out and it moves on, we still have that affecting much of the region. So even on Sunday, you could still have some blowing snow long after the precipitation has stopped falling from the skies to the ground. So that's certainly going to be difficult. And when you think about New England, and especially in the Boston area, a lot of the streets are very, very narrow, a beautiful area. But when you think about those winds going up to 40, 50 miles an hour and the snow that's on the ground, the wind does weird things. It really does. And you could see it stack up not just several feet, but possibly higher than that. Just had a conversation with a nice lady who is a Weather Channel fan. Thank you very much for your viewership. Was telling us about back in 2015 how right across the harbor they had a stack of snow in terms of snow removal that was there, some of the snow left over all the way to January. Now, we don't think this could be, well, it could be. We don't think it will be anything of that magnitude, but still, this is going to be a force to deal with, no doubt about it. Other issues to consider. This is a powerful storm. And with its power, it could be doing a bevy of things, not only just bringing the wind, but also bringing power outages, possibly widespread issues across much of New England. So staying warm could be a real endeavor for so many people. We talked earlier about preparations of what people are trying to do, Dr. Postel, in terms of going out, getting those last-minute groceries, trying to maybe get more fuel to stay warm, imploring people that if they have to go to those measures to stay warm, make sure that you've got those heaters and possibly those generators in a very well-ventilated area. You don't want those in a closed garage, certainly not inside the homes. Back to you, Dr. Postel.
Reynolds, that's a really good piece of advice there. Thank you very much. That could save lives, no doubt. Reynolds, thank you so much. Right now, I'm watching the pressure patterns across parts of the western Atlantic, just offshore of North and South Carolina. Right now, we're seeing the pressures begin to fall a little bit, but they will much later, more significantly this afternoon, off of Hatteras, I think, as this primary ingredient, which is an upper level disturbance over the Midwest this morning, begins to move in. And here it is. Let's say by early this afternoon, 2 o'clock, this upper level disturbance will be here. And as it arrives and gets close to the coast, it will initiate the development of low pressure just offshore, right about there. That's kind of how it works. You follow these troughs, these disturbances in the jet stream, move along, and at times in the right circumstances, just out ahead of them, they can create some very strong low pressure. This will be no exception to that. This will be very powerful and rapid development taking place right about there. And by later on this evening and overnight tonight, it will be cranking here, let's say east of Norfolk, Virginia, as snow begins to increase on its backside in combination with that upper level disturbance to its west. But there it is by tomorrow morning. Powerful low pressure, probably still intensifying. I don't think it maxes out until later on tomorrow afternoon, maybe below 970 millibars, so somewhere in the 960 range. That's very, very low. And in response to that, strong winds will be hammering parts of the coast. Fortunately, in some cases, it'll be offshore, but unfortunately, in others, it will be an onshore flow for those north-facing coastlines, let's say, of Cape Cod Bay, of Boston Harbor, of the north side of Long Island, the North Shore. It is going to be howling, and the wind and the snow will make for blizzard conditions, likely all the way from coastal Delaware through coastal New Jersey, maybe even, well, getting close to New York City. Got to check out those blizzard warnings. But guys, there's going to be a lot of snow. We know that. And probably the most of it is going to be in eastern New England. That's still what our guidance suggests, in the 1 to 2 foot range. Locally, higher amounts than that. And the wind is going to be a big time issue. It is going to lead to power outages. We're going to have coastal flooding, and we are going to have all the trappings that come along with a ferocious blizzard just offshore. And you can see that some of these wind gusts here are going to be exceeding 60, and probably, my guess is that we'll see wind gusts over 75 miles per hour on the Cape in some places, and maybe even in coastal Long Island. So we'll be watching this storm very carefully. All kinds of hazards to contend with. We'll have all the latest coming up after the break.
Come on. They know I got it. I think they know about it. Look up, no other way around it. Check out the way we rock it. I got it, you got it, we got it. Come on, yeah. They know I got it. Yeah, I think they know about it. Look up, no other way around it. Check out the way we rock it. I got it.
The first ever Corolla Cross. Toyota. Let's go places.
I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire? I'm not a millionaire.
Crypto is complicated, but as a tax expert with crypto experience, you can hand your taxes off to me. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit. TurboTax Live.
I'm a fancy exercise bike newbie, and I've gone from zero to obsessed in like 3 days. Woo! Come on, Milwaukee, after riding 12 miles of nowhere, I'm taking a detour.
And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage,
You could be working out a way to pay for this yourself.
Get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem for a whole lot less.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
New York business owners, if you're getting internet service from Verizon, you're paying too much. Why pay more for less? Switch to Spectrum Business and get New York City's best offer. Blazing fast internet speeds of 600 megabits per second for just $49.99 per month. Taxes and fees included. Call 855-878-7991. In fact, switching to Spectrum Business could cut your bill in half. With faster speeds, a great price, and over 99.9% network reliability, you can count on Spectrum Business to be the best choice for your business. Boost your business with 600 megabit internet for just $49.99 a month. Add reliable phone for just $19.99 a month. No taxes, no fees, no contracts. Verizon can't touch this offer. Switch to Spectrum Business today. Call 855-878-7991. Spectrum Business. No nonsense, just business.
Very high. This recovery has to happen in a hurry.
I'm here for one thing only, gold.
That was crazy. I did not expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude.
You're into a whole world of new.
Never seen anything like this.
Expect the unexpected.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, snow showers, high 35. Chance of snow, 70%. Snow accumulations less than 1 inch. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Florida will be on the chilly side this weekend, and here's some of the proof as sea smoke wafts across the waters of West Palm Beach.
Sea smoke, as known as a steam fog, of course, occurs when a cold air mass kind of moves over that warm water. Sunday, temperatures going to be dipping near record-breaking lows, and maybe even some highs for that matter. 30s on tap for central and southern Florida, and 20s for the northern part of the state.
It's one of those, if you thought it was cold Monday, just wait. Because it was, though. I mean, it was frosty. You were bundled up.
That was nothing. That was nothing compared to what we're about to see. Yeah, very cold. Look at the alerts that are in place. Hard freeze watches. We've got that there in parts of the Panhandle. Sliding southbound. How about the freeze watches here extending all the way south of Lake Okeechobee?
Okay, so let's get into the details and the numbers. This is happening over the weekend. We'll go to Sunday because that's going to be the really, really cold day. So we'll start with the high temperatures where we're going down. It's going to be cold in the morning and we're not coming back up. That's the problem. 61 would be a stretch for Miami. The record is 60 to beat.
Yeah.
We'll see if we do it. It's going to be so cold.
It's very possible. I mean, how about 58 in Key West?
That's the winner.
Oh, man. Can you imagine you saying, I'm going to plan a trip to escape the cold to the Keys, and this is what you're greeted with?
I mean, it might be better than where you're coming from. I feel bad for the residents because, like, they're putting flannel sheets on when the temp hits 70, right?
Heated blankets are coming out in South Florida. All right, by Sunday morning, this is probably going to be where we really bottom out in terms of the coldest numbers over the next few days. Sunday morning here, Daytona Beach, 28 degrees, the record 26.
We've got freezing temperatures all the way down to Fort Myers, forecasting 32. The old record is 35, so we should break that no problem.
36 in West Palm Beach, very close to your record of 35 degrees. So, yes, it has been some time since we reached numbers this low. And you can see Jacksonville forecasting on Sunday morning 24 degrees. The last time that happened, 2015. Orlando, 31 on Sunday morning. The last time was 2018. But Jen, Miami takes the cake.
It's been what, 11 years. So since 2010, more than a decade since we have been this cold. 38 degrees, Miami. All right. Put on everything.
Oh, yeah.
I love the meme I saw this morning on Twitter was fantastic. It's like, South Florida, you're going to need a bigger coat.
Right. Yeah, you will. You can see how this all plays out. As we work our way through the rest of the day, we'll start to see some of that cooler air coming into the north and central and now even southern areas as we move into our Saturday morning. By Sunday morning, we've got more cold numbers to deal with again. 20s and 30s across the board.
Yeah, Sunday's the worst day. I mean, you just plan everything inside on Sunday. And Chris Bruin said yesterday, like to him, this was as big of a deal as a snowstorm because this is a big deal when it gets this cold all the way down to South Florida. We just aren't equipped for it. We don't have this kind of cold every year.
No, and so this is one of those ones. This will be one of those you'll say, remember how cold it was then?
Yeah.
This will be one of those situations. Farther to the north, cold times for Saturday morning, single digits and teens in terms of feel-like temperatures across the southeast.
Oh, boy, Saturday morning. All right, our question of the day has to do with the snowfall. There's going to be a really tight gradient from feet of snow to a few inches, then to nothing. And so we want to know, does that make you feel sad or glad when you miss out on the snow?
Well, Margot from Buffalo says, sad to miss the snow considering today marks 45 years since the blizzard of 77 in Buffalo. How historic it would have been to be a part of a hashtag Kenan. However, the shoveling portion is something I can live with that.
Right, exactly. I'm sure a lot echo your thoughts, Margot from Buffalo. Thank you. Sandy Rich said, really feel bad for the people in the blizzard warnings. I've been through a couple in the 90s and it gets crazy. Supposed to get a few inches of snow today, so that's good for now.
And yeah, I hear you, Sandy. Yeah, one of those situations where you get into the snow and the wind. Yeah, it's not a pretty situation.
It is dangerous, and we're worried about people losing power, and so we don't want to make light of it. It really is a dangerous situation without power, with it being so cold. It's all very concerning in the Northeast. Now, let's jump south and to eastern North Carolina. So we've got this front coming east. It's why it's snowing right now in Philadelphia, New York City. That comes east. It actually brings us some rain showers while the coastal low is getting going. So we've got everything going on.
Eventually, we'll see some snow showers fill on in. Not a ton, but maybe an inch or so in some spots. An inch to 2 inches here and there. Enough to make things a little slick for us because, again, it is going to be chilling down. We got some wind to deal with as well. So just be careful here because it doesn't take much to cause some slick areas.
Yes. You know, it's only an inch. I say that. Only an inch in North Carolina is a big deal on the roads.
Right.
So be ready. You're not going to get, enough snow to build a snowman. Or maybe if you take all of your neighborhoods, you might. But it's going to be the kind that is impactful on the roads because temperatures do drop. We're getting cold.
Northbound we head and check in on Jersey, Atlantic City, one of those spots that's under a blizzard warning. You're going to start to see the snow really crank up as we head on into tonight and certainly for your Saturday morning. Look at the winds. 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts here for us. That becomes just an impossible situation to try to travel in.
Yeah, okay. So we'll have the forecast. We've got Hartford. We got a lot of cities left to go here, and we'll get that for you coming up.
Unleash the freshness. Still fresh. It was and booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
Your plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore is the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule clinically shown to cause fewer ulcers than plain aspirin. Try new Vazalore. Aspirin made amazing.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Sarah, you said you were buying a car today.
Dad, it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, I stayed up and crunched all the numbers.
I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Oh, online, honey. Now that can affect your credit score.
It didn't, Dad. Then I got my real rate and monthly payment. Now I just need to head to the dealership for a test drive and purchase.
Sounds easy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, since we're both up, who wants French toast? What's in your wallet?
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE small appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
That's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Of course your Buick parks itself. That's so you.
It's just up here on the right.
Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
Kinda got a sixth sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
Hit the field, warm up. You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yeah,
So you.
it is.
There's a Buick that fits your life because at the heart of every Buick SUV is you.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc. Unlock life.
SC Johnson.
You can be well-dressed. You can be well-mannered.
Oh, no. After you.
All right. You can be well-groomed. Or even well-spoken. But there's just something about being well-adventured. Adventure has a new look. Discover more in the all-new Subaru Forester Wilderness. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Really? They're goldfish. I always go for the handful. I got about 73 here. I get more than 73.
Go for the handful. Cold season is back. Bounce back fast with Alka-Seltzer Plus. With 25% more concentrated power. Alka-Seltzer Plus. Oh, what a relief it is. So fast. Also try it for cough, mucus, and congestion.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
Well, this is not the good burger. Welcome many people want it as they head into the weekend. A winter storm throwing alerts instead of ice cream across the East Coast.
We got fries to go with that shake, as snow and cold are not the only customers folks will have to deal with. Wind and waves bring the winter sauce to the shores from the Delmarva to New England. Beantown looks to have the snowy bullseye on its back, and that's where we find our Reynolds Wolf.
You were so right, Jen, and right now we got mostly cloudy skies. A few glints of sunshine coming on through, but the brightness leaves tomorrow and the darkness comes in. Compliments of a massive winter storm that's going to affect much of New England. We'll tell you exactly how coming up in a few moments.
Hi, thanks so much, Reynolds. America's Morning headquarters here for you on this Friday as we head through the end of this week, getting you ready here for this big storm for the weekend.
Yeah, a lot to talk about. We'll break down some of the snowfall amounts, the timing for some cities, and of course, the wind and the blizzard conditions. We have brought in our expert, Dr. Greg Postel, in the lab to tell us about the big deal about the storm's path.
Yes, with each passing model run that comes in, with each passing day, it is really becoming very clear that a historic blizzard is going to be impacting eastern New England and other areas, of course, but all beginning, we think, off the Carolina coast later on this afternoon. I'll be watching the surface analyses, the pressure falls off the region, because when you see those pressures begin to tank, you know that the event has really begun, and we'll be watching those very carefully in a matter of hours, I think, Jen and Alex.
Yes, for sure. All right. Even before the big part of Kenan arrives, winter weather is presenting a challenge for first responders in the Keystone State. A bridge collapse near Pittsburgh's Frick Park, sending several cars and a bus into a ravine. Now, rescue teams are working to get people to safety. A gas line was also cut, putting utility crews out in the frigid and snowy conditions. Alex, the snow that you see here is from a clipper system that is bringing snow right now to Philly and New York.
Yeah, indeed. A little quick little burst of some snow to deal with here. That's not the main event, but it does bring in some snow, lighter snows associated with it. Enough, though, that could cause some slick spots here and there. So we don't want to poo-poo that. But the main event really starts to crank up tonight and into tomorrow. And that's this area of low pressure here. That's going to be flinging that moisture back from the Atlantic into where we've got this cold air mass, a lot of wind, a lot of snow for us up and down portions of the East Coast. This is where we have some of the alerts that are in place. And many of these alerts are in place because of that same clipper system bringing us some of the light snows from parts of Kentucky, West Virginia, all the way down even into parts of South Carolina, where we do have winter weather advisories. Winter storm warnings here, western parts of North Carolina, some of the higher terrain there. We'll see some snow get a chance to add up. And then into the mid-Atlantic, that's when we start to see the snows and the winds really crank up here for us. That's why we have blizzard warnings. That's the areas that are in that pink shade, Delmarva Peninsula, parts of Delaware, up into Jersey, into Long Island. And many of these actually expanded here for us. So it was just some of the coastal spots here earlier this morning, but now expanding and pushing things just a little bit farther on off towards the west now. So now we're including parts of Connecticut, Rhode Island, west of Boston now, and getting up into portions of Maine. And again, not just the down east areas, pushing a bit farther inland as well. So again, it's a combination of the wind and the snow, which is going to make things just impossible to try to be out and navigating. Trying to drive home now, not to be trying to drive in this mess tonight and into tomorrow. All right, so let's follow the snow showers that we're seeing right now. And that's, again, pushing its way across parts of the interior northeast towards that 95 corridor. Then as we get into this evening, we start to notice our area of low pressure starting to deepen a bit more, strengthening, pushing off towards the north. And there's the snow that's going to be filling in here as we head on through our night and into the morning hours. And we're going to be keeping a very keen and close eye on where we see some of these bands of heavy snow set up. That's where we think we'll be talking about really maximizing some of the snow totals. Big snow totals, we're talking foot plus, that'll be possible. Not here in the mid-Atlantic, a southern tier. This is what we're talking about a couple of inches here and there, 1 to 3, maybe 3 to 5 as you get into parts of West Virginia, a little bit more in the mountains here of North Carolina and into Tennessee, but across the Northeast, this is going to be the bullseye in the zone of some big totals, at least 5 inches in the purple. You start getting into the pink, that's 1.5 to 2 feet that'll be possible. Boston, you might be right in the middle of that. So again, a lot of snow, a lot of wind, a lot of travel issues. Jen?
Things took a turn for this icebreaker on the Cape. You can see it here. It spun around a bit while navigating the icy waters of Rock Harbor. As Winter Storm Kenan pushes into the area this weekend, blizzard warnings are in place. In fact, they've been expanded this morning, going all the way out to 495. So Littleton, Marlborough, blizzard warnings. And so this is what's happening. You know, the reason why we're going to have such strong winds is we're going to have such a strong low pressure right here off the East Coast. As this low goes down, the pressure goes down, the winds will come up here. There's a direct correlation. We see the same thing happen in hurricanes, right? The stronger the low, the stronger the wind. So we're going to be watching for this wind coming in from the northeast or north. I think it'll be like a north-northeast direction. And that means the South Shores, like in the Raritan Bay, it's going to be that south side that gets some issues. Watching for, maybe Delaware, I think you also could have some issues. In fact, we have coastal flood warnings that are up here, Rehoboth Beach, Lewis Beach. Those are 2 areas that could see problems. Watching those coastal floodings, too, right along the shore there of South Jersey. Cape May, Wildwood, Avalon, all places that could see issues from the flooding just because of the wind direction and how strong that wind is going to be pushing the water. The only thing that may help us out is the timing, because you look at the high tides. Tomorrow we've got one at 6 a.m. and then one on Sunday also near 7 a.m. This is Montauk out here on the eastern end of Long Island. And I think the highest actually is going to be sometime in between in terms of the most fierce wind and the wind direction right on shore, somewhere in between these two. So that, thankfully, I think will help us out a little bit. But either way, I mean, look, it's hard to escape it, right? We've got a persistent fetch of onshore flow from that northerly direction on that south side of the Long Island Sound, or the north side of Long Island. So we'll be dealing with issues there. The winds inland, too, are going to be ramping up 20 to 25 miles per hour. We see that in Boston, 40 to 50. This is when you wake up on Saturday morning. In fact, you might not even be sleeping because the wind will be rattling your windows here as we even go through the overnight. But really strong winds, especially out there along the coast, but even inland, you will feel it. Look at Scranton. That's an example. You're not going to get a whole lot of snow out of this, but you will be getting some winds, 30 to 35 miles per hour. That continues through Saturday. Then on Sunday, things do start to improve in terms of the wind, and the storm itself has pulled out by now as well. So let's look at the timing and talk about travel. I-95, no-go. Tomorrow's forecast, heavy snow is expected. It's going to, when you wake up, it's already going to be snowing. And if it's not yet, like up in the Maine here, it's coming. So avoid it. Gusts up to 60 miles per hour is going to make it nearly impossible for travel up there. And then further south here, don't disregard this. Even an inch of snow can create some slick roadways in the south. You know, between the high snow totals and the intense winds, the Northeast is in for a messy weekend, and those blizzard conditions can be dangerous. Let's talk more about that with Dr. Greg Postel. Greg, what do you think is going to really drive the intensification of this low pressure?
I think a very powerful upper-level disturbance that right now is over the Midwest is going to be initiating those pressure falls, Jen, off the North Carolina coast, very likely this afternoon. And it's got a lot of ingredients, and a lot of things are set up for the explosion of an area of low pressure. In other words, the pressures are going to fall very, very quickly, and not a very common type of pressure fall that we're going to see, leading to extreme conditions in New England with blizzard-like conditions there. But not yet. I'm watching right now what's happening just off the coast here. You can see now the isobars are beginning to sort of look like that. There's a bit of a pressure trough out there that's pre-existing before anything happens. And we're going to see that begin to tighten up, I think, over the next several hours. And an area of low pressure, a coherent one, will begin to emerge off this region. Right now, manageable weather. There's nothing really to deal with. But when you have a very cold system aloft that's moving in and going to be working with a very warm water here, look at this, 81 degrees in the Gulf Stream off of South Carolina. Very warm water, and the air next to it is also going to be relatively mild. Very cold upper trough coming in. You can imagine that the dance that they're going to do is going to be very effective. In other words, we're going to have a not so stable profile in temperature. Warm, then cold up top, and the normal sort of process of cyclogenesis is going to be even accelerated because of that temperature contrast between the very warm waters above average and the extremely cold air aloft coming in. So those are some of the background ingredients that are set up to produce a historic storm coming. They got this incoming disturbance right about like that mid-afternoon. It'll sort of be moving closer to the coast, and it is on its leading edge. That's where we will see the development of low pressure right about there, and it'll be deepening and strengthening and bringing wind and snow to the coastal sections of Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, Long Island, getting close to New York as well. We're going to have a lot of snow there. But, you know, the blizzard conditions, now the blizzard warnings, I might add, are extended to, you know, central Long Island. So this is one of those storms that continues to evolve, and it will be at peak intensity likely late tomorrow afternoon in the Gulf of Maine, with wind gusts perhaps up to hurricane force across eastern Long Island. And, of course, visibility that is going to be near zero, with power outages, of course, coastal flooding, all the trappings of a fierce area of low pressure. And Reynolds, you know, the snow, the coastal flooding, the wind, this is going to be a crippling blizzard of historic proportions upcoming that is going to be felt by many during the day tomorrow.
You're absolutely right about that. That limited visibility is going to be quite the story, won't it? Well, I can tell you at this point, we've got great visibility. And across the harbor, you can actually see Logan Airport that was built back in 1926. Their busiest year was actually in 2016, where they had some 46 million passengers land and take off from that vantage point. Now, last year, because of COVID, those numbers dropped substantially to about 13 million people. And in speaking of numbers, you want to hear something crazy? We heard from Mayor Michelle Wu just a short while ago here in Boston, talking about the numbers of sand they put out on the roadways. At the ready, they've got 38,000 tons. Hard to believe, but that is what you have to do in preparation for a winter storm. The mayor had a lot to share with us. In fact, take a listen.
This is likely to be an intense, dangerous storm with heavy snow, high winds, and whiteout conditions. And so I want to just thank everyone in advance for your collaboration and your patience and checking on your neighbors and making sure everybody is safe, because the snow will be coming down pretty fast at the peak of it. You'll hear from Chief Franklin Hodge, but our plows will be on the road, but we're going to just keep clearing as the snow is coming down. It may be a little while before we reach all the way down to clear streets. And so I want to just ask everyone to please be patient and be safe.
Yeah, it really is the epitome of teamwork at the same time. In fact, the mayor also added that parking restrictions will get underway at 9 o'clock tonight. So if you're in the Boston area, you know what that means. You've got to get those cars out of the way so you'll have plenty of room for those plows to get out and about. And I will tell you, I think they're going to be extremely busy. The weather's going to be busy too, obviously. We've been talking about that all day long. This is going to be a cacophony of just incredible amounts of wind. You've got to think about the aquatic factor, the wave action along places like Newport, Rhode Island, out to Martha's Vineyard. When you go to Cape Cod, Duxbury, Situate, will all be affected by just this battering ram of waves. We heard from Justin Michaels. He had a great story that he told about a very tough time people in Plum Island have had and will have as we go forward in time. The coastal erosion, so many facets. Jen and Alex with this story when it comes to weather and how it's going to affect the amazing people that call this beautiful spot home. Back to you.
Yeah, this is a good old-fashioned snowstorm like you love and hate because we know all the problems that come with it, right?
Exactly.
The fact that you can get stuck, that you can lose power. Reynolds, today you've got one job, and that's to make sure you have a yardstick because a ruler is not going to cut it for measuring the snow.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
This is going to be truly a historic event. People are wondering, we've been asked several times, is this going to rival some of the storms we've had in the past? And a lot of that is wait and see, but it certainly could be up there. So, a measuring device, a darn good one, could be very utilized. Utilized in a major way tomorrow, Jen, no doubt.
Yes. All right, Reynolds, thank you. Okay, so let's get into the cold, too. That's a big part of this story because, here's the thing about snowstorms. The cold is like the #1 ingredient.
We got to have that. Otherwise, it's just rain, which is a mess, right? But here it is. Plenty of cold coming. This is where we stand now, and we're starting to see it oozing into the interior. Temperatures now in the teens in Buffalo as well as Burlington, and that cold air is just going to continue to slide its way towards the south and the east.
All right, so it comes in, and it's not even just sliding. It's like just invading. It's coming, barging right in. Temperatures tomorrow morning are in the single digits, sub-zero up there to the north, but you get down all the way to Boston, and by Sunday morning, we are sitting at 12 and maybe even colder.
Yeah, and again, we've got the snow that's going to be out there for you as well. Moving our way into Monday morning, still plenty cold. So again, what's falling? That's not going anywhere anytime soon with temperatures like that.
Yeah, no, the cold is in place. The wind chills will be a factor as well. But, as Alex mentioned, in the short term, it stays cold. It does warm up by Wednesday. We've got temperatures up in the 40s and then 50s by Thursday. With that comes rain. So that's going to make a mess of everything. It also will be a pretty big snow eater, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Another spot that's going to feel it, it's Burlington, 8 degrees. That's your high temperature on Saturday. But even there, we get a chance to warm up into the 30s once we get into the early to mid part of next week.
All right, so that's what's happening when it comes to temperatures. Let's talk the wind chills, because this is what matters, right? This is what it feels like outside. This is why you don't want to travel, so that you don't risk getting stuck in these conditions. We've got the feels like sub-zero all throughout this entire region pretty much here Saturday into Sunday.
Yeah, this is brutal cold to be out and about, and you just don't want to be out there, right? Staying inside, stay in the heat. Hopefully the power doesn't go out and you have to deal with that, because again, very cold temperatures, even beyond once the snow is gone and falling, we do have that cold sticking around for your Monday morning.
All right, so the cold goes south all the way down to South Florida. We've got those numbers for you coming up. And let's take you to Chicago right now, because Kenan isn't the only snowmaking storm on the map. We've got the lake effect coming down. Chicago, I already saw 7 inches of snow.
I saw that one spot.
Wilmette.
That's
Wilmette. 7.5 actually.
Whew.
We've got continuing coverage right here on the Weather Channel through the weekend. Make sure to download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV.
Take a look at this heart. It's the one I'm gonna use to love.
The Garcias are good at getting the most out of things.
I'm just trying to trim it.
And making a little go a long way. And with GoodRx,
Hey, baby, I'm gonna go grab my prescription.
they're good at saving on prescriptions at their pharmacy, too.
Hi, Mr. Garcia.
Hi, I'm here for my prescription.
Okay.
We're using GoodRx.
Oh, okay. Yep, that's a lot better. See you next time.
See you next time. Thank you. Bye, Mom.
You're good with GoodRx.
If you have Graves' disease, your eye symptoms could be something more. The itchiness may just be scratching the surface. That gritty feeling may not be so cut and dry. And you need to put the pain behind your eyes front and center. Up to 50% of people with Graves' disease will develop a different condition called thyroid eye disease, which needs a different treatment. To learn more, find a TED eye specialist at isitted.com.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-510-0241. That's 1-800-510-0241 now.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula. It shortens colds. Zicam Zinc That Cold.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. Mary, welcome to Verizon's new plan with 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities. Cool. Up to 10 times the speed at 0 extra cost. Our 5G data is for reals unlimited, no matter how much you use.
Did you just say for reals?
Sorry. Let's put it to work with 6 premium entertainment subscriptions included.
Shh, I'm in the lead.
Go on, watch all you want.
I love this show.
And because a better plan deserves a better phone, how about a new one on us?
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Hi, folks. Online shopping without NordVPN could mean sharing your credit card details with more people than you think. Grab NordVPN's special offer and get an extra layer of protection for your financial data. NordVPN. Online security starts with a click.
Financial advice that's personalized to my goals and no one else's? Now you're talking. 97% of Ameriprise clients say they feel like their advisor cares about their ability to achieve goals. Ameriprise Financial. Advice worth talking about.
The islands of the Bahamas. Fly away.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees with snow showers. Today, variably cloudy with snow showers. High 35. Chance of snow 70%. Tonight, windy with snow. Low 21. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Adventure level, very high.
I feel like the first person on the moon.
This recovery has to happen in a hurry.
I'm here for one thing only, that's gold.
That was crazy. I did not expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude. You're into a whole world of new.
I've never seen anything like this.
Expect the unexpected.
There are some unsolved mysteries when it comes to Winter Storm Kenan. Two big questions: just when will it arrive, and just where will it deliver the biggest amount of snow, wind, and coastal flooding?
The two are intertwined. Timing, that certainly makes a big difference here in that eventual snowfall total. So, yeah, we're going to go from some snow to a lot of snow in some of these cities here. So we want to take you through them all and give you a sense of sort of the timing and what you can expect when it's all said and done.
All right, let's go down to Virginia. We're going to go into Richmond and over towards the Norfolk area where, look, the coastal low is going to get going not too far from here. So we'll throw back some moisture in from that. But we're also bringing this mid-level trough clipper system coming in. That all happens later today. So look at this forecast. We are going to take it through today, and you'll see some rain showers clipping the coast. Maybe Virginia Beach or Norfolk get into that. But then quickly the cold air takes over, and we turn over to snow showers.
And that'll be with us during the overnight hours, as well as those winds starting to whip up as well. So 30, 35 mile per hour winds, maybe up to 40 as you head towards Virginia Beach with some snow around. And that could certainly make travel difficult, even though the amount of snow that we see adding up is not expected to be a ton. Doesn't take a ton to cause some headaches.
All right, let's go up along the I-95 corridor and get to Philadelphia, where you are getting snow right now. This is not the big ocean storm. This is that clipper system, that front coming through. And so that will bring you a light coating of snow for today, which in itself might have been a big deal until you see tomorrow's forecast, right? So overnight tonight, the winds ramp up. The low pressure is going to be off the coast, sending back snow and perhaps getting up to moderate levels right during the overnight.
And there it comes, moving its way on in and filling in with that wind whipping in as well. Overnight, again, that's probably going to be the worst of it here during the overnight hours as you're sleeping, as you wake up in the morning. There'll still be some snow around coming down out there for you, but it'll begin to taper off in terms of the snowfall rates along with that wind that'll still be pretty strong even as we get into the evening hours.
And then let's, Philadelphia, look, we've got 6 or 7 inches possible, but it's east of town that gets the bigger numbers. 10 inches, maybe even 13 plus if you go over towards the South Jersey coast. Now, you can see west of town, it's less. King of Prussia, Norristown, Collegeville, all getting about 4 or 5 inches.
And remember, any slight movement to the east could certainly put Philly in the lighter amounts or maybe even the heavier amounts. So we certainly have to watch out for how all that sets up in terms of the heavy snow. NYC, very similar to Philly, feeling the effects of that clipper system now with some light snow showers coming on in, but that is going to pick up in intensity as our storm system really starts to ramp up tonight and into tomorrow morning.
Well, Kenan can take a big bite out of the Big Apple and other cities around the Empire State, on Long Island especially.
Yeah, let's head to the lab now and get the science behind the part of the forecast here with our very own expert, Dr. Greg Postel. And Dr. Postel, really those bands of heavy snow, that is going to be very, very key in figuring out who's going to see the biggest snows when it's all said and done.
That's so right, Alex and Jen. Thank you, guys. It's going to be the small little details that are going to give people more snow than is forecasted or less snow. And there could be variance of quite a bit in a matter of miles. So that's the kind of detail that we're talking about. But overall, I would say this storm in the last couple of days has been pretty well predicted. Yeah, a little wobble here and there, but overall in the big picture, guys, the models have done a pretty darn good job alerting us ahead of time that a big time blizzard is on the way. And you know what? The confidence is actually growing a little bit. It's getting higher that we'll see more than 1.5 feet of snow, let's say in eastern Massachusetts. But that confidence, of maybe 30 to 40% chance of getting 1.5 feet of snow in Long Island and coastal New Jersey, that is still in play, even though that may not be the expected value or the most likely scenario. There are certain options on the table still that could get us that much snow in coastal sections of New Jersey, maybe even Delaware, Maryland, and certainly on Long Island and Connecticut, Rhode Island as well. And one of the reasons why is obviously we'll have a very potent low, and exactly where that will be later in the day tomorrow, we don't know for sure, and that will matter some. But associated with that is the intense bands of snow that are likely to be a part of this process as we go through the day tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of warm air jamming its way toward the northwest and a lot of cold air that's just not going to want to get out of the way. And in between, the squeeze play is on. The temperature contrast can be tightening up, and we're going to see bands of very heavy snow potentially in that zone, which is why we have to watch out for, even as late as tomorrow morning, exactly where these bands are going to set up, because Alex and Jen, they're going to determine who gets the most snow by a lot and who gets perhaps somewhat less than predicted.
Yes. Good points. All good points, Greg Postel. Looking at your cold and flu tracker right now, we have 14 states in high and very high. New Mexico's in that very high. New England had been doing pretty good with limited reports, actually, until just recently. It seems like it's coming up now, Alex.
Yeah, indeed. And we'll see how this plays out because now we got a lot of this cold that's around and the snowstorm. So more folks are going to be kind of huddled up inside together. We'll see how those reports respond as we head on into next week.
This cold and flu report brought to you by Alka-Seltzer Plus for fast cold relief.
Cold season is back. Bounce back fast with Alka-Seltzer Plus. With 25% more concentrated power. Alka-Seltzer Plus. Oh, what a relief it is. So fast. Also try it for cough, mucus, and congestion.
It's easy to share love with the most memorable cards you can give. Hundreds of designs to choose from to show your loved ones just how much they mean to you. Order today with free U.S. shipping and 15% off your order at lovepop.com.
As our parents get older, they can stay more active with the right care.
Oh, did you have 4 of those?
Yeah. Find care for your mom and dad at care.com.
Before I was diagnosed, there was nothing really to worry about. And then when I was diagnosed, there was just such a big weight put on my shoulders. Every night I felt like maybe I won't wake up tomorrow.
The hardest part of cancer is knowing that you have it.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
You know, there are treatments that were invented within the walls of this hospital that have continued to improve the cure rates for pediatric cancer. And St. Jude's not going to stop until every single kid gets that chance to walk out of the doors of this hospital cancer-free.
If it weren't for St. Jude, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
This place has really shown us the strength of what can happen when so many people work together as one. People want to be a part of the cure.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food because all they should worry about is helping their child live. For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need. Join with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
I think it's the most worthwhile place to put your money when it comes to childhood cancer.
Because it takes a heart for somebody to say that I'm willing to give to St. Jude so that they can help save more lives. That's huge.
Our giving to St. Jude is right up there with our mortgage. That's the priority that we put on giving to St. Jude.
Please call or go online right now. Become a partner in hope today.
Mom?
Yes.
You start.
We started fostering Kyle when he was 6 years old. I knew that routine was important for him.
Dad, your turn.
We started going to Chick-fil-A every Saturday.
Every Saturday. Now, Miss Elizabeth?
When your adoption day came, we got the honor of being in the courtroom with you. The judge actually called us out, too, for being a little too loud.
Having a big crowd cheering him on was really special to us.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one-up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One-up the power of liquid, one-up the toughest stains. Any further questions? One-up the power of liquid with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Oh, Chicago, look at you. All right, this is so classic, lake effect. The Northeast is not the only one in for a helping of snow. We're getting it right here with some fresh powder courtesy of Lake Michigan. This is a live look at Chicago, and you can see how dark it looks over on the left or the western side of town, suburbs, and then how bright it is on the right.
Yeah, the sun poking on through. It almost looks like it's glistening now. off of the waters here. That is just incredible. And it just goes to show you what happens with these lake snows, those bands set up. And in them, it can be rough times. Visibility comes down to almost nothing. The snow can come down pretty intense while you get out of the band and you get into some sunshine. Right now, it's in the teens. They're in and around the city and still finding some snow adding up.
So we picked up about 4 inches in Midway, but that happened in 2 hours, so that was fast. The big winner so far was Wilmette, well north of town, which was 7.5 inches.
Oof. It can happen very quickly.
Yes, especially with the lake effect.
Well, speaking of happening quickly, we're going to be watching this big storm start to wind up quickly this afternoon and into this evening off the East Coast, then working northbound, and it's going to dump quite a bit of snow in some areas.
Yeah, and so we're going to take you up and down the coast and talk about it, because Mid-Atlantic involved in this too for the third weekend in a row now. North Carolina, you're like, wait, what? I have to worry about snow again? Yes, but I'm going to talk about, the differences this time and what we're going to be dealing with. Let me take you out to the maps and I'll show you what we're going to find here as we do see winter weather advisories that are posted all throughout parts of the Northeast. Here's our storm. This is going to get going overnight tonight. The low will start its development today, but when you wake up tomorrow morning, if you sleep through the night, wait till you see this low pressure waiting for you tomorrow, and it continues to bomb out. We're expecting bombogenesis, where it drops more than 24 millibars in 24 hours, a really strong low off the coast. That's why blizzard warnings are posted. That's the pink. That's in 8 states. We've got the winter weather advisories that are up. West Virginia, most of Virginia, North Carolina, and even South Carolina even, and Kentucky too. There's 2 things that play here for that winter weather. One is there's a front or mid-western mid-level trough coming through, and that is bringing some snow. But the big deal is our coastal storm, and that's what's going to be bringing us the potentially feet of snow, the blizzard conditions, winds in excess of 35 miles per hour, visibility less than a quarter of a mile, lasting for hours. In fact, if it lasts for 3 hours, that is what makes it a blizzard. So taking you into that forecast for Friday, starting here today, this first initial batch of snow is really just the clipper, the front coming through, right? Okay, so we get that through into D.C. and Northern Virginia. That's the reason why you get some snow. And that won't be as heavy as what comes from this, the coastal storm. And that happens overnight tomorrow morning. You wake up, it's snowing, Philly, New York City, Long Island. You guys really, I think, get into some bigger snow watching what happens here for you across Rhode Island, Providence, Newport, and then, of course, Boston. You've been, in the center of it all. We have an area of about 1 to 3 inches of snow across Virginia, about an inch or so across parts of North Carolina, the Piedmont, the Sandhills. But I'll tell you, there may be a few spots that do get a little bit more, maybe up to 3. That would be sort of the highest end of the deal. Still slick on roads because temperatures do get cold. But what we have here along the top end of the I-95 is going to be, so much snow that the plows just can't keep up, Alex. I mean, they have all the snow equipment they need. It's just when it snows this heavy, it's impossible.
It becomes impossible. So you're staying home, let them do what they need to do.
Exactly.
That's going to be the best thing. All right, well, the other thing that we'll be watching here is those winds cranking up, and that could cause some problems for us here right along the coast, along with, of course, inland areas as well, just away from the coast where the winds will also be pretty strong. But let's focus in on the sort of coastal impacts as our low pressure system really starts to crank up and deepen here tonight and into tomorrow. Winds will be the story here. So a strong area of low pressure. We actually have high pressure to the north as well. It's between those two that we can really start to bring in some pretty big time winds. Now, where those winds head? Well, moving over the waters, and that's going to push the water into the coast. And it's in those areas where coastal flooding could become a concern here for us. In fact, we already have some coastal flood advisories here for us, parts of Delaware up into New Jersey. Wouldn't be surprised to see some of these get extended a bit farther on off towards the north as well. But the tide cycle is going to play a big role in this as well. When you get to high tide, well, that's when we can maximize some of those issues here. So a spot like Montauk there on the eastern edge of Long Island, watch out today. We're talking about just close to 5:30 or so this evening, high tide, and then tomorrow morning, right around 6 o'clock, and then tomorrow evening at 6:20, and then another one at 6:56 on Sunday morning. It's during those times that we really have to watch things pretty closely. So let's follow these winds here, which are going to start to really get going overnight and into the morning hours. Saturday morning, Philly, New York, even out to D.C., 30, 35, even 40 mile per hour winds get going there, and even stronger winds will be possible as you get up into New England. Watch out there for the Cape, some of the islands there, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. 50, 60, maybe even not out of the question to see 70-plus mile-an-hour winds as the system moves on by. So that becomes treacherous when it comes time to any kind of travel. Stay off the roads.
You're a one-man stitchwork master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577.
Your safety is our priority. That's why experts like Kyle install leaf filter gutter protection even on the coldest days.
Well, warm gloves and strong coffee help too.
Snow and ice buildup on unprotected gutters can do real damage.
And the longer you go without leaf filter, the worse the damage gets.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Hall. We'll be done in no time. Leaf filter can be installed on your existing gutters. The three-piece system filters out leaves and debris, but allows snow melt and water to flow freely.
And you'll never worry about your gutters again.
Which is safer for everyone. So, it may be winter, but it's the perfect time to get leaf filter.
We're staying warm and we're ready to help.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free estimate. Plus, save 15% and get an additional $100 off during our winter special.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections. Omnipod is a tubeless waterproof pod built to simplify life with diabetes. Try it today. Go to omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
All right, so let's take a look at where we are with Winter Storm Kenan. These are all the alerts that we have, the blizzard warnings now in 8 states, and they've been extended inland, actually, especially in Massachusetts, all the way to 495.
Yeah, that's a lot of folks that could be experiencing blizzard conditions here as we head through the weekend, and that's the combination of some of that wind and the snow, really reducing visibility. In some cases, you may not be able to see in the car in front of you at all. So travel is going to be absolutely not recommended here through the weekend.
And you can see impacts all the way down into North and South Carolina. We do have winter weather alerts, so be ready tomorrow for some tough travel because we know even a little bit of snow in the South is a big deal. But we're going to have big deal amounts of snow and big deal wind in the Northeast. So let's get up to our Reynolds Wolf and talk more about what's going on in Boston, the planning. You know, Reynolds, we're no stranger to winter storms up here, but, you know, I have to imagine this kind of storm even sends hardy, folks in Massachusetts to buy everything at the store.
Oh, you're right about that. Yeah, you're going to have a buying spree today. I mean, all the things, the bread, the milk, you name it, anything to keep the kids entertained and fed. Yeah, it's going to be all hands on deck doing what they can to just try to stay safe. What's interesting in Boston, if you don't know, is a great walking city. It truly is. And you're seeing just a view of some of these buildings, how they're really packed together. You compare that to places like downtown New York where the streets are a bit more spread out. Well, here you've got pretty narrow streets, and when the wind comes roaring, it can really accelerate between those big buildings. I mean, think out west when you have the strong Santa Ana winds, and when they go through the San Gabriels, they really compress in those canyons and those valleys, and they speed up. Well, the same holds true here in Boston, so it is going to be difficult. It is going to be treacherous. Those winds are going to be roaring at times. Think 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, even stronger in places like Martha's Vineyard down towards the Cape. But here in town, 40 to 50, but even, really accelerating, it's going to be difficult. So all modes of travel are going to be difficult. We heard from the mayor, Michelle Wu, a short time ago, and she had some pretty solid advice to offer the great people of Boston. Listen.
And so the safest place to be is in your home or in your apartment. If you must travel, please bundle up and dress warmly and take the tea if at all possible. If you have to drive, give yourself plenty of time, keep plenty of room for our crews to be able to maneuver on the roads and keep our streets safe. And no matter what your mode of travel is, if you do have to be out and about, remember that there will be significant delays during the storm.
Yeah, it really is going to be a situation. If you're in South Boston, if you're over in Worcester, if you're in downtown, it's all going to be difficult for you. Nothing is going to be easy, whether it's by car, whether it's by foot. By the way, remember, parking restrictions go in order at 9 o'clock tonight, so keep the cars out of the way so those plows can do the great job they're going to do, and it's going to be difficult out there. The forecast is going to be one that's going to involve the wind, as we mentioned, the heavy snowfall that could be, we're not talking inches, folks, we're talking feet, possibly several feet of snow, but when you have the wind causing it to pile up, that by its own right could cause a lot of, just think of it, icy blockade, so to speak, big barrier set up in the streets. We've seen it happen before. Looks like it's going to happen this time, too. Let's send it back to Dr. Postel. There's so many things that could be the big story. It could be the surplus of snowfall, could be the wind, could be the coastal erosion. Multifaceted, to say the very least, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, all of them will be in play, Reynolds, no doubt about that. Extremely hazardous impacts are coming to parts of the Mid-Atlantic and New England, and tomorrow, do not travel if you don't have to. This is going to be an extremely dangerous storm. It's starting to show a little bit now on the pressure map here off the coast of North and South Carolina. Not much, but we're seeing a little bit more of a bowing here in the MSLP, the sea level pressure patterns. Perhaps an area of low pressure is trying to get organized here. Not yet, really. We're going to wait on the arrival of a powerful upper level disturbance to really drop the pressures rapidly beginning later on this afternoon in that region, and then move northward from there. That will be our blizzard. The incoming upper level disturbance looks about like that. By 2 o'clock this afternoon, it will have moved and nudged closer to the coast, enough to probably initiate the real development or the initial drop of pressures that we expect to become very rapidly developing. And we'll see that continue to move close to the coast, bringing the strong north-northwest winds and the extremely heavy snowfall rates. In some cases, over 2 inches and maybe even over 3 inches per hour. And we'll likely see thunder snow in some of the heaviest bands of snow. And that is going to continue through the afternoon tomorrow with an area of low pressure here, one for the record books, potentially in the 960 to 970 millibar range in the Gulf of Maine. All the trappings of a blizzard are coming, including, of course, the heavy snowfall, which does extend southward and westward across parts of central New Jersey and much of Long Island. And then, of course, some areas even getting over 2 feet, maybe closer to 3 feet in parts of Massachusetts. So coastal flooding, damaging winds alone going to lead to power outages. We know that. And of course, the extremely heavy snowfall rates, likely so hard you're not going to be able to see very far in front of you. So this is going to be a very nasty storm. And offshore, we're going to have hurricane force winds. But on the coast, we're going to have gusts to likely hurricane force. And that might indeed include places in Cape Cod Bay, certainly the north-facing shores, Boston Harbor as well. So out in the open exposed areas, we'll see wind gusts over 70 miles per hour, including wind gusts up to 60 plus and maybe even 70 in eastern Long Island, especially on those north-facing shores. This is a very dangerous storm with now blizzard warnings extending even farther to the west than they were earlier today.
And free, and free, and free, and free, and free, down a better down, free, down, free, down. Hit free here, free, wire, down, and get free, down, and get free, down, or down, make it free. Hit free here, and free, down, 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 free, free, make it free. Free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. See details at turbotax.com.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month, plus additional benefits like up to $2,500 for dental coverage and up to $83 every month to spend at your pharmacy included in your new Medicare plan at no additional cost to you? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Health Medicare Help Center at 800-982-0158.
My sister saw a Go Health commercial on TV and told me to find out if I qualify for the $144 back on my Social Security check every month. I was amazed to see that I did.
I didn't have dental coverage. Now I have $2,500 to spend at my dentist, and it doesn't cost me anything extra. I was so surprised.
My husband also called and got $83 on a debit card to spend at the pharmacy with his new plan.
Call now at 800-982-0158 to see if you qualify for these benefits, including up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. Many Medicare plans also include up to $2,500 for dental coverage and up to $83 every month to spend at your pharmacy, included in your new Medicare plan at no additional cost to you.
Go Health got me $144 added back to my Social Security check every month, which is just amazing. Now, I don't have to worry.
I thought, is this really true? That's almost $1,000 a year that I can now use to help with bills and other expenses. That pharmacy card is great.
I'm not used to someone helping me like this. I've checked with other companies, and nobody could help me.
Call the Go Health Medicare Help Center now at 800-982-0158. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call 800-982-0158. That's 800-982-0158. Go Health. We get you
more benefits. TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile. You could save up to 60% on your monthly mobile bill. Plus, there are no added taxes, hidden fees, and no contracts. Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator. And in 3 easy steps, you'll instantly see how much money you could save by switching to Spectrum Mobile. See for yourself. Visit spectrummobile.com/save today.
Pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees with snow showers. Today, variably cloudy with snow showers. High 35. Chance of snow 70%. Tonight, windy with snow, low 21. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Florida will be on the chilly side this weekend, and here's some of the proof as sea smoke waves across the waters of West Palm Beach.
Sea smoke, also known as steam fog, occurring when a cold air mass moves its way across some of those warmer waters. Now, Sunday, the temperatures are going to dip to near record-breaking lows and even some highs from the first coast down to the Keys.
So we're going to see more of this. I mean, water temperatures, I actually didn't check specifically, but they're in the 70s. So
wow, that's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean that far south.
Yeah.
So yeah, wait till we show you how cold the air that we're going to bring over top of that. So here's a look right now at the advisories that are up for Florida. In the Panhandle, we've got a hard freeze watch. You guys are going to have to make sure that your pipes are, open up those cabinets so that you let some warm air circulate in there, the dripping, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we get freeze watches extending all the way down to just south of Lake Okeechobee. Let's talk about those temperatures because Sunday afternoon, we've got potential record cold highs. You tend to think, okay, things are going to warm up into the afternoon, and they will, but not a whole lot. Look at the values we'll find, 50s and 60s.
I know the folks in Minneapolis are laughing right now. They're like, right. 60s, yes, this is a big deal. In fact, we could be setting some record cool maxes like Miami 61, the forecast 60 to beat, but Key West, 58 degrees. That's it for the high temperature.
Yeah, that's a chilly time. I know folks like to get out and bike there in the Key West. This may not be the day there, particularly for the folks who live there. 58. Yeah, that's going to be a cold.
There's a wind chill factor.
Yeah.
All right, so then the numbers in the morning, this is probably even the bigger deal because look how cold it gets. Miami, the record to beat is 36. We're going to 38, and going sub 40 is notable because that does not happen every year.
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, if it's going to get this cold, let's just go ahead and break the record, right?
Oh, I always say that, yes. Fort Myers will. We're going to 31. The record to beat is 35.
All right, so yeah, it has been some time since we've dealt with temperatures this cold. Jacksonville forecasting on Sunday morning 24, coldest since 2015. They're in February. Orlando 31 on Sunday morning. It's coldest since 2018.
Miami, you're going to be the coldest in more than a decade, since 2010. In 11 years, that's how cold it is going to be.
Amazing, amazing. All right, so we'll start to see things coming in here now today on the milder side, but you will notice the blue shades really starting to take over now. Saturday morning, we got 20s across North Florida, and then Sunday morning, we see those numbers drop even more across the rest of the peninsula.
And, it's going to be a chilly one for you throughout the afternoon on Sunday. Again, afternoon temperatures are going to be chilly. Overnight, let's say it's rebounding. It's not going to be as cold Monday morning. Sunday by far is coldest morning and afternoon.
Meanwhile, we head farther north, and we'll also deal with the cold because, again, this is where it's coming from, right? So as we head through this afternoon and certainly getting into the weekend, look at the values here. This is Saturday morning wind chills, Nashville, single digits. Wouldn't be surprised to see some of the suburbs in places like Atlanta, Birmingham drop into the single digits too.
All right, now as we talk about the snow happening in the north, we've been telling you about this tight gradient we're going to have. We'll go from some areas that get, more than a foot or even 2 feet of snow to much less and maybe even nothing. So with that, do you get sad or glad when you miss out on the snowstorm?
You've been answering the poll question. You've also been chiming in with your comments. Insia says, I love getting buried in snow. Bring on the snow. Winter storm Kenan.
We also have a comment from Vernon Wilson who says, love the snow and would love a little sunshine for the middle of the week. So the groundhog sees its shadow. Let's go 6 more weeks of winter. Oh, Alex is over here.
Vernon.
Celebrating.
My guy. All right. Melinda says, I not only feel sad, but bummed out. Yeah, growing up in Mobile, Alabama, we rarely got any snow. My husband, who grew up in Connecticut, thinks I'm crazy. He moved here to North Carolina to get away from the cold and snow there.
Isn't that the way it always is, though? You always want what you don't have, right? If you've had a lot of snow in your life, you're like, I'll sit this one out.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. Yeah. All right, well, talking about some of these other areas that'll be impacted by this storm system now, and we'll march our way a little bit farther south because there will be some wintry precip here into parts of the Carolinas. North Carolina will focus in on you. Some showers, rain initially, but look what starts to take over as we get into the overnight hours and Saturday morning.
Yeah, because remember, we're going to have that mid-level trough kind of sweeping east. That's what energizes our coastal storm. But with it, we will see the chance for some snow here. Winds will be gusty as well. It's not a ton. It's like an inch kind of situation. But even that could be slippery on roadways, especially because it's getting colder. That's what I worry about.
Yeah, so certainly watch for that there. Meanwhile, we head northbound, and this is where we start to get into some of the bigger impacts here for you as the snow really starts to drive in. This is now midnight hour, we've got snow and 40 to even 50-mile-per-hour winds here for you. Atlantic City, the Forked River area, the Weymouth area. I mean, very, very strong winds and heavy snowfall to deal with for several hours.
Biggest totals will be over towards the coast here, and that's where we could see significant snow. In Atlantic City, the worst of the weather actually happens while you're sleeping and when you wake up in the morning. But, of course, the damage done. No travel advised across this area tomorrow because of all the snow.
Look at that snow adding up. Double digits is what we'll see when it's all said and done.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our new Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
We all get hit by the storms of life. For Troy Conquest, his storm hit after coming home from serving his country as a Marine.
I had noticed my legs were swelling, and we went to Maine Medical Hospital. And they said, Mr. Conquest, can you get up for your MRI? And I remember pushing up off the bed, and I fell. Next thing I know, it was 3 weeks later, and I was paralyzed. PVA was there the first day.
Since 1946, Paralyzed Veterans of America has kept a promise to our wounded veterans. We will never leave a fallen comrade behind. I'm Ben Affleck, and I want to thank you for joining me and supporting Paralyzed Veterans of America. They need you now.
Please call or go online now to pvahero.org. Your gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will provide the life-saving help our paralyzed heroes need now.
With your monthly support, you're honoring the sacrifice our wounded veterans have made to defend our freedom. Show them their sacrifice has not been in vain.
Your monthly support will help paralyzed veterans receive specialized medical care, support research and treatments, and fight for the accessibility they deserve.
Our injuries have closed the door. PVA has opened the door.
Call or go online right now to pvahero.org with your gift of just $19 a month. Use your credit card and receive this PVA Team t-shirt to show that you are fighting for our paralyzed veterans.
PVA has brought me back to life. I've fallen a few times, and PVA is like, get up. We just keep getting up.
Our veterans fought for us. Let's fight for them.
Call or donate online at pvahero.org today. Our veterans need you.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-510-0241. That's 1-800-510-0241 now.
Gonna go, but I know, yes I know you'll be okay, you'll be okay.
Well, this is not the good burger welcome many people wanted as they head into the weekend. Our winter storm throwing alerts instead of ice cream across the East Coast.
We got fries to go with that shake. Snow and cold are not the only customers folks will have to deal with. Wind and waves bring the winter sauce to the shores from the Delmarva to New England. Beantown looks to have the snowy bullseye on its back, and that's where we find our Reynolds Wolf.
Absolutely right, Jana. Right now, we've got a soft whisper in terms of your weather, but that's going to be replaced by a full-throated roar within a matter of hours. Big changes coming for much of the region, affecting millions of people that call this area home. Full coverage coming up in just a moment.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. Indeed, as America's Morning, or I should say, we roll on here with Weather Underground, and a lot to track here when it comes to our winter storm crossing this noon hour. Busy end of weekend ahead.
Yes. All right. So it's already getting going out there, very slowly off the coast, but things are going to ramp up really quickly. And our expert, Dr. Greg Postel, is in the lab. He's going to talk today about the big deal, the storm's path, what it could bring.
It's going to bring all the trappings of a historic blizzard. We're going to have the very high winds that can bring down power lines and power outages. Of course, the extremely heavy snow, the coastal flooding, and all of it beginning soon in a matter of hours off the Carolina coast. Pressures now are beginning to fall a little bit, but by later on this afternoon, they are going to tank. And Jen and Alex, by tomorrow morning, we're going to have a raging blizzard just off the northeast coast.
Yes, we are. And, even before the big part of Kenan arrives, winter weather is presenting a challenge for first responders in the Keystone State. A bridge collapse near Pittsburgh's Frick Park, sending several cars and a bus into a ravine. Rescue teams are working to get people to safety. A gas line was also cut, putting utility crews out in the frigid and snowy conditions. The snow here, because of a front and a little mid-level system, Alex, that is part of the energy that will help create our big ocean storm.
Yeah, this thing's going to really start to crank up later this afternoon and into this evening, and we'll follow it moving its way up towards the north, up the coast here for us, and that's going to get an opportunity to dump quite a bit of snow here for you along portions of the East Coast heading through tomorrow, and even a little bit of your early part of Sunday as well. So we already are dealing with some of these alerts. Winter weather advisories a bit farther to the south. Now, most of this is in association with that disturbance, which is kind of diving on in, that sort of trough, and that's bringing us some light snow. We're seeing a bit of that right now, moving its way across the New York City area, the Philly area, and we'll see more of that a little bit farther to the south, even down into a few counties here in South Carolina, around the Florence area. A winter weather advisory is in place there. Winter storm warning, though, some of the higher terrain of western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee, where we could see a little bit more snow adding up there because of the elevation changes showing up. Then we get into the mid-Atlantic, and that's when we start to get in some of the bigger snow issues, bigger wind issues as well. There are a number of states, 8 now, that are under blizzard warnings. From Maine all the way down to portions of Maryland, the Delmarva, you're in there as well. It's a combination of the wind and the snow, which is going to make things basically impossible to try to do any traveling. Driving home the point here that travel tomorrow, it is just not one of those things you want to be doing. In fact, tonight into tomorrow, we just want to avoid being out there on the roads, getting stuck. It's going to get cold. The winds will be whipping around. We could see some power outages as well, so we've got to be prepared for that. All right, so as we play things out for the rest of the afternoon, this is our disturbance bringing us to snow now, but then things start to crank up a bit more as our low gets going, and that starts to fling more of this moisture from the Atlantic back into that colder air. Snow really gets going along 95 and points on off towards the north and the east from there. Where we see some of those bands of snow, those heavier bands of snow set up, that's going to be where we see the highest totals. And again, that's going to be one of those things that we just have to follow and see how it all shapes up and really sets up as we head on through the event. But just be prepared for some big snows here up and down parts of the East Coast. Now, the farther south you head, the lighter amounts we are expecting. Maybe an inch or so in some of the lighter shades of the blue. Darker areas, 1 to 3. You see that in places like Richmond, the Norfolk area, maybe around D.C. A little bit more in that higher terrain here of eastern Tennessee and western sections of North Carolina. But really start to see the totals ramping up. And you can see that stretching from the mid-Atlantic here, the coast, up into New England. At least 5 inches where you see that shade of purple. But then we start to talk about pink shaded areas. How about 1.5 to 2 feet? Eastern Connecticut, Rhode Island, eastern Massachusetts, up into Maine, even a bit of New Hampshire getting in there as well. And Jen, those are big totals to think about now. Mm-hmm. There could be higher totals than that. Would not be shocking.
Right, not for everyone, but I think with that banding that we're talking about setting up, there will be some areas that get more than that. And that's just the nature of snowfall, amounts and rates and everything else that happens in the atmosphere. The other side of the story is that we're going to have a lot of wind. We're going to have onshore flow, and that will bring coastal impacts. So around the low pressure, remember, you've got that counterclockwise flow. And so we'll see a wind from the northeast that puts an onshore flow there, Boston Harbor, Long Island, the Sound will be dealing with it, Raritan Bay, all the way down here into the Delaware Bay. All will be getting on the south shore that northerly or northeasterly component of the wind. So there are coastal flood advisories up. Now they've been posted for Long Island. We have them around Delaware, and watching especially around Rehoboth Beach and Lewis Beach. Those are the spots that I think, just in prime position to get that push of water. And let's talk tides. So tide cycles, we've got a high tide tomorrow at 6 a.m., 6:20 p.m., and then on Sunday near 7 a.m. This is out of Montauk at Long Island. It's all about the wind direction, right? And it's these high tides that will have that northerly wind direction here most prominent, and I think that it will be strongest. The strongest of the wind may be somewhere in between these two, so that could work out, but either way, I think we're going to be dealing with some impacts. Hard to avoid it. Nantucket, let's talk about you. Our high tide tomorrow, 9 a.m., and then again tomorrow night, getting close to 10 p.m. This is 9 a.m., and you can see we've got that onshore push of flow, and it's just after that we're going to see some of those strongest winds as that low pressure center continues to bomb out. Now, your forecast here when it comes to inland impacts, too, are something to look at because, even if you're not right on the water, it's still going to be windy. And we're going to see winds Boston 40 to 50 miles per hour. Portland, we're getting up over that, maybe even to 60 miles per hour by Saturday evening here in Portland. Extreme winds that could cause power outages. So be ready for that. Keep everything charged. Get your blankets ready. Know what you will do if you do lose power. And I would expect it, actually, for a lot of us here, especially into southeast New England. And, especially the closer you are to the coast. Things do improve throughout Sunday and pretty quickly. In fact, you can see how the winds really die down by Sunday afternoon. We're going to be watching for all that snow, though, down. That's going to be affecting crews trying to get out and restore power at that point, even if the winds have calmed down. The forecast for travel, all of our interstates here are going to be impacted across New England. I-95, no travel is what I'm advising because you do not want to get stuck out there with these kind of conditions. It's going to be really hard for crews to come help you. Now, between the high snow totals and the intense winds, the Northeast is in for a messy weekend, to say the least. And the blizzard conditions we're talking about can be dangerous. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel with the details. And Greg, things are going to happen really fast. Right now, it's still in the coming together stages. But I think once it gets going, it gets going.
Yeah, it's almost like the oven has been turned on, Jen, and we're waiting to put all the ingredients in the pan and then put it in the oven and see what happens, because we are within hours, I think, of seeing the incipient cyclone really begin to emerge off the North and South Carolina coast. Pressures are slowly falling, but not to the degree that they will later on. The winds you can see out of the north here, that is a sign that things are coming. Cold air is trying to work its way offshore, and it's right out over here that we're going to see the rapid pressure falls later on this afternoon as our storm really gets cranking and the pressures really begin to fall to levels that aren't commonly seen in the western North Atlantic. So the Gulf Stream, the water temperatures are very warm. Way above average across this part, 81 degrees in the Gulf Stream, that ribbon of very warm water, say 100 to 150 miles off the coast there. And when you have that cold disturbance aloft moving over the very warm water, that is not that stable an atmosphere. In other words, whatever low pressure it's trying to develop, that upper low as it moves in, it's going to be very much more effective because of the warm water and the reduced stability associated with the warm temperatures below. Remember, warm below, cold aloft. That is a relatively less stable profile in temperature, and that will help this thing get cranking quickly. So these are some of the pre-existing conditions that we're dealing with right now over the southeast. But later on this afternoon, there's the incoming trough, let's say by 2 o'clock. And soon thereafter, as it approaches, you don't have to wait till it gets there, but as it closes in on the coast, we will see pressures begin to fall very quickly later on this afternoon and evening, and this thing will reach extreme limits, I think. Probably pressures will fall under 970 millibars, so maybe in the 960 to 970 range as it moves into, let's say, the Gulf of Maine later on tomorrow afternoon. All the while bringing very strong winds out of the north, primarily along the coast. And that will lead to coastal flooding on those north-facing shores. Wherever you're facing toward the north and you've got water in that direction, expect flooding from the water rises, and also damaging winds, over 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts likely along the coast. And of course, The heavy snow. You can't get around it. And I do want to say, you know, the models have actually been pretty good in the last few days in the broad brush. They've been alerting us, Reynolds, to the fact that, yes, we are going to get a substantial snow. Exactly who gets how much, of course those details aren't going to be known within, you know, several days. But the big picture, kudos to the models. Happy about that.
Oh, no doubt about it. You know, we're thinking about all that snow coming down. What's going up right now, some of you at home may be able to hear the helicopters that have been buzzing overhead. I promise you hey, they're flying now, but they probably will not be flying tomorrow. That's going to be impossible, not only for those helicopters, but also for the fixed-wing aircraft over at Logan International Airport. That is a busy spot, but it won't be tomorrow. Confidence in this winter storm that continues to barrel in its way. And when it does, it will bring the wind that we were talking about, the snowfall that could be, again, historic to the tune of not inches, but feet. You know, earlier we heard from the mayor, Michelle Wu of Boston, and the number one job of any elected official is to keep the constituents safe. And she's doing her very best to put out the alarm. Take a listen.
This has the potential to be a historic storm, a huge one. The National Weather Service has already issued a blizzard warning for Boston, and we are expecting as much as 18 to 24 inches of snow and 40 to 50 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, what's amazing about that is that advice that she's giving and that information could be shared with many other communities, not just in downtown Boston, but of course in the greater metro area with a population of roughly 4.9 million people that'll be dealing with quite a bit of this. Again, the cold air, you've got the snow, you've got the wind, you've got the snow piling up in many places, not just downtown, but in the hinterlands also. And it's going to be a real endeavor for so many people then, which really means why now is really the time. It's imperative that if you need those supplies, you need to make those preparations. It's the time to do so now. And anything you might have in the yard, the backyard, the front yard that needs to be secured, tied down, put away. Remember, those things could be projectiles, especially where you have those tall buildings. They can be picked up and carried. And, you know, it's amazing. There's so many things to follow with this particular story, and it is going to be a very busy and possibly dangerous day for so many. Got to be safe. Let's send it back to Jen and Alex.
Yeah, Reynolds, thank you for that report here. And getting folks ready, that's, you know, the important thing to do today is making sure everyone knows to get out, get what you need, because you're not going out tomorrow.
No, and you should not be. Absolutely no question about it. All right, thanks, Reynolds. We'll check back with you there. The other thing we'll be dealing with here is not, of course, just the snow in the snow system, but the cold that's going to be really just kind of rushing on in.
All right, here are the numbers. It's not that bad out. You know, 34 degrees, and Reynolds not even wearing a scarf.
No,
right. Yeah.
Just chilling.
Yeah.
But look what's back to the west. We got some of those teens, and it's that cold air mass that's going to be driving towards the south and the east here as we head on through the next 24 to 36 hours.
Okay, so here it comes. The cold comes in. It doesn't knock. It comes barging in through your door, and we see it. But tomorrow it's in place by Sunday morning because now we have a snowpack here. It is just frigid out there.
Yeah, a lot of single digits and teens to deal with across the board here for you. Moving into our Monday, still very cold in these areas. In fact, we don't see the temps budge a whole lot as we get into that Monday morning. So what falls and is there on the ground, it's not going anywhere until we get towards maybe the mid to end of next week in a spot like Boston.
Like literally nowhere, because, you know, if you've got 2 feet of snow on the ground, it's not melting, right? But Wednesday, even with 45 degrees, it's not necessarily doing a ton of melting. We'll have rain at that point, and that will actually take care of a decent amount of that snow.
Another spot that's going to be dealing with the chill, that is Burlington, Vermont, dropping to 7 degrees. That is your high temperature for the day, but we do see the climb after we bottom out on Saturday up into the upper 30s for the mid part of at least next week.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be the kind of air that, you know, you look at your significant other and you're like, yeah, right, why don't we live farther south? Right. Although we'll show you why you don't, because it gets cold all the way down to the south, too.
Sure does. All right, so we talked about those temperatures. Those were the actual temperatures. You factor in some of that wind. This is what's going to feel like for you as we head on into tomorrow morning. 23 below zero there in Caribou. We've got those below zero readings all across the interior sections of the Northeast.
Okay, so that's Saturday. Sunday's numbers. I mean, Saturday is the windier day, but Sunday's temperatures are colder. So either way, it's going to be just brutal out there. Feeling sub-zero all across New England, all the way down into a good chunk of the Northeast. Monday morning, here we go. Still cold.
And so we just focused in on the Northeast there, but when we look at the country as on a whole over the next few days, yeah, tomorrow morning, 228 million will be talking below temperature, below 32 degrees. Sunday morning, that number comes down slightly and then slightly from there on Monday, but it's really the extent of the cold that extends all the way down into Florida.
No, the Florida Panhandle, South Florida, Miami. Wait until you see your numbers. We've got that coming up a little bit later in the show. We also want to show you another big snowstorm that's been happening right now, and that's in Chicago. You've had the lake effect snow. It's starting to wrap up, but Chicago, you still see it off on the west side of town, lower visibility.
Yeah, it's been coming down since the early morning hours here. We had a band of snow kind of set up here. We had that wind direction just right to come on into the Chicagoland area, and the snow got a chance to really add up in a very short period of time.
Okay, well, don't forget that you can count on the Weather Channel throughout the weekend. Make sure to download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, radar, and live coverage.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentyx.
Cosentyx can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections. Omnipod is a tubeless waterproof pod built to simplify life with diabetes. Try it today. Go to omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
Before I was diagnosed, there was nothing really to worry about. And then when I was diagnosed, there was just such a big weight put on my shoulders. Every night I felt like maybe I won't wake up tomorrow. The hardest part of cancer is knowing that you have it.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
You know, there are treatments that were invented within the walls of this hospital that have continued to improve the cure rates for pediatric cancer. And St. Jude's not going to stop until every single kid gets that chance to walk out of the doors of this hospital cancer-free.
If it weren't for St. Jude, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
This place has really shown us the strength of what can happen when so many people work together as one. People want to be a part of the cure.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, because all they should worry about is helping their child live. For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need. Join with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
I think it's the most worthwhile place to put your money when it comes to childhood cancer.
Because it takes a heart for somebody to say that I'm willing to give to St. Jude so that they can help save more lives. That's huge.
Our giving to St. Jude is right up there with our mortgage. That's the priority that we put on giving to St. Jude.
Please call or go online right now. Become a partner in hope today.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Well, every year you make a resolution to try to lose some weight.
I joined gyms, I tried low-carb diets, I tried protein shakes, I did all kinds of things.
The moment I go off of whatever diet at the time I'm trying, it all came back.
You need to call the New York Bariatric Group and change your life.
I had long-term weight loss surgery at the New York Bariatric Group.
I lost 177 pounds, and I couldn't be happier with the New York Bariatric Group.
No more New Year's resolutions to lose weight.
Now accepting patients in New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey.
islands of the Bahamas. Fly away.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees with snow showers. Today, variably cloudy with snow showers. High 35. Chance of snow 80%. Tonight, windy with snow. Low 20. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Territory for sure. We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
We are not going to give up. We have to get the job done.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Hold it! What are you doing? Outside!
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Right now. Well, there are some unsolved mysteries when it comes to Winter Storm Kenan. 2 big questions: just when will it arrive, and just where will it deliver the biggest amount of snow, wind, and coastal flooding?
The two intertwine, and timing, of course, makes a big difference here in the eventual snowfall totals that we see. Big ranges that'll be around just across just cities, let alone states. But we're going to take you through a few of them and show you exactly what we are anticipating, the timing of when the worst weather will be hitting, and what you may be dealing with here when it's all said and done.
All right, let's go first into Virginia, where we do have some winter weather advisories across a lot of the state, actually, and we'll see some snow flying in. Richmond, let's look at you. And, you know, this starts the clock overnight tonight. So this is midnight, and now we've got the snowflakes that are be coming down. The heaviest stuff will be there closer to the coast, because this isn't, you know, the more close you are to the coast, sort of the greater impacts you'll feel.
Wind around out there for you, wrapping up as we head into Saturday afternoon, and you can see the snowfall totals, not huge. I mean, 1 to 2, maybe on the high end, 3 inches here for us. So not a lot of snow, but certainly still could be impactful because, again, still cold, and the snow around could be some slick spots.
Let's go to Philadelphia, where we're getting snow right now. In fact, here, just got a picture from my friend Rachel, and she's got a nice little snow coat out there on her bench, and the grass is covered. But this is not the big deal. The big deal comes in overnight tonight, and that's when we'll be looking for our coastal storm to take shape and snowfall to start ramping up. And so I think really by about midnight tonight, you'll see those snowfall rates increase when you want to be off the roads.
So there it comes, moving our way through the afternoon and evening. Some of the higher totals there, you can see where the darkest shade of the blue is. So it's really going to be the eastern portions of the city over into Jersey that pick up the most snow. As you head west of the city, lighter amounts are expected there for you, but everyone's going to get involved in some of this wind. Even once the snow ends Saturday evening, still talking 30 to 40 mile per hour winds that'll be possible.
And here too, it's going to be in, east side of town, gets more than the western suburbs. You can see out towards Easton and Reading, you might get 3 or 4 inches. Collegeville, King of Prussia, Norristown, you'll get 4 or 5. In town more, but then east of town, that's where we get up close to a foot of snow.
Just be prepared. Any wiggle room to the west could bring some of those higher totals into places like Reading. So a heads up there.
Smart. Yep. New York City. All right, let's talk about you. You are also snowing right now and getting a light coating of snow. That's because of the front and the clipper. When the ocean storm gets going, that's when things really start to ramp up. And that will happen overnight tonight. Just about midnight and soon after. You see the snowfall rates really start to pick up. Goes on through at least 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And let's take a quick look at that snowfall for you here across the area. New York City, winds would be gusty, and the amounts heaviest east of town, especially on Long Island.
Yeah, we're talking about well into the double digits showing up there. Travel is just not going to be, not even a situation where it's not recommended. Just don't do it. It's just not worth getting stuck and having to deal with that.
All right, well, Kenan could take a bite out of the Big Apple and other cities around the Empire State, especially Long Island. So let's go into the lab and get the science behind this part of the forecast with our expert, Dr. Greg Postel. And Greg, I'm looking at a city like New York City, and we're just so close to everything with this storm. The wind, the snow. If it nudges just a little bit to the west, that would put New York City in potentially more snow.
Yes, and you know, the blizzard warnings have been extended westward to include areas of central Long Island now. So, you know, it's getting real close, and the numbers generally in the last 12 hours for parts of, let's say, Long Island, coastal New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and eastern Massachusetts, the numbers generally have come up a little bit. And now of getting at least 18 inches, there's a pretty strong confidence here in some of these zones. And I would say it's almost a certainty somebody's going to get way over 18 inches in southeastern Massachusetts. But let's extend some of that to the New York area and parts of coastal New Jersey, because even though the official forecast or the expected value may not be that high, there is certainly room for other scenarios to unfold in a way that could bring that kind of accumulation to coastal New Jersey and areas in Long Island very close to New York City. By Saturday afternoon, even late morning, very heavy snow will be so close to the region, and it's exactly where those heaviest snow bands set up. That's where we're going to see the greatest likelihood of the forecast, the amounts of snow exceeding the forecast. And in part of the process, this may seem academic, but it's not. It's very important, and it's going to be determinative on how much snow and who gets what. We've got very warm air coming in from the Atlantic like that, cold air stubbornly not moving out of the way. The squeeze play will be on in a little narrow zone, and that's where the greatest risk of extremely heavy snowfall rates will occur. Guys, in excess of 2-3 inches per hour, thunder snow, and the kind of snow that will lead you to get those amounts above your expected value.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be thunder snow. Greg Postel, yes, thank you for pointing that out. And when it comes to travel, you know, we've said it, avoid travel in this area. Air travel is going to be nearly impossible. Already more than 70% of the flights out of Boston tomorrow have been canceled.
Already canceled. You know, if you're going to have cancellations here, there's no good time, but probably before you get to the airport, like a day before.
Good time to know.
Yeah.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Supermama just about sleeps in her cape. But when we realized she was battling sensitive skin, we switched to Tide Hygienic Clean Free. It's gentle on her skin and out-cleans our old free detergent. Tide Hygienic Clean Free. Hypoallergenic and safe for sensitive skin.
When selling your home, one wrong move can cost you thousands of dollars. You need a top real estate agent who will do things right. Sell your home fast and at a great price. Introducing HomeLight, the breakthrough way to sell your home. HomeLight has detailed stats on the top real estate agents and home sales in your neighborhood. Nearly 1 million people have used HomeLight to find experienced agents they can trust to sell their homes faster and for more money. Start for free at HomeLight.com.
We are here. For new homeowners, a football game can really bring out the parent in them.
It's smart we park near the exit.
Absolutely.
There you go. That way.
Let's put away the parking talk maybe for a minute.
Parking is where the money is, though. You imagine what this place pulls in on parking alone?
All right, no more talking about parking lots.
A lot of these are compact spots.
It's not pretty.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
We still planning to head out around the third quarter?
Let's not talk about leaving before we're actually at the game.
Attention everyone on Medicare. If you're over 65, you've seen many things over the years, but the COVID-19 virus has taken a toll. That's why calling to see if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with extra benefits for 2022 is so important. Everyone eligible for Medicare is encouraged to call 800-914-5387 now for your free, no obligation 2022 Medicare benefits review. Millions of Americans may not have a Medicare Advantage plan with extra benefits that are available to them right now. Call now to see if you are eligible for a plan that could save you money and provide additional benefits. You don't get a plan with these savings or additional benefits automatically, so call now to make sure you are getting a plan with all the benefits you deserve. If you're not sure if you are eligible, just call the number on your screen now for your free, no obligation Medicare benefits review. With all of the news about the virus and vaccines, it's comforting to know your Medicare benefits are there for you. To make sure you're not missing missing out on a plan with other available Medicare-approved benefits, call the number on your screen right now. Plus, you may be eligible for additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. Just call 800-914-5387 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for a plan with $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or $0 copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call now for your 2022 Medicare benefits review. You may be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that could save you money and provide extra benefits. Call now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-914-5387. 800-914-5387.
How can trash be turned into handbags? And can feeding cows seaweed help change the world? If you have questions about the climate, rely on the most trusted name in television, the Weather Channel and its innovative pattern climate team. Together, we can start to make sense of the most important issue facing our future every day on the Weather Channel.
The Northeast isn't the only one getting a helping of snow. Parts of the Midwest, some fresh powder. This is a live look at Chicago. You are in the lake effect snow. It has already coated the city in at least a couple of inches with higher amounts just to the north and west of town.
Yeah, we keep coming back to this camera shot, and every now and then you'll see the sun really poking on through, then things will darken up again, and that's just sort of the nature of these lake effect snows as they get going here. Sometimes the bands kind of tighten up a bit, they get a little stronger, then they kind of fizzle out a bit, they move. So that's what we're experiencing. You can see very far north areas here, Prospect Heights, the Wheeling area, sunshine mixing with a few clouds, but you head down towards O'Hare, Midway, the snow is still around with temperatures in the teens and 20s.
I mean, that wind direction is everything. And right now it actually has a little more of an easterly component, and that's why that band actually shifted like it did. But here's what we got so far. The biggest total I saw was in Wilmette at 7.5 inches. But there's a large area that got more than 5 or 6 all the way down through Oak Lawn.
Yeah, and again, that all happening in a pretty short period of time out there for you.
Couple hours.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so big snows showing up in Chicago, very localized there. It'll be a lot larger bit of real estate with our storm system working its way up the East Coast.
And we're going to have a number of impacts. Of course, the snow is what catches your attention, but the wind, and I think the coastal flooding, also some big concerns. And, you know, it goes down into parts of the South. So let me show you what we're dealing with here. The Mid-Atlantic more so than the South, but we do have the risk for some impacts all the way down into North Carolina, even South Carolina. There's some winter weather advisories. Here's a look tomorrow at a snapshot of what's going on. Here's our big nor'easter, the strong low pressure that will be bombing out at this point, losing more than 24 millibars in 24 hours. The snow band setting up along the coast. This will be something that you want to see. You need to tune into the Weather Channel tomorrow. We'll have our live crews out in the snow. We'll have coverage in studio so you can see all of the data supporting it. And of course, we'll be bringing you the forecast along the way. Now, here's the winter weather advisories that are up. That's all the light blue. The bright pink are the blizzard warnings. And we have blizzard warnings that are out for 8 states right here across the entire coastline of the Northeast. And so definitely concerned about right on the coast, but also inland. These blizzard warnings have been pushed in a little bit. To get a blizzard, it's tough. You have to have winds over 35 miles per hour, snow or blowing snow, reducing visibility to less than a quarter of a mile, and it has to go on for 3 hours. And we are expecting those kinds of conditions, the kind of weather that, you know, will be extremely disruptive here, if not impossible for travel, and also the kind that you don't want to get stuck in. So we have a forecast tonight for the Clipper coming through first. That's what brings your initial snow. But then about midnight or so, this all starts to fill in as our coastal low develops. And now by tomorrow morning, wake up at 6 o'clock and it is snowing out there. It is coming down, it's coating everything. Ready and set to go. You don't have to go out in the morning. You can just look out the window, right? We are going to be watching for, by tomorrow evening, our low up here off the coast of New England, and really, really windy conditions at this point, setting up for places like Boston and all the way up into Portland. And really, Maine is going to get a ton of wind out of this. So snowfall amounts, first the south, North Carolina, we got about 1 inch. Some spots may get close to 3 inches, but we know even that is going to be impactful on the roads. Don't expect to get a ton out of that there. This is where we're going to be having the big impacts from snowfall and the shoveling and the plowing and all the issues that go with it. Beyond this, of course, the wind and the waves.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue here for us. A lot of you talked about the big time winds that we'll be facing. That's going to be whipping up over those waters and pushing it ashore. And that's going to mean watching out for coastal flood issues here for you. And we're already dealing with some coastal flood advisories here for parts of the state of Delaware up into Jersey. And now, within the last hour or so, newly issued coastal flood advisories here for parts of Long Island. It's all thanks to, again, that wind that's going to be moving over that water and eventually pushing its way on into the onto land. And we have to really watch out those tide cycles. High tide is when you can really maximize those issues. And so we take a look at a spot like Montauk here on the eastern edge of Long Island, and you can see what we'll find. 5:20 this evening, high tide. Then another one for tomorrow at around 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30 or approaching 6:30 tomorrow evening, and Sunday morning at about 6:56, another high tide. So those times really got to watch things closely as those winds really start to scream. Tomorrow morning, probably maximizing that with some of the strongest of the winds during that time frame. Kings Point, New York, that's another location here. That's as you head towards the western areas of Long Island. Again, today at around 8 o'clock, and then tomorrow at 8:20 or so. In the morning, 9:13 for the evening hours, and then Sunday at about 9:30 or so. Again, another high tide will be taking shape there. So just be mindful of that, particularly some of those areas that tend to run into flood issues there near the coast. You're the most susceptible. You'll be needing to watch out pretty closely. You'll see how those winds really start to scream for the morning hours. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds in Boston. Stronger winds over towards the Cape and the islands here for you. So very strong winds throughout our Saturday, along with some of those snowfall issues. It's going to be a travel mess.
Cough, cough, sneeze, sneeze. Needs. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold Relief. Dissolves quickly, instantly ready to start working. So you can bounce back fast with Alka-Seltzer Plus. Now available for fast sinus relief.
Any time of year is a bad time if you're an animal who's being abused or neglected. But winter can make the suffering even worse for these animals, many who've been left outside in the cold.
The endless suffering, endless pain, just lack of hope. There is no shortage of cruelty out there.
This winter, please help by visiting our website or calling this number and signing up with your $19 monthly donation. Every new donor we get means we can rescue more animals from harm and give them the warmth of loving arms. With your support, they'll get emergency medical care, food, and shelter. We need 3,000 new donors in the next 30 days so we can rescue the animals who are fighting to stay alive this winter. 63 cents a day is all it takes to save an animal's life.
It's really the support that comes in from people that care that really is the engine that keeps us going.
And because the situation is so urgent, we're asking you to join in the next 10 minutes. And if you do, we'll send you this free membership kit with our member magazine, the photo of a rescued animal, and this Animal Champion t-shirt. This limited edition item won't last, so act now to get yours today. It's a season of great suffering for too many animals, and if there was ever a time to help, this is it. Please go online or call now.
Your plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore is the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule clinically shown to cause fewer ulcers than plain aspirin. Try new Vazalore. Aspirin made amazing.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare coverage helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Greenland is the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
Get the gold, dude.
All right, here's a look at Winter Storm Kenan and all of the winter storm warnings, blizzard warnings, and winter weather advisories that we have. Sticking out are the blizzard warnings.
Yeah, absolutely. From basically parts of the mid-Atlantic there as you get to the coast, all the way up into New England here, we're dealing with these blizzard warnings here. It's a huge bit of real estate that's going to be dealing with some really treacherous conditions here.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, just being out and about, it is just not going to be a thing to be doing here heading into the weekend.
The challenge is that we're expecting a lot of power outages. We have blizzard warnings up for a reason because it's going to be very windy. And with the amount of snow that we're getting, crews are going to have to clear that snow before then the power crews can get out and then get to restore power. So it is going to be a challenge. So definitely plan for what you would do if you lost power.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let's head to a spot that is certainly going to be feeling a big brunt of this storm system, and that is in Boston, Massachusetts. That's where we find our very own Reynolds Wolf. And Reynolds, it is a calm, tranquil time now, but I can guarantee the scene will be a lot different tomorrow.
I guarantee you, you're absolutely right, Alex. And it's amazing the people we've spoken with today in the hotel, on the streets, on the sidewalks, talking about how what has happened in the past and is now forefront in their memory. Isn't it amazing that for some of us, you can't remember what you may have eaten yesterday or the shirt you wore, but you can remember a storm that took place years ago, decades ago. When you have one of these major weather systems that comes through, it becomes really ingrained in the society. It stays in the mind. It becomes part of you. And that is certainly what a lot of people have remembered. And that is why they're really urgent today in preparations. Part of the preparation, putting out some sand and some salt. In fact, take a look at this video showing you people doing what they can to try to deal with the iciness and the snow and the wind that's all coming. This is part of trying to give you just a little more traction. But the real traction in the story is, regardless as to whether or not you make these preparations, you're still going to have some issues in terms of the wind, the snow we mentioned, the power outages. It's going to be very, very difficult for so many people. And in speaking of, we just showed you some of the salt that's out there. Sand, get this, 38,000 tons of sand have been spread around the greater Boston metropolitan area to try to keep the roads and sidewalks in decent shape. We got that information from the mayor, and she had quite a lot to share. Take a listen.
And so the safest place to be is in your home or in your apartment. If you must travel, please bundle up and dress warmly and take the tea if at all possible. If you have to drive, give yourself plenty of time, keep plenty of room for our crews to be able to maneuver on the roads and keep our streets safe. And no matter what your mode of travel is, if you do have to be out and about, remember that there will be significant delays during the storm.
Absolutely right. You know, we as people are a curious lot. We really are. And when we are affected by something like this system that will be affecting so many of us, you have the natural curiosity of going outside and seeing how your community is faring and will fare. I'll tell you, though, as we get into Sunday, we're going to see some improvements in terms of the sky conditions. A lot of the precipitation is going to move out. However, with the deep freeze we can expect, I think we're still going to have major hurdles to deal with in time to come for much of Sunday, even into Monday. Could have some backups. We are right across, the harbor from the airport at Logan. And I can tell you, Dr. Postel, with all the cancellations we've had today, those are building up. Tomorrow, there will be no flights, I guarantee you, especially with all that we expect with this winter storm. Let's fly it back to Dr. Postel.
Reynolds, thank you very much. You're exactly right. It is going to be impossible to travel, I think, tomorrow across many locations in eastern New England, even eastern Long Island, and maybe coastal New Jersey as well, as this powerful winter storm moves very close on by. We are starting to see pressures now begin to fall along an axis here from areas just off the South and North Carolina coast. This is the area to watch, where eventually this afternoon pressures will begin to fall very quickly as the ingredients come together right in this zone for the blizzard to come. That's where its birthplace will be, and we'll be watching that, of course, very carefully as this incoming jet stream disturbance, shaped about like that, early on this afternoon, will be moving close enough to the coast to initiate development of low pressure right about there, and that's where it will all begin. And you can see all those circles now popping up later on this evening and overnight tonight. And the numbers will be astonishing in many cases. We'll be below 970 millibars, I think, by tomorrow morning and getting close to the Gulf of Maine. That's about when it will max out mid-afternoon. But along that western edge, all the way from coastal Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, eastern Long Island, coastal New England, this is going to be one for the record books. We're going to see likely wind gusts in places over 70 miles per hour, especially in Cape Cod, for example. And that will enough to do a lot of damage and also lead to power outages, coastal flooding. Every north-facing shore you can think of is going to be at risk for seeing coastal flooding because the winds primarily will be out of the north. In the big view here, and I always like to zoom in if I can, in the big view here, this is the amount of snowfall accumulation, and it is, of course, most the closest to the coast. And we are now starting to see some amounts that may come in excess of 2 to 3 feet in parts of eastern Massachusetts. We'll watch that carefully, of course, but some of the trends in the latest data are coming in even more bullish than they were in recent hours. So the blizzard warnings here across parts of Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey do extend northward, include now parts of central Long Island, including Islip, and as far out, of course, as Montauk. And then blizzard warnings go all the way up the coast into parts of down east Maine, including Portland, Bangor, and everywhere to the Canadian Maritimes. This is going to be one we're going to need to pay very close attention to. Don't travel, please, if you don't have to.
How about sushi?
I just had sushi for lunch yesterday. Indian?
Maybe. How about seafood?
You know I don't like seafood.
How about tacos?
Tacos.
Automatic emergency braking, one of 6 advanced safety features standard on every 2022 Chevy Equinox. Find new technology. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
We all get hit by the storms of life. For Troy Conquest, his storm hit after coming home from serving his country as a Marine.
I had noticed my legs were swelling, and we went to Maine Medical Hospital. And they said, Mr. Conquest, can you get up for your MRI? And I remember pushing up off the bed, and I fell. Next thing I know, it was 3 weeks later, and I was paralyzed. It was a pretty low point to not be able to do the things that I love to do. PVA was there the first day.
Paralyzed Veterans of America is there for veterans like Troy. But we need your support now to help our heroes who face overwhelming challenges every day. Call now to join our Heroes Circle. Your gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will help provide our veterans with the life-saving help they need.
Our injuries have closed the door. PVA has opened the door.
With your monthly gift, you'll help paralyzed veterans receive year-round specialized medical care, support research and treatments that lead to life-changing breakthroughs, and PVA's ongoing fight to secure the benefits our heroes have earned and the accessibility they deserve. When you call now, you'll receive this PVA Team T-shirt to show that you are fighting for our paralyzed veterans. Your monthly support will help our veterans live independent lives with dignity and respect.
PVA has brought me back to life. I've fallen a few times, and PVA is like, get up. We just keep getting up.
Call or donate online at pvahero.org today.
Now with Spectrum Mobile, if you get 2 or more lines, it's just $29.99 a month each. $29.99! And you get everything. You get unlimited data. You also get this.
Technology that delivers the fastest overall speeds.
You had a copy of that, right? Good thinking. There's no contracts, added taxes, or hidden fees. Sorry, lawyers. But you do get nationwide 5G included. It's like we got some weather coming in. Cloudy, with a chance of the best deal in mobile. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
recovery has to happen in a hurry.
I'm here for one thing only, gold.
That was crazy. I did not expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude.
You're into a whole world of new.
Never seen anything like this. Expect the unexpected.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, variably cloudy with snow showers. High 35. Chance of snow 80%. Tonight, windy with snow. Low 20. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Florida will be on the chilly side this weekend, and here's some of the proof as sea smoke waves across the waters of West Palm Beach.
Sea smoke, also known as steam fog, occurring when a cold air mass moves its way across some of those warmer waters. Now, Sunday, the temperatures are going to dip to near record-breaking lows and even some highs from the first coast down to the Keys.
So we're going to see more of this. I mean, water temperatures, I actually didn't check specifically, but they're in the 70s. So
wow, that's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean that far south.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're wait till we show you how cold the air that we're going to bring over top of that. So here's a look right now at the advisories that are up for Florida. In the Panhandle, we've got a hard freeze watch. You guys are going to have to make sure that your pipes are, open up those cabinets so that you let some warm air circulate in there, the dripping, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we get freeze watches extending all the way down to just south of Lake Okeechobee. Let's talk about those temperatures because Sunday afternoon, we've got potential record cold highs. You tend to think, okay, things are going to warm up into the afternoon, and they will, but not a whole lot. Look at the values we'll find, 50s and 60s.
I know the folks in Minneapolis are laughing right now. Like right. 60s, yes, this is a big deal. In fact, we could be setting some record cool maxes like Miami 61, the forecast 60 to beat, but Key West, 58 degrees. That's it for the high temperature.
Yeah, that's a chilly time. I know folks like to get out and bike there in the Key West. This may not be the day there, particularly for the folks who live there. 58. Yeah, that's going to be a cold.
There's a wind chill factor.
Yeah.
All right, so then the numbers in the morning, this is probably even the bigger deal because look how cold it gets. Miami, the record to beat is 36. We're going to 38, and going sub 40 is notable because that does not happen every year.
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, if it's going to get this cold, let's just go ahead and break the record, right?
Oh, I always say that, yes. Fort Myers will. We're going to 31. The record to beat is 35.
All right, so yeah, it has been some time since we've dealt with temperatures this cold. Jacksonville forecasting on Sunday morning 24, coldest since 2015. They're in February. Orlando 31 on Sunday morning. It's coldest since 2018.
Miami, you're going to be the coldest in more than a decade, since 2010. In 11 years, that's how cold it is going to be.
Amazing, amazing. All right, so we'll start to see things coming in here. Now today, on the milder side, but you will notice the blue shades really starting to take over now. Saturday morning, we got 20s across North Florida, and then Sunday morning, we see those numbers drop even more across the rest of the peninsula.
And, it's going to be a chilly one for you throughout the afternoon on Sunday. Again, afternoon temperatures are going to be chilly. Overnight, let's say it's rebounding. It's not going to be as cold Monday morning. Sunday by far is coldest morning and afternoon.
Meanwhile, we head farther north, and we'll also deal with the cold because, again, this is where it's coming from, right? So as we head through this afternoon and certainly getting into the weekend, look at the values here. This is Saturday morning wind chills, Nashville, single digits. Wouldn't be surprised to see some of the suburbs in places like Atlanta, Birmingham drop into the single digits too.
All right, now as we talk about the snow happening in the north, we've been telling you about this tight gradient we're going to have. We'll go from some areas that get, more than a foot or even 2 feet of snow to much less and maybe even nothing. So with that, do you get sad or glad when you miss out on the snowstorm?
You've been answering the poll question. You've also been chiming in with your comments. Insia says, I love getting buried in snow. Bring on the snow. Winter Storm Kenan.
We also have a comment from Vernon Wilson who says, love the snow and would love a little sunshine for the middle of the week. So the groundhog sees its shadow. Let's go 6 more weeks of winter. Oh, Alex is over here.
Vernon.
Celebrating.
My guy. All right. Melinda says, I not only feel sad, but bummed out. Yeah, growing up in Mobile, Alabama, we rarely got any snow. My husband, who grew up in Connecticut, thinks I'm crazy. He moved here to North Carolina to get away from the cold and snow there.
Isn't that the way it always is, though? You always want what you don't have, right? If you've had a lot of snow in your life, you're like, I'll sit this one out.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. Yeah. All right, well, talking about some of these other areas that'll be impacted by this storm system now, and we'll march our way a little bit farther south because there will be some wintry precip here into parts of the Carolinas. North Carolina will focus in on you. Some showers, rain initially, but look what starts to take over as we get into the overnight hours and Saturday morning.
Yeah, because remember, we're going to have that mid-level trough kind of sweeping east. That's what energizes our coastal storm. But with it, we will see the chance for some snow here. Winds will be gusty as well. It's not a ton. It's like an inch kind of situation. But even that could be slippery on roadways, especially because it's getting colder. That's what I worry about.
Yeah, so certainly watch for that there. Meanwhile, we head northbound, and this is where we start to get into some of the bigger impacts here for you as the snow really starts to drive in. This is now midnight hour. We've got snow and 40 to even 50 mile per hour winds here for you. Atlantic City, the Forked River area, the Weymouth area. I mean, very, very strong winds and heavy snowfall to deal with for several hours.
Biggest totals will be over towards the coast here, and that's where we could see significant snow. In Atlantic City, the worst of the weather actually happens while you're sleeping and when you wake up in the morning. But, of course, the damage done. No travel advised across this area tomorrow because of all the snow.
Look at that snow adding up. Double digits is what we'll see when it's all said and done.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentyx.
Cosentyx can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
With the Generac, it powers our well, our refrigerator, and my CPAP machine, which are all things that we need to survive on a day-to-day basis.
Get the security and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
It's a peace of mind to get the Generac generator. That was the best investment that we could have ever made.
Prices start at just $19.99, and owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing is available with low monthly payment options. Act now, and you will also receive a free 7-year warranty valued at $695. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you call called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577.
Coming up on Weather Underground, winter weather alerts stretching up and down the East Coast as Winter Storm Kenan moves in. From feet of snow to hurricane-force wind gusts, this is going to be a storm for the books. We've got live team coverage bringing you the very latest.
Including right here in Boston, I'm meteorologist Paul Goodler, where this time tomorrow we could be dealing with snow coming down between 2 and 4 inches per hour, wind gusting over 40, 50 miles per hour here in Boston. That's why we'll be under a blizzard warning all day long on Saturday. We'll talk about how this area is preparing for the first blizzard they've seen in nearly 4 years. That's coming up.
Well, it's about to get wild in Boston. Well, flight cancellations already mounting hours before Kenan's arrival, and drivers are being warned to stay off the roads. We'll pinpoint where some travel will be tricky, to say the least, over the next 48 hours.
And then on top of that, bundle up. Arctic cold expected to push as far south as Miami, Florida this weekend. We'll tell you when you could wake up to those sub-freezing temperatures. All coming up right now on Weather Underground. Hey there, welcome into Weather Underground. It is Friday. We're going to keep the action going right into the weekend.
Oh, we certainly are.
I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Molly McCullum. A busy day on tap as Winter Storm Kenan continues to strengthen off the East Coast. I think it's amazing because this area of low pressure, it's just now starting to form. 24 hours from now, wow.
Yeah, we're looking at the origins and then things really get ramped up. We've got kind of the cliff notes behind you. So what you need to know, don't worry, we're going to go much more in depth on all of this for you. We've got our snow total forecast, our winter storm blizzard warnings, or our winter storm warnings and blizzard warnings. And then it's been a long time since we've seen a system like this.
It really has. So places like Boston, Long Island, out into the Delmarva, it's going to be a wild ride over the next 24 hours.
Absolutely. We're going to get you through it. We've got teams on the ground. We'll be checking in with them as well.
Well, here's what we know about Winter Storm Kenan. 600 U.S. flights are already canceled today, and 1,200 more have been canceled tomorrow. A cold blue alert is in effect for New Jersey, and a cold emergency has been activated for Washington, D.C. The city of Boston has stocked up on 38,000 tons of sand to help treat the roads. And among the cities bracing for Kenan is Atlantic City. People have emptied the shelves of shovels and salt at the hardware stores. And crews are busy treating the streets in preparation for the snow. And Alex, this is going to be coming quickly. So areas in New Jersey, it's really going to begin tonight.
Absolutely. So get what needs to get done now. Today, actually very quiet across many areas. You're seeing some light snow into parts of Pennsylvania, but things are really ramping up. And again, it's those coastal areas. So talking more about, say, a place like Atlantic City than the suburbs to the north and west of a place like Philadelphia. Well, usually when we look at that metro, you're thinking, all right, beaches less, areas north and west more. Not with this storm. This is a look at what we're going to be seeing into tomorrow. So the heavy snow and wind focused from parts of South Jersey all the way up into coastal Maine. Those are the areas that hold the best risk of that heavy snow and wind. We'll be watching those bands set up, and underneath these, we could be looking at 3-4+ inches per hour of snow. That snow is going to be coming down in buckets. There are the winter alerts we just showed you. So a closer look on examination all along the coast from the Delmarva up into Maine. We've got blizzard warnings in effect. And for many areas, it's been years since you've been under a blizzard warning. This includes the Boston area. We remember our last significant storm was Winter Storm Grayson back in early January 2018. Winter storm warnings are in effect for portions of Maine, Connecticut, into Massachusetts and New Hampshire, the New York City area, parts of Jersey, southeast Pennsylvania, down into Delaware, and sections of Virginia. So a lot of real estate to cover with Winter Storm Kenan. Here's your forecast again. As I mentioned, some of these areas are seeing the snow right now across eastern parts of Pennsylvania. The main event beginning to take shape, but really as we get into the later part of today and tonight, that low intensifying like crazy, winds ramping up, snow rates ramping up. And so tomorrow, as early as the morning, you can see that snow is coming down big time across the Delmarva into sections of South Jersey. As we move throughout the day, that snow shifts farther to the north, and we think by the afternoon and early evening, it will be places like Boston getting in on some huge snowfall rates. And with rates that high, that heavy, we're going to be able to pick up a lot of snow, even though this system's a pretty quick mover. It's not one of those ones that's slow to move out. So we're not dealing with hours and hours and hours of snow. It's really through the day tomorrow. By early Sunday morning, everybody's dry. But in between now and then, that snow will be able to really pile up with those heavy snowfall rates. Also, it's going to be that dry, fluffy snow, so that also allows the ratios to be higher. When we look at wind gust forecasts, 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts will be the norm early tomorrow. By the afternoon, expect and anticipate those winds gusting 60 plus miles an hour in eastern New England. There's our snowfall total forecast. Looking at those 18 to 24 inches. Those totals across eastern sections of New England and also the extreme eastern parts of Long Island. That's where Felicia Combs is. She is in Montauk this afternoon. And Felicia, usually we're thinking of this as like a summer destination, a place to really enjoy the Hamptons, but it's all about the snow tomorrow.
Yeah, all about the snow and the wind. And Alex, let me tell you, I've been out and about in the city a bit earlier this morning, and that is all everyone is talking about. They do get some snow here in Montauk, but when you're talking about the totals that we're forecasting currently, 18 to 24 possible for this region, that is the top of everyone's mind, especially when you talk about something like a blizzard warning. At the coffee shop this morning, at the grocery store, everyone was talking about dealing with the nor'easter. Of course, they are no stranger to this. They've seen nor'easters here in Montauk, but everyone is kind of gearing up. Now, let me give you a little picture of where we are. Montauk is a hamlet of East Hampton Township. It's got a population of just over about 3,600, give or take. So this is kind of a small place. When I was out this morning, everyone was calling, or well, not everyone, but a lot of people knew each other by name. When I was in the grocery store, people were saying, hey, how are you? Nice to see you. Are you ready for the storm? So this is a place where people know each other. It's a tight-knit community. We're in downtown Montauk, and you can kind of see the general what's going on here behind me. There's not a ton of people out. I will say it was a different story this morning. There were a lot more people out, so I think maybe everyone kind of went out and got what they needed to get and prepared for the storm, and now they're ready to hunker down. We did talk to the owner of Shagwong, that's the restaurant just behind us, and he said he's going to be open tomorrow. He's supposed to open at noon. If it takes him longer to dig out, then he'll be open a little bit later, but the plan is to open, keeping a very optimistic outlook there. Today is just all about preparation. Now, the blizzard warning goes into effect at 7 p.m. this evening. It's lasting through 7 p.m. Saturday. Things will begin to ramp up overnight tonight, and then by Saturday morning, we are going to be in the thick of it. And it's not just the blizzard conditions. We also have coastal flood advisories, especially for the North Shore. This storm is going to stir up the waters around Long Island, and not just the waters around here, but also, of course, the snow and the rough coastal erosion possible for places like around the Boston area. That's where we find Paul Goodlow. Paul, it's going to be a true nor'easter for this region.
Yeah, another big major snowstorm for Boston. I was here 3 weeks ago when Storm Garrett came through, gave him about a foot of snow. This one is like, yeah, Garrett was a primer. This one is going to be a blizzard. We have a blizzard warning in effect here starting at midnight tonight, all day long on Saturday through Sunday morning. Let me kind of show you survey the land here. We got the Inner Harbor back there. That metal bridge is the Tobin Bridge here. And first, look how calm the harbor is. I mean, you could actually water ski on this thing. It is so calm. Barely a half-foot little ripples on the ocean. The biggest waves are the wakes from some of the ferries going across the harbor here. But this is going to be a total different world. If you look over this way, you can see the tower. That's Boston Logan Airport. We are seeing and hearing and watching planes land and take off out here. You're not going to see anything tomorrow with winds sustained perhaps at or above 30 and winds gusting with some type of northerly components, 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. Flying and taking off is not going to be something that is going to happen here at all. We've got hundreds of cancellations already. People are trying to rebook and try to figure out their plans. There's a plane taking off there. Again, as the crow flies, The runway is about within 2 miles of where we are right now, so visibility is huge, talking well over 10 miles. To get a blizzard, and we'll have one here tomorrow, first time in like 4 years, you need to have snow reducing visibility under a quarter of a mile. So we're not even going to see, halfway into the harbor here, and winds sustained or gusting at 35 miles per hour for more than 3 hours. We're going to have that. We're going to have snow coming down so heavily we could see 2 to 4 inches per hour. When I was here 3 weeks ago, that's why Winter Storm Garrett really dumped that snow up. We had 2 inches an hour, and it piled up. But imagine wind blowing that snow sideways, whipping it sideways. You're going to have blowing, drifting snow. The only good news, kids, no school tomorrow because it's Saturday. But I think Sunday, if you can make your plans now to be prepared to be in your house through Sunday nights, it might be something you might want to do right now. This is definitely the calm before the storm, because it's not just the snow coming down, it's that wind blowing that snow, and that creates snow drifts. They did a great job 3 weeks ago, but I tell you what, the last 72 hours, our temperatures only spent maybe 2 or 3 hours above freezing. So this is going to stick quick, and then pile up and blow and drift. So big impacts coming to all of New England, including here in the Boston area. And by the way, even if you're trying to get up to ski country, do that, but be warned, these winds also up there, so you might not have all your ski resorts or all your lifts running because of that wind. So guys, we are counting down the hours before this will be a different environment here in Boston and all of the Northeast and New England if you're within, say, 150 miles of the coast. Guys?
This time tomorrow, Paul, I think it's going to look a lot different for you in Boston. We'll take it from here. We want to talk about a couple of the big cities that are going to be impacted, one of those being Philly and the other one being Atlantic City, as Kenan starts to roll in, and it's setting its sights on some major cities along the East Coast. Philly will be under a winter storm warning starting tonight when the wind really starts to kick up and temperatures drop into the 20s and even below. Atlantic City is in for the possibility of coastal flooding, and you won't see temperatures rise above freezing until Monday. So in a situation where we are likely to see some power outages in spots with the blizzard warnings in place and some really strong winds, be prepared that we could be dealing with those below freezing temperatures for quite some time without power. That's what you need to prepare for today. And in places like New Jersey and the Jersey Shore, this will start to move in later tonight. So you only have a couple of hours left to make those last-minute preparations. In fact, by 9 p.m. this evening, you can see the winds really starting to crank along the Jersey Shore, 40 to 50 miles per hour. The snow is already coming down. Here's the good news for you in New Jersey. Really, the worst of this is going to happen through the overnight hours as the system starts to lift away from you the first part of tomorrow. But the damage is already done. We're going to have plenty of snowfall on the ground. And of course, power outages likely to happen through the overnight hours. By tomorrow evening, the wind is still pretty intense as our temperatures just continue to drop with all of the snow on the ground. We take you to a place like New York City where we could have a pretty sharp gradient from east to west. You're talking about from New York City to a place like Montauk, where Felicia Combs is. You're only talking about 100 miles or so, and we could see big differences in snowfall totals just depending on how close you are to that area of low pressure. And then we take you into Philly, where the west side of Philly is likely to see less snowfall than the eastern side of Philly. But yes, snowfall all the same. And the wind and the bitter cold temperatures moving in is going to be a whole nother issue on top of everything, including travel. So we take you into Delaware Bay, where we have a gale warning. We also have a freezing spray warning. All just going to be some rough conditions for you in the Delaware area and the Delmarva, extending up into Atlantic City, where you could get close to a foot of snow. And Alex, these are places that, have kind of been wishing for some winter weather so far this year. It seems like we're going to get it all at once. But we go down to a spot like North Carolina, where this is going to be the third weekend in a row, and they're saying no more.
No
we're done.
more. Meanwhile, people are betting on snow. They're like, I might put a bet on a foot of snow there in Atlantic City. Yeah, across the southeast, they're saying, enough. This is why we moved down here, right? For maybe, kind of a one and done kind of thing when it comes to the snow. Gatlinburg, Tennessee, Great Smoky Mountains. We've got that winter storm warning. Also a wind chill warning in effect in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. If you've ever been, it's a good time. You like fudge? You'll love it. Dollywood nearby, all around fun. Can you tell what I like? Fudge and roller coasters. The area could get snow showers today into tonight, and then those temps are going to tumble. There in the mountains, we'll be looking at good accumulation, so parts of the southern Appalachians, and then tonight's low in the teens. The winds will make it feel even colder. Winter weather advisories in effect across a lot of Virginia, North Carolina, even parts of South Carolina. There's our winter storm warning along the Tennessee-North Carolina state line. And of course, even into the mid-Atlantic, we've got those blizzard warnings in effect along the Delmarva Peninsula. We take a peek at timing. This afternoon, we're watching some of those snow showers across West Virginia, into the western part of the state of Virginia as well. So continuing to see some of those snow showers hang around. As we move into the later evening and overnight, you can see our low really begins to take over. Still some persistent snow here along the North Carolina-Tennessee state line. Got a little wintry mix working into sections of north central South Carolina. So a place like Rock Hill, you might see some snow. Florence, probably some rain. That'll change over to a quick shot of snow. But these areas not going to see much in the way of accumulations by the time that snow pulls out later tomorrow morning. Less than an inch will be the norm for most locations here across sections of the South. Where could we see some 1 to 3 inch totals? Across Virginia and into, say, north central North Carolina. Obviously, as you go farther to the north, that's where those higher totals are located. But thanks to the mountains, we could see some of those 5 to 8 inch totals across the highest peaks of the Blue Ridge chain. Snowfall totals around the Washington, D.C. area. This isn't going to be a big snowmaker for you, but we are watching not just the snow, but also some of those gusty winds. 1 to 3 inches across the area. I think for the metro itself, probably closer to 1 to 2 inches.
So thankfully not a big storm for the D.C. area, but we go up to the Northeast.
Whole different ball game.
Whole different ball game. Well, still ahead on Weather Underground, we're talking some serious travel trouble with the threat of blizzard conditions already grounding thousands of flights across the U.S. The dangers of traveling in conditions like this, and which airports have already had the highest number of cancellations. And on the heels of Kenan, bitter cold for the Northeast, wind chills making it feel like well below zero. Find out just how long our cold snap will last.
You can't buy love or peace. You can't buy security. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy confidence. But you can invest in it. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
In the next minute, an animal who's been cruelly abused by a thoughtless owner might not survive. Every minute of every day in America, animals are feeling the pain of being abused or neglected. These animals have done nothing to deserve this treatment. And if you agree, then it's time to do something about it. It only takes a minute to help, but it's a minute that will matter more than you can imagine to an animal who's being hurt. So I hope you'll take this minute right now and visit this website or call the number on your screen. Join with your gift of just $19 a month, and you can rescue innocent animals from endless suffering. The next minute could mean the difference between life and death for an animal who's being hurt. It's just 63 cents a day, and I can tell you, you will make a difference. So I'm asking you, please, visit our easy-to-use website on any device or call this toll-free number now. And if you join in the next 10 minutes, we'll send you this membership kit. It comes with a magazine subscription, an animal photo, and this limited edition Animal Champion t-shirt designed exclusively for our new monthly supporters. Please go online or call now. And don't delay, because there's an animal being abused right now, and the next minute of their life could really depend on you.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections and simplify life with diabetes with Omnipod. It's a tubeless waterproof pod that provides insulin without multiple daily injections. Now is the time to try it with a free, no-commitment 30-day Omnipod Dash trial. Go to omnipod.com/free for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplify life. Omnipod.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Air. It's the power source of all life. As the world's #1 air conditioning company, we aim to perfect it. It affects how we work, how we play, how we grow, and how we perform. It's the one thing we all share, and at Daikin, nothing could be more important. Daikin and Abco, perfecting the air we share.
This is how Rebecca got me to switch to Aldi. We were renovating my kitchen, but we were over budget. So I told Christy Aldi helps me stick to a budget, but she'd never heard of it.
Christy was like, it was everything I ever dreamed.
I can get everything I want and I'm done. Aldi renovated my grocery bill.
Low prices, every aisle, every day.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, variable clouds with snow showers. High 35. Chance of snow 60%. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere. We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble.
We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here. If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in a chilly Boston, Massachusetts. Definitely a calm day, kind of overcast, but temperatures just above freezing. And once we go past, say, 4 or 5 o'clock, temperatures get below freezing and stay below freezing. And that's crucial what's coming. We have a blizzard, Winter Storm Kenan on the way. And I just looked down the sidewalk here, and you still see piles of snow. 3 weeks ago, we had Winter Storm Garrett come through and dump a foot of snow here in Boston. From driving around today and even yesterday, I still see a lot of the remnants of road salt on the sidewalks, on the roadways, on some of the highways here, because they've been dealing with a lot of time, a lot of hours with temperatures below freezing. So things like the sidewalk, the roadways, they're not spending that much time above freezing. So road treatment is effective now, but tomorrow our high might be in the low to mid 20s, and we're going to have winds howling out of the north. 40, 50, gusting 60 miles per hour with snow coming down 2 to 4 inches an hour, Alex. And so full-on blizzard is expected for most of the day on Saturday. Again, that blows the mind. You could have maybe 24 hours of blizzard conditions or near blizzard conditions here. That snow is going to pile up, and because things are cold and will stay cold, that snow is not going anywhere in terms of, it might pile up even deeper in some areas, Alex. But, 1-2 feet of snow, it's going to be hard to measure because that wind also is going to keep blowing that snow for hours upon hours. Alex?
You are right. Kenan's calling card is going to be that combo of wind and snow. I bet there are going to be snow piles, snow drifts as high as Paul Goodlow. Don't worry, he's going to go out and find them for us. Well, we've already seen travel issues ahead of Kenan's wintry blast. This two-lane bridge collapsed this morning in Pittsburgh. It was near Frick Park. Rescuers had to rappel nearly 150 feet while others formed a human chain to help save people that were trapped inside a dangling bus. Now, officials say there were only minor injuries. A major gas leak also forced people living nearby to evacuate. So there's a lot going on. More likely travel trouble coming as Kenan moves in tonight and especially this weekend. And that, combination of wind and snow that will be the calling card of this storm also going to make things just abysmal when it comes to travel. When we look at airport delays and cancellations right now, as of today, we've got over 2,200 delays, over 1,000, over really 1,100 cancellations. A lot of those coming at Boston and LaGuardia. And so today I would anticipate that if your flight is still on, you're going to be looking at some delays, likely in the New York City area airports, D.C. area airports, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, even up into some of the areas in New England. Now, tomorrow, right across the board, if you're able to just move your flight, if it's still on, move it, because chances are it's going to be canceled. They're not going to be taking flights in or out of Boston's Logan Airport with those winds howling 50 to 60 miles an hour and the snow coming down 3 to 4+ inches per hour. Travel forecast on some of the highways. I would plan on doing everything today. Once we get into tonight, that snow really moving in, gusts up to 45 miles per hour, slick roads to say the absolute least. And then again, tonight, tomorrow, across sections of the Northeast and New England. Molly, just don't do it.
That's really the thing. Just don't do it. And if you have to get out on the road and you happen to be in one of those areas, just prepare that you might get stranded on the road as well. That's something you have to think about. And then on top of the snowfall, on top of the winter weather, we also have some bitter cold air moving in. In fact, that cold air is already in place. So as our low pressure system starts to wind up and rapidly intensify, we are going to see a lot of snowfall for many of these areas. So watch as the temperatures continue to fall by Saturday morning. These are our forecast temperatures. These are not wind chills. We'll get to those in a minute. But we're already below zero in a spot like Burlington, Boston, 22. As the wind is howling and the snow is falling, temperatures just continue to fall. And by Sunday morning, as our system starts to lift away from this area, we're going to be dealing with some single-digit temperatures, not only on Sunday, but even as you wake up on Monday. Since we're expecting some power outages, of course, that brings in a whole other concern about staying warm with all the snow on the ground and the cold air in place. We will see a rise in temperatures, so this is at least good for some of the snow melt. In a place like Boston, we're expecting feet, maybe several feet of snow. And then we go to Burlington, where we're also going to see relatively warmer temperatures by the middle part of the week. But I do want to take you to our wind chills, because that's going to be important over the next 24, 36, even 48 hours. Saturday morning, look, we have a huge area with those wind chills, those feels like temperatures below zero. Then this extends as we get into Sunday and even into Monday. It's going to be really cold for a lot of us dealing with the snow and trying to shovel some of that snow out of the area. Most of us not escaping the cold this weekend. So, Alex, in a place like Boston, you're saying, I'm done with this. I'm done with the cold. You can't even go to Florida to escape it.
No, Florida's like, hey, it's here too. Well, coming up on Weather Underground, we've got a number of watches and warnings already issued up and down the East Coast. We are breaking down Winter Storm Kenan by the numbers coming up next. We'll also take a trip up the I-95 corridor from Atlantic City to New York.
We gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. And we gotta do it fast.
Woo! New personal record, Limu!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-510-0241. That's 1-800-510-0241 now.
Hey, Lily, I need a new wireless plan for my business, but all of my employees need something different.
Oh, we can help with that. Okay, imagine this, your mover, Rob. He's on the scene and needs a plan with a mobile hotspot. We cut to downtown. Your sales rep, Lisa, has to send some files. Like ASAP.
So basically, I can pick the right plan for each employee.
Yeah, I should have just led with that.
With AT&T Business, you can pick the best plan for each employee and get the best deals on every smartphone.
Ordinary tissues burn when Theo blows, so Puffs Plus lotion rescued his nose. With up to 50% more lotion, Puffs brings soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Well, we want to go now to the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, talking about storm preparations in her state. Let's listen in.
Let's take a look at what we're doing here. These are the maps we wake up and dread when we see them in the morning news. The orange is the blizzard warning, so there you go. It's coming our way. We've not seen any deviation from what we're seeing here. You know, sometimes you hope that it goes further out east and actually dissipates over the ocean, but I don't foresee that tonight. So what we're expecting is hopeful that doesn't really hit during the commute this evening. We're tracking the timing of this. But we do believe that the highest totals will be coming tomorrow, which is actually, given that it's a Saturday morning, it's very good, given that it could have happened during prime commuting hours tonight or even this morning. So, but the point is, we're on notice, and so there's no excuses. People should not be on the roads unnecessarily, and we have that evidence right here. So we have been upgrading this blizzard warning. Suffolk County is under a blizzard warning right now, and the storm effect is in effect now from till 7 o'clock. Saturday, and then it gets even worse. Here it's going to be Nassau, New York City, Westchester, Putnam, and Rockland County. So that's what we're looking at. And we think Long Island's going to be one of the hardest hit. So 10 to 16 inches across Long Island, and it also comes down. If that happens over a course of a few days, you can handle it. That happens in a few hours, 1 to 2 to 3 inches an hour. That's when it becomes very treacherous. So we could end up with anywhere from 6 inches to 2 feet, but it's also the wind. Take it from someone who lives on the shores of Lake Erie during winter blizzard. It is all about the wind factor. It affects visibility. It is dangerous to be on roads when you can't see the vehicles around you, and common sense has to prevail here, and I'm asking people to take heed of those warnings. We'll have sustained winds of 25 to 35 miles an hour with gusts, and this is what really gets dangerous, when it's a complete whiteout condition, and you do not want to be in your vehicle with your kids in the back seat and go off the road during those conditions, and that's what can happen. So 50 to 55 mile an hour winds. We do not want to see the circumstance we saw in the Washington, D.C. area. Everybody was glued to their television watching the 30-some-hour episode where people are stranded in their vehicles, and that, my friends, is totally avoidable, and that's what we're talking about here right now. And the preparation we need to have. New York City and the lower Hudson Valley are getting slightly lower predictions, but they're still going to get a good amount of snow. So we're preparing those areas as well, and they'll be getting lesser amounts through the next day. So these regions, northern region, minimal snow, but it'll be very cold. Also, that cold is dangerous. It can be bitter. It can be dangerous, especially if you're in a vehicle. You go off the road or you're stuck in traffic and your gas is low. Make sure you fill up your gas tanks. Your gas is low and all of a sudden you don't have any heat in the vehicle and your kids are hungry. Believe me, I speak of someone from experience. I've been there. It is not a good experience at all. So watch out for the wind chill factor as well. So that's really significant. So heavy snow, gusty winds, difficult road conditions. So yes, I feel like a weather person today, but I'm willing to turn it over to our experts in a couple of minutes. But here's what I'm asking New Yorkers. Just stay off the roads. Get through your workday today. Fill up the gas tanks on your way home. Make sure you've got all the necessary items in your vehicle. You got to have the scrapers. You got to have extra gloves. You got to have some blankets, have some water in your vehicles. And we all should be prepared for this. But the best way to handle this is stay home. Famous mayor of Buffalo once said how to handle the blizzard: sit home with a 6-pack of beer and wait it out. So, you could have a nice bottle of Long Island wine. I don't care what your preference is here, but stay home, everybody. So we've been preparing for this since Wednesday. I feel we're as ready as we can be, but there's a lot of other dynamics at play here, including our utilities, the salting, getting our crews out, bringing people from other parts of the state to be ready, positioned in our key areas that have been identified already. And that's what I'm going to turn it over right now to all the individuals I've mentioned. Let's hear first of all from Commissioner Bray on her preparations. Then we'll hear.
All right, that was Governor Hochul from New York. You heard her order: stay in, stay put, enjoy yourself, but stay off the roads, for goodness sake. She also asked for a weather person. Don't worry, we've got you covered in regards to that. We've got those blizzard warnings, winter storm warnings, and winter weather advisories in effect through sections of New England into the mid-Atlantic. Winds will be picking up really as we get into the overnight. I think throughout the day, you're not going to be noticing the gust. It's overnight and then especially tomorrow. By tomorrow morning, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts into South Jersey. By tomorrow afternoon, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts up there into coastal sections of New England, along with the heavy snow. We look at a place like eastern Massachusetts where we anticipate some of the highest totals. How about 2 feet plus possible in a few localized spots, with plenty of 1.5 to 2 feet totals in the cards. I think a lot of areas will be at or exceeding 20 inches. That includes the state of Rhode Island, areas from Newport to Providence up towards the Massachusetts state line. We get you into Connecticut, Hartford. You could be looking at over a foot of snow. Closer to the campus of Yale University, not out of the question to see 10 inches. New York City, likely in that 7 to 8 inch range. Travel tomorrow will be abysmal.
This is a warrior. Midnight to morning, she's in command. All day comfort, all night shift. Head nurse, heart on her sleeve. So when leaks show up, our protection helps keep them dry. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Mom? Sometimes older parents need extra care.
Let me help with that, Mom. I better get this hand. Oh, no. Let me help with that. Let me help with that, Mom. Let's give Mom some help.
Find care for your mom and dad at care.com.
This is exactly why we chose Leaf Filter.
Before Leaf Filter, our gutters would get so clogged.
I used to have to climb up on that roof.
Leaf Filter was a lifesaver. The Leaf Filter installation process was so simple and easy.
When the salesman gave us interest-free financing and the price was right, it was a no-brainer.
Our downspouts flow freely now.
My home is better protected. Thank you, Leaf Filter.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
Your eyes, beautiful on the outside, but if you have diabetes, there can be some not so pretty stuff going on inside. It's true, with diabetic retinopathy, excess sugar can damage blood vessels, causing vision loss or even blindness. So remember this, now is the time to get your eyes checked. Eye care is important to your long-term diabetes management. See a path forward with actions and treatments from a retina specialist that may help protect against vision loss. Visit nowic.com and take charge of your sight.
You remember Martha. She's still cranky because her neighbor says she is getting more Medicare benefits than Martha, including a Part B premium reduction in her Social Security check every month because a plan was available in their area with extra benefits. And that's not making Martha too happy.
I'm
I'm already on Medicare. Where's my additional benefits?
Hi, Martha. Many Americans like you may not have a 2022 Medicare Advantage plan that includes all the extra benefits that may be available to them. But don't worry. You can call now during the special enrollment period, even if you called last year, for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review and see if there are plans in your area with extra benefits.
Why does my neighbor have more Medicare benefits than me?
You may qualify for a special enrollment period. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, you can call now. Plus, call now to see if you can save money, get additional plan benefits, or get money added back to your Social Security check by reducing your Part B premium.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-891-5145, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan and see if you are eligible to enroll in a plan with extra Medicare benefits.
I think I called last year, so I'm not calling.
Martha, 2022 plans are now available, but you won't get additional benefits automatically. So call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits review are free. They can look up your plan and let you know if your zip code qualifies you for a plan with these extra benefits.
I'm calling to make sure my neighbor is not the only one getting these additional Medicare Advantage benefits.
That's right, Martha. Here's the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-891-5145. 800-891-5145.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
And welcome back into our continuing coverage of this massive storm that's going to be impacting the Northeast. Kenan. Another named storm, another weekend. It's kind of like clockwork at this point. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Montauk, New York. That is the easternmost area of Long Island, or one of the easternmost areas of Long Island, and one of the places that is going to be absolutely hammered by winter weather over the next 24 hours. The buzz around town has been all about this winter storm that's going to be hitting. I can't tell you how many times I've heard the word nor'easter in the past few hours, just being out and about in town. Of course, a blizzard warning going into effect this evening at 7 p.m. for this region and lasting all day Saturday until 7 p.m. tomorrow evening as well. So I wanted to talk to some of the locals and kind of get a feel on the buzz of what's going on around town here. And you know, Sam, you and I are both kind of the generation where we look at our phone and we're like, oh, what's going to be the weather if we even check it? And you and I were just having this conversation. And you were like, wait, is it supposed to be bad here? So what do you think when I tell you that this region, yeah, we could see 1.5 feet of snow maybe?
Honestly, I'm surprised to hear that because I haven't been paying close attention because, you know, sometimes they overhype these things and then you get so excited and you can't manage your expectations and then you're let down. I personally love snowstorms, and the more the better. So I was just kind of ignoring these warnings, and then a friend of mine earlier said we could get as much as 18 inches. And I said, uh-oh, because where I live in Watermill, it's in the woods, long driveway. I mean, I would be trapped there for days. So now I've got to go to the grocery store. I've got to really take the warning seriously and prepare.
Well, you're getting it from the Weather Channel, so now you're hearing everything.
This
now
is
you really
legit.
Need to go to the
I believe
store.
the hype now.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit, and you said you're working on a project, and kind of this crazy weather puts a little bit of a pause on that project. So talk to me a little bit about specifically what this means for you.
Yeah, the timing is not great because I'm producing a film out here, and we had some shoots lined up for this weekend, which we'll have to postpone because of the weather. I had some investors flying in from Telluride. Their flights were canceled. So it's really impacting a lot of things, but it makes this area so picturesque and beautiful that I can't really complain. I love a good snowstorm. Yeah. And I hope that, it's sad that it's happening on the weekend because the kids won't get a snow day.
Well, you know, I don't know if they get those anymore anyways. I think that's kind of like a online learning now. So,
that's true. Yeah, they really got gypped.
Yeah, they did. Sam, thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you, Felicia.
Sam, Pez, sometimes you have to double down on getting that warning that it's going to be bad. And like Sam said, now that he knows, he's headed to the grocery store.
along with hopefully everyone else, guys, because the time is winding down here in this region to get prepared.
Yeah, you got this afternoon, but once you go to bed, things are changing. So make sure you've got all the frozen pizzas you want and, you know, the big jug bottle of wine. Felicia, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in. Maybe I'm just speaking for myself. Is that just my order? I don't think I'm the only one, right? Kensington, Connecticut, you have already seen some snow falling today. That's been the norm across sections of the Northeast. But by tonight, this backyard going to look really different. We're going to see that snow piling up and all those trees and branches whipping around. Wind gusts, 25 miles an hour tonight. By the way, heading into tomorrow, they're only going to ramp up. So let's talk wind threat. With these strong winds, in addition to the snow that will come down. Now, it doesn't matter if snow's falling or not, but blizzard criteria is met when you've got wind speeds at or above 35 miles an hour and visibilities at a quarter mile or less for a period of 3 or more hours. Now, the visibility, obviously, you need the snow. You need snow to be blowing around to drop those visibilities. So it can either be falling snow or snow that's already on the ground that's being blown and contributing to those low visibilities. The blizzard warnings are up for portions of Maine all the way down to the Delmarva Peninsula, including places like Atlantic City, New Jersey. Winds gusting overnight into that, again, 20 to 30 mile per hour range. But by tomorrow morning, you're waking up 40 mile per hour gusts from D.C. to Philly and in Boston. And then we only go up from there. You know, 50, 60 mile per hour gusts will be the norm. I would not discount the possibility that we could see hurricane force gusts, 70, 75 plus miles per hour out there on the Cape. Obviously, once you're at 75 miles an hour or more, that's when you can say, like, we had those hurricane force gusts. We're also likely going to see those images, those videos coming out of those coastal areas of the huge waves. And the winds will also contribute to the threat of coastal erosion, coastal flooding in combination with high tide. Now, by tomorrow evening, winds beginning to back off. They're still gusty, though, especially for New England, all the way through the first half of our Sunday, turning breezier later in the day. But as I mentioned, that sustained onshore flow, that northeast wind component that we talk about with nor'easters, will lead to some coastal flooding. We've got coastal flood advisories around Rehoboth Beach, Atlantic City, up to Toms River, and then out there on Long Island, including the Montauk area where we find Felicia. Well, still ahead, we've got a lot more to break down, including some crazy cold in Florida.
You know, everyone's sharing the love with the cold when it comes to this weekend. Floridians on alert for falling temperatures and falling iguanas. Temperatures will be so cold they stun the reptiles, causing them to fall out of the trees. Find out which cities could be setting those record low temperatures.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists and has helped over 1 million people. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital.
Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Before I was diagnosed, there was nothing really to worry about. And then when I was diagnosed, there was just such a big weight put on my shoulders. Every night I felt like maybe I won't wake up tomorrow. The hardest part of cancer is knowing that you have it.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
You know, there are treatments that were invented within the walls of this hospital that have continued to improve the cure rates for pediatric cancer. And St. Jude's not going to stop until every single kid gets that chance to walk out of the doors of this hospital cancer-free.
If it weren't for St. Jude, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
This place has really shown us the strength of what can happen when so many people work together as one. People want to be a part of the cure.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, because all they should worry about is helping their child live. For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need. Join with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
I think it's the most worthwhile place to put your money when it comes to childhood cancer.
Because it takes a heart for somebody to say that I'm willing to give to St. Jude so that they can help save more lives. That's huge.
Our giving to St. Jude is right up there with our mortgage. That's the priority that we put on giving to St. Jude.
Please call or go online right now. Become a partner in hope today.
Hi. Spectrum Business Internet and Phone are built to meet the needs of your business. You need fast speeds to keep up with all the new ways you're interacting with customers. And we get that you need low prices to keep costs down. No business wants to be locked into a contract, so we don't have them. Choose Spectrum Business, the best internet and phone with fast starting speeds at a great low price, all without ever signing a contract. That's what you want and what your business needs. No nonsense, just business. Spectrum Business.
This is an important alert from Pintus & Mullins Law Firm. Attention hernia mesh users. If you or a loved one received a hernia mesh implant in the past 20 years and it required repair or removal surgery, you may be entitled to substantial compensation. Some manufacturers knew that mesh implants might cause serious injuries. Settlement negotiations with these manufacturers have begun. Call 800-601-0222 now, or go to meshclaim.com for a free case review. There is limited time to file a claim, so don't wait.
Everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, variable clouds with snow showers. High 35. Chance of snow 60%. Tonight, windy with snow. Low 20. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The city of Boston bracing for what could crack their top 10 snowfalls on record. Our Paul Goodlow is there live. Paul, first of all, this has been a winter that has been kind of, for snow lovers in Boston, they're thinking, this kind of stinks. That might change with just this one storm.
Molly, I was here 3 weeks ago for Winter Storm Garrett, and Boston was behind average on their snowfall, hadn't had much at all, and that storm brought a foot of snow. And since then, we've had, a couple of days above freezing, but we've had a lot of hours, even the last 3 days, when most of that 72-hour period has been below freezing. So we're still seeing kind of remnant piles of snow here or there from the foot of snow we had a couple of weeks ago, but not much since then. A couple of, flurries, some areas just south of town picked up 2-3 inches last week, but this one is definitely going to overachieve. The last time we were under a blizzard warning here in Boston was the winter of 2018. So that's 4 years ago here. And this time tomorrow, by the way, the blizzard warning goes into effect at midnight tonight through 5 a.m. Sunday. By this time tomorrow, with air temperatures maybe getting to 21, maybe 22, maybe not even out of the teens, we're going to have 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour. And kind of put that in perspective, 3 weeks ago with Winter Storm Garrett, for hours, we had 2 inches per hour. So imagine doubling that, and then you add wind. Right now, we're seeing a nice gentle breeze, not really enough to cause any waves here. In our harbor here in Boston, it's still pretty calm. I mean, the biggest waves you see are wakes that some of the ferries are creating as they go across the harbor here. But you look farther to the right, that's Boston Logan. The crow flies maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles away, and our visibility probably extends another 20 miles after that. So a great day to fly. Tomorrow, not so much. We've already had over 400 flight cancellations for Saturday alone at Logan Airport, and expect some of those cancellations to continue into Sunday, because the big component, yes, a foot, 2 feet of snow, big deal. It's the winds. That's why we had the blizzard warnings. We could have winds blowing and drifting this snow. So a wide open place like the airport, difficult to keep those runways clear. Some streets might be, plowed and fine. Other streets plowed, wind blows the snow right back on. So that and the highways, Alex, it's going to be tough to get around here. I think, they did a great job 3 weeks ago. I think by Monday, school's back open, people are heading to work. That is, if they have power. The other wild card player that could be impacted severely with our future blizzard, Winter Storm Kenan.
Yeah, that's a great point, because Boston's a city where they get things done. It's not going to be a long-lasting event, even if they get 2 feet. But, Paul, without power, that makes things a little harder to get back to normal. All right, we're going to be checking back in with you, Paul Goodlow. They're in Boston, Massachusetts, one of the areas where we anticipate the potential for up to even over 2 feet of snow. Now we go to Miami, and Miami is like, what do we have to do with any of this weather, right? You come here because you don't want to have to deal with crazy weather. Well, this weekend, you're going to be talking about the forecast. Not necessarily happily. We've got very cold temperatures working all the way down into South Florida. So today, expect those highs in the 70s across sections of Central and South Florida. But overnight, we're going to begin to see that chill creeping in, working down to 41 in Orlando, low to mid 30s up in the Panhandle and north parts of the state. By the way, starting off in the 20s across parts of North Georgia into Middle Tennessee, parts of the Appalachians. By Saturday afternoon, highs only in the 30s from Nashville to Atlanta to Raleigh, upper 40s in Orlando. If you're at Disney World this weekend, you got to have the coat. Waiting in line outside, not going to be super comfortable. And then by Sunday morning, you can see that very cold air, temperatures in the 30s, edging all the way down into South Florida. So those areas where you go to only talk about the warmth, think of the beach, you've actually got freeze watches posted. Freeze watches for that light pink, the freeze warnings up into North Florida, Southeast Georgia, and then hard freeze watches from Dothan, Alabama, approaching both Tampa and Orlando. Look at these temperatures Sunday morning. We're in fact going to be looking at potential record cold here into South Florida. 36 in West Palm Beach. The record is 35, 39 for Miami, your record 36. And in Fort Myers, I think you'll set a new record. Our forecast has us right at the freezing mark with a record of 35. Orlando should tie a record. And in Daytona Beach, you are going to be close. Daytona Beach lows expected to drop into the 20s. Wind chill values even colder. Sunday afternoon, take a look at our high temperatures. Not going to rebound a huge amount, but as Dr. Nab of Florida, he spent a lot of time in Florida, he says nobody's going to complain, though, going for that run on the beach. Temperatures in the 60s sure beats the heat and humidity. So we're trying to think positive, right, Molly?
Yeah, positive thoughts for you in Florida. I know it's tough when it gets this cold. Well, coming up, our live coverage continues on the Weather Channel as we break down the top weather stories. We have crews spread out across the Northeast, bringing you the very latest on Winter Storm Kenan all day long.
Hey, you brought some brats, huh? What if the store took back all the brats you didn't eat at the end of the month the way some wireless companies take back your data?
That would be weird.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data, so if you pay for brats, you get to keep your brats. You also get unlimited talk and text on America's best 4G LTE networks for $20, no contract.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me, get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
There's never been a hotter time to sell your home. But when it comes time to get the best value, where do you start? That's where HomeLight comes in. HomeLight is the essential real estate platform used by countless sellers every year. HomeLight is here to help you at every step of your real estate journey, learning how to sell your home, finding a top listing agent, and ensuring a simple and certain closing. And best of all, HomeLight is completely free to use. Learn more today at HomeLight.com.
You're a one-man stitchwork master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577.
Ordinary tissues burn when Theo blows, so Puffs Plus lotion rescued his nose. With up to 50% more lotion, Puffs brings soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
Right now on Weather Underground, winter weather alerts stretching up and down the East Coast as Winter Storm Kenan moves in. From feet of snow to hurricane-force wind gusts, this is going to be a storm for the books. We've got live team coverage bringing you the very latest.
Yeah, but then when he's talking,
A blizzard will be in force here in Boston as we head on through your Saturday, perhaps even Saturday night as well. We'll have live team coverage here in Boston. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, where this time tomorrow we could have snow coming down between 2 and 4 inches per hour and winds blowing that snow sideways. Could be gusting 40, 50 plus miles per hour. We'll talk about how this city is preparing for that coming up.
I don't think we'll see much of that skyline behind Paul tomorrow. Flight cancellations already mounting hours before Kenan's arrival, and drivers are being warned to stay off the roads. We'll pinpoint where travel will be tricky over the next 48 hours.
And bundle up. Arctic cold expected to push as far south as Miami this weekend. We'll tell you when you could wake up to sub-freezing temperatures. All coming up right now on Weather Underground. It is Friday. You are watching Weather Underground. We got a lot to cover. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Molly McCullum. A busy day on tap as Winter Storm Kenan continues to strengthen off the East Coast.
We've had a busy morning in Chicago. We've got crazy cold coming to Florida. And then on top of that, we've got a blizzard.
In places that haven't seen this kind of weather in a couple of years.
Yeah, last time National Weather Service Boston issued a blizzard warning was over 4 years ago. Winter Storm Grayson back in 2018.
I like what the New York governor said about staying home. Just stay home, grab a bottle of wine, and ride out the storm.
I really loved her messaging. I feel like this is something I could adopt in my day-to-day life. Yeah, she's like, I don't care what you stay home with. Just please stay home. So
you said frozen pizza, bottle of wine, bagel bites maybe?
I love the sound of that, and a little cookie dough too, so you can have the hot, fresh cookies. Now be prepared for power outages. Those could be a thing. So maybe also grab the fresh baked cookies or make them tonight. We've got a lot headed our way, but today very quiet across the Northeast. It's really not until tomorrow that we see some of these snowfall amounts really begin to pile up, and we've got the blizzard warnings already in effect.
So here's what we know about Winter Storm Kenan. 600 U.S. flights are already canceled today. and 1,200 more have been canceled for tomorrow. A cold blue alert is in effect in New Jersey, and a cold emergency has been activated in Washington, D.C. The city of Boston has stocked up on 38,000 tons of sand to help treat the roads. Among the cities bracing for Kenan is Atlantic City. People have emptied the shelves of shovels and salt at the hardware stores, and crews are busy treating the streets in preparation for the snow. So, Alex, a place like New Jersey, you only got a couple of more hours to prepare before this is knocking on your door.
Yeah, Atlantic City. I grew up in the Philadelphia television market, and we used to do like the city, the northwest suburbs, and then the beach locations. And the beach locations always had the easy forecast. It's usually the northwest suburbs where we talk about the bigger snow. Not the case out of this one. We are looking at Atlantic City for some of the highest totals and, of course, those gusty winds. So into tomorrow, this is the setup you can expect. Philadelphia, not as much for you, even less for the Lehigh Valley up towards the Poconos, but Boston, Portland, Newport and Providence, Rhode Island, getting into eastern parts of Connecticut, Long Island. You're going to be a big winner when it comes to snowfall and wind as well. Maybe not an award you want to win, but that's what we've got out of Winter Storm Kenan. There are the blizzard warnings from parts of Maine all the way down to the Delmarva. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about parts of southern Delaware, southern Maryland, and even a little bit of Virginia under blizzard warning. So it's south of Dover, Delaware. Really, those are the communities we've got to watch for not just the snow, and it wouldn't even be the huge snow totals, but the fact that the winds are going to be so strong, blowing that snow around. You get those low visibility numbers that you require for a blizzard warning. Here's a look at how this is going to play out. We've already got snow into parts of the Northeast today, parts of Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia. You've been watching the snow. It's generally light. It's pretty snow, but we're going to really crank up the intensity. You can already see here in the future radar right down there. That's that low really beginning to start rapidly intensifying. Overnight, it takes off. As it moves off to the northeast, that's when we'll see the winds pick up, and we'll really see those snowfall totals begin to rise, or the snowfall rates begin to rise. We've got rapidly rising air, and that's going to make things really unstable, and that snow will just be coming down in buckets. South Jersey up through sections of coastal New England. By the time we're into Saturday evening, a lot of areas begin to dry out. By midnight, I think most areas will be done with the snow. The winds stay gusty across New England, especially into the first half of Sunday. And at that point, for many areas, the damage is already done. But the kiddos who have the day off and maybe a new Christmas sled, they're going to love this forecast. Just got to watch for the issues when it comes to travel and to power. But parts of the Northeast under the blizzard warnings include parts of Long Island. Montauk is where Felicia Combs joins us today. Felicia, a really pretty town. A lot of people go there to kind of escape the hustle and bustle of the city. This is one of those weekends you might want to stay in the city.
Yeah, or if you're here, just prepare to kind of hunker down, get all of your sightseeing or enjoying the city out of the way earlier on, and then just be in. If you have a view, kind of one of those beach views that are fantastic during the summer, I actually think until it gets into like maybe whiteout conditions, it's going to be pretty fantastic watching the snowfall as well. So you just got to flip that coin from your summer mindset here in Montauk and the Hamptons and places like that to your winter mindset, and be prepared for maybe some power outages and trees down, because the nor'easter, this is one of the places where it is actually going to just really get hammered here as we head through the overnight tonight. I spoke with one of the residents of Watermill, which is about 30 minutes from where we are in Montauk, and he said that he's preparing for the storm now that it's a little bit more official, because sometimes you get excited for the snow and you don't get quite as much. I don't think that's going to be the case this time.
I haven't been paying close attention because, sometimes they overhype these things and then you get so excited and you can't manage your expectations and then you're let down. I personally love snowstorms, and the more the better. So I was just kind of ignoring these warnings, and then a friend of mine earlier said we could get as much as 18 inches. And I said, uh-oh, because where I live in Watermill, it's in the woods, long driveway. I mean, I would be trapped there for days. So now I've got to go to the grocery store. I've got to really take the warning seriously.
And, I think that is kind of what everyone needs to be doing. The hours are winding down before things really pick up here. A blizzard warning going into effect for Montauk and surrounding areas starting at 7 p.m. this evening and lasting all day Saturday. And it's not just that blizzard warning. We also have a coastal flood advisory because with that push of those onshore winds, especially for the North Shore off the Long Island Sound, we could certainly see some flooding of those vulnerable coastlines there. It's not just here, though, of course, keeping a close eye on Montauk and surrounding areas, but also Boston getting ready for another snowstorm, Paul. It was so long earlier this winter where Boston just kept missing out on the snow, and now they can't seem to miss out on it if they wanted to.
Flashbacks to 2015 when we had our first storm in kind of late January, and then it just went on and on and on and on and on. Those who have lived here since then or through that remember all that record-setting snow that year. Not saying this is that year, but this may be a similar start. Hopefully not a similar ending here. Behind me, you see some skyline. It's a cool but overcast day here. A light breeze out here, but nothing compared to what's going to happen tomorrow. Felicia mentioned your blizzard warnings go into effect this evening. Our blizzard warnings going into effect at midnight tonight, all day long on Saturday. And the big concern is a blizzard. You got the wind here. Look at the inner harbor. Pretty calm right now. The biggest waves even are wakes off of the boats and the ferries coming across there. See the Tobin Bridge off there in the distance. As we keep panning to the right, we start seeing, we can see for well over 10 miles or so. And then farther right, we start seeing Boston Logan International Airport with a plane taking off there, left to right there. Looks like a Southwest flight. And yeah, flights are flying right now. It's going to be a different story tomorrow. Already, the airlines that service Boston have canceled over 400 flights for Saturday because they know, Boston kind of sticks out, or Logan sits out there in the harbor, and when you have snow coming down 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 inches an hour, and then wind blowing sustained 30 or above, gusting 40, 50, 60 plus, not the ideal place to be in terms of transportation out there. So different sight we'll be seeing tomorrow and living through tomorrow. Of course, we're live all day on the Weather Channel, bring you latest of Winter Storm Kenan and all the blizzard conditions. And hopefully you take today across anywhere here within, say, 70 miles of the coast to prepare, to get food, get supplies. With that wind also, the wild card is what's going to happen to power. Many areas have power lines underground, but if you get saltwater intrusion, because you're going to have coastal flooding here, beautiful islands along the coast, you got the Cape, you got Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, all places sticking out there, being in the forefront of those winds coming unabated from the ocean and really causing big time waves, surf, not to mention the snow coming down. 1, 2 feet of snow widespread, hard to measure because the wind's blowing it. So we could have snow drifts 4, 5, 6 feet. Power outages. Power crews have been positioned here to respond to the power outages, but the wind has to die down. That might not happen until perhaps midday Sunday. So you got to be prepared to have food, ways to keep warm, charge up all the devices, download everything you need to download, and let's just ride this one out New England style. And by the way, if you're trying to get up the mountain ski country, enjoy it, but also the winds will be whipping up there. Not as much snow, once you get, say, 100 miles off the coast, but you're going to have the winds up there with the pressure gradient, so all the lifts might not be open, so just be prepared for that. And the temperatures maybe getting to 20 degrees today or tomorrow across the area, so it's going to be a cold, miserable one if you actually are outside. And I tell you what, Molly, I have gear that I'm probably going to wear tomorrow that I've never worn on TV before, because that's the weather forecast we're expecting here in Boston. So
that really says something right there.
Yeah, it does. Because, I mean, this is like my single digit, I'm going out to ski gear I might have to wear here in Boston just to do my job tomorrow.
Our challenge to you, Paul, because you're a tall guy, is to find a Paul Goodloe-sized snowdrift. And I don't think it's going to be too hard for you tomorrow. Thank you, Paul. We'll check back in with
tomorrow. Maybe Sunday I could find that. I don't know about tomorrow. I'm not looking for that tomorrow at all.
It might be a little bit too windy for you out there tomorrow. We'll check back in with you a little bit later, Paul. Thank you so much from Boston, which will look very different by this time tomorrow. But we also want to keep our eyes on some of the major cities along the East Coast that are going to get hit. Philadelphia being one of those under a winter storm warning starting tonight when the wind really starts to kick up and temperatures fall pretty quickly to the 20s and even below. And Atlantic City, and for the possibility of coastal flooding. And you won't see temperatures rise above freezing until Monday. You kind of heard Paul talk about this a little bit. Prepare for the power outages, extended power outages with temperatures below freezing for quite some time. Now we take you to a place like the Jersey Shore where we've got a blizzard warning in effect from areas like Middletown all the way down to Cape May and Atlantic City. You're right there in that. And this will start to go downhill really in the next couple of hours. By 9 p.m. this evening, we have snow falling and we have wind speeds 40 to 50 miles per hour. And that's going to bring those blizzard conditions in. Travel is going to be impossible, especially through the overnight hours. You should be home anyways. Really, the worst of this is going to happen through the overnight hours. But the damage is already done by the time you wake up tomorrow. So tomorrow, plan on not going anywhere for you in New Jersey. And then we go back to a place like Philly where the snowfall isn't going to be as intense, but still problematic for travel on Saturday. New York City, you're in the kind of that range of 6 to 8 inches of snow, but you go out to Long Island and you can see the dramatic difference. This will be a pretty sharp gradient from west to east as far as the snowfall goes. We could even see a big difference between places like Newark and over to an airport like LaGuardia. That's how sharp that cutoff is going to be. And in a place like Philly, I think western half of Philly will probably see less snow than the eastern half with this system really hugging the coast. And then we take you down to Atlantic City and down into the Delmarva, and that's where we're expecting to see conditions pretty bad just in the next couple of hours. So, Alex, really the time is running out and the time to prepare is now.
Yeah, grab some hoagies, have it on hand for the weekend, make it real easy for yourself. We head farther south, the Great Smoky Mountains, both a winter storm warning and wind chill warning currently in effect for Gatlinburg, Tennessee. This area getting snow showers today, tonight, and those temps are dropping. We're at 43 now, but expect tonight's low in the teens. See why they got the name the Great Smoky Mountains, right? Oftentimes looks like there's smoke in the area with those low clouds, some of that fog. And in this case, we'll be also watching some of those snow showers later. Winter weather alerts are in effect. We've got advisories, winter storm warnings, even those blizzard warnings as we get into coastal sections of the mid-Atlantic. This afternoon, that snow picking up across parts of the Tennessee, North Carolina state line, also through southwest Virginia and parts of West Virginia. I think traveling the West Virginia Turnpike, you could see some heavier bursts of snow, say between Beckley and Bluefield especially, but even as you approach Charleston and the rest of Kanawha County, you could see some of those heavier snow showers. A little rain snow mix edging through parts of North Carolina into South Carolina. By this evening, you see our low really cranking up off the East Coast, so the snow begins to pick up in the Delmarva and portions of South Jersey, but we still have lingering snow across sections of South and North Carolina. These areas aren't going to be seeing big accumulations, though. We're talking an inch or less for most of these areas. Perhaps to the northwest of Raleigh, you could see a little over 1 inch, but negligible totals here across sections of the South, with the exception of the Blue Ridge Mountains. There in the southern Appalachians, we could see some 5 to 8 inch totals. Of course, the big game in town focused up here into sections of the mid-Atlantic. I think some 3 to 5 inch totals, though, in the mountains of West Virginia as well. Washington, D.C., this isn't going to be a big snowmaker for you. Across the district, 1 to 2 inches more likely than not. The higher amounts as you cross over the bay and head into the Delmarva. There we got, 5+ inches.
Oh, it's going to be a huge difference as you go from west to east. And I know in Washington, D.C., they're kind of like, it's a little bit of a relief, I
don't think anybody's really complaining. But to watch somebody else get it.
That's always the fun thing, right? Unless you're in one of those spots and you have those power outages that are so annoying. Well, still ahead on Weather Underground, the threat of blizzard conditions already grounding thousands of flights across the U.S. The dangers of traveling in conditions like this and which airports already have cancellations.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-510-0241. That's 1-800-510-0241 now.
I'm Ben Affleck, and I want to thank you for joining me in supporting Paralyzed Veterans of America.
I joined the Navy to serve my country as a Navy SEAL. I wanted to protect the people I love and the country I love. Being a SEAL gave me so many things, but I gave something too. While parachuting with my platoon, my parachute didn't open. I broke my neck. It left me paralyzed. I realized that everything I had planned for was now gone. Paralyzed Veterans of America was by my side from that moment on.
Since 1946, Paralyzed Veterans of America has kept a promise to our wounded veterans. We will never leave a fallen comrade behind. Our vets need you. Join me with your support.
Please call or go online now to pvahero.org. Your gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will provide the life-saving help our paralyzed heroes need now.
With your monthly support, you're honoring the sacrifice our wounded veterans have made to defend our freedom. Show them their sacrifice has not been in vain.
Your monthly support will help paralyzed veterans receive specialized medical care, support research and treatments, and fight for the accessibility they deserve.
PVA fights to help veterans like me from the moment of injury and for the rest of our lives.
Call or go online right now with your gift of just $19 a month. Use your credit card and receive this PVA Team t-shirt to show that you are fighting for our paralyzed veterans.
I just don't think my family would be as happy as they are without the support that I received from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Our veterans fought for us. Let's fight for them.
Call or donate online at pvahero.org today. Our veterans need you.
If you have questions about the climate, rely on the most trusted name in television and its innovative pattern climate team every day on the Weather Channel.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-404-9700. That's 1-800-404-9700 now.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, a snow shower or two from time to time. High 35. Chance of snow 30%. Tonight, windy with snow. Low 20. Saturday, periods of snow and windy. High 24. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's new territory for sure. We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
We are not going to give up. We have to get the job done.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Hold it! What are you doing?
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. You're looking at some people inside the Institute of Contemporary Art here in Boston. A great place to view the harbor and maybe even across the harbor into Boston's Logan Airport here. And this is certainly the calm before the storm. Winter storm Kenan on the way. And as you keep looking that way, that's Boston's Logan Field. See a plane taking off, Southwest plane taking off into the wind here. And that's not going to be something you see or hear tomorrow with Winter Storm Kenan in full blizzard mode as it moves across coastal New England here. Snow could be coming down 2 to 4 inches per hour, as well as winds sustained maybe 30 plus miles per hour. So it's going to be a rough day here. And it's amazing how smooth the harbor is today. A couple of little ripples here, but nothing compared to what this will look like. And while this harbor is somewhat protected, the coastal areas, coastal flooding, another big concern. We're going to have flooding, we're going to have power outages, and we're going to have a full-fledged blizzard throughout the day on Saturday. Alex?
Yeah, whole kit and caboodle. Paul, thanks so much. You saw those planes taking off from Logan. We're going to talk travel effects. In the meantime, travel issues already ahead of the storm. You're looking at a 2-lane bridge that collapsed in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania this morning. It was near Frick Park, if you're familiar with the area. Rescuers had to rappel nearly 150 feet while others formed a human chain to help save people trapped inside a dangling bus. Officials say there were only minor injuries. And then, of course, we could see more travel trouble as we go through the weekend. Winter Storm Kenan, not talking about collapses, but still travel trouble in terms of delays and cancellations at the airports and just terrible road conditions. You have heard from officials and you're going to hear from me. If you don't have to be out, do not go out on the roads tomorrow. Not worth it. Not worth getting stuck or having to have folks come out and get you out of, a snow pile or snow drift that you're stuck in. Here's a look at current national delays and cancellations. Remember, we had all those troubles at Chicago this morning, and so far we've seen over 2,600 delays today, over 1,100 cancellations, and we anticipate more of the same. In fact, more tomorrow, right? More on more. I don't think there are any flights that are going to be getting in or out of a place like Logan or JFK tomorrow with the wind especially. But then for a place like Boston, how about up to 2 feet of snow as well? You're not going to be flying up. Portland, Maine, another spot where not necessarily today. Today is okay. We saw that plane taking off of Logan there in Paul's shot. I would anticipate some delays across sections of the New York area airports, Philadelphia, D.C. I think at Dulles we could see some major delays, and also Pittsburgh could be looking at some major delays. Then tomorrow, red across the board along the 95 corridor from Philly up towards, again, a place like Portland, Maine. Molly, I wouldn't be surprised if at Boston they just said, everything's done. Cancel your flight, or rather change your flight if you can now. Save yourself the trouble of having to do it all tomorrow.
I'd be surprised if they still have flights on for tomorrow. I bet they do at this point, but just prepare for those to be canceled. You just heard Alex say it. I don't think anything's going to be getting out of Logan tomorrow. We already have the cold air in place, so insult to injury on top of all the snowfall that we're going to see in blizzard conditions in places. The temperatures will be falling on top of that. So we do have some concerns about places that we will see the strongest winds, and then we bring in the power outages. And then on top of that, we've got temperatures in places that are going to be well below freezing for an extended period of time. Even by Sunday, as our storm system starts to lift out off to the northeast, we're only 7 in Portland, 12 in Boston, and these are your actual temperatures, not even the wind chill factor, which we'll talk about in just a minute. And even by Monday, maybe perhaps in some places where you're going back to school, if we don't have power outages, we're talking some very bitter cold temperatures. But here's the good thing, they're not going to last. We will see a warm up. It's going to happen by midweek, so we do have some time before the temperatures start to warm. I'm really concerned about Sunday morning as well as Monday morning for those who do not have power and the snow is still on the ground. That's going to be a concern. We go to a place like Burlington, your high on Saturday, only 7 degrees. That's not even your wind chill. That will be below zero and relatively warmer by the middle part of the week. Here comes the wind chills, and this is going to be the number that you're really going to want to pay close attention to, and just another reason why you don't need to be out and about throughout the day on Saturday. It's going to be impossible in places like Boston, but this is the wind chill that you're going to be fighting even by Sunday morning. 4 below in Boston, 2 for you in New York City, and then up into a place like Burlington, 12 below zero. So Alex, really just kind of insult to injury. On top of all the snow that we're going to see, you're going to have temperatures that are going to be really cold.
Well, one of those reasons too why they say don't go travel if you don't have to, because honestly, if you get stuck out in it, those temperatures are going to be brutal. Brutal. All right, we got much more to come on Weather Underground. Molly and I are going to walk you through a number of watches and warnings that have already been issued up and down the East Coast. We're talking blizzard warnings, winter storm warnings. So we're going to break down this Winter Storm Kenan, by the numbers. We'll also take a trip up the I-95 corridor from Atlantic City to New York, timing out when the heaviest snow will fall.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections. Omnipod is a tubeless, waterproof pod built to simplify life with diabetes. Try it today. Go to omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
Before I was diagnosed, there was nothing really to worry about. And then when I was diagnosed, there was just such a big weight put on my shoulders. Every night I felt like maybe I won't wake up tomorrow.
The hardest part of cancer is knowing that you have it.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
You know, there are treatments that were invented within the walls of this hospital that have continued to improve the cure rates for pediatric cancer. And St. Jude's not going to stop until every single kid gets that chance to walk out of the doors of this hospital cancer-free.
If it weren't for St. Jude, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
This place has really shown us the strength of what can happen when so many people work together as one. People want to be a part of the cure.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, because all they should worry about is helping their child live. For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need. Join with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
I think it's the most worthwhile place to put your money when it comes to childhood cancer.
Because it takes a heart for somebody to say that I'm willing to give to St. Jude so that they can help save more lives. That's huge.
Our giving to St. Jude is right up there with our mortgage. That's the priority that we put on giving to St. Jude.
Please call or go online right now. Become a partner in hope today.
To continue with my business and at the same time to be able to improve myself. I was like, okay, I'm on board.
On Coursera, you can earn a career-advancing bachelor's degree online from a world-class university. Courses, certificates, degrees. Join for free at Coursera.org.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentyx.
Cosentyx can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
You can't buy love or peace. You can't buy security. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy confidence. But you can invest in it. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Here's what I'm asking New Yorkers.
just stay off the roads. Get through your workday today. Fill up the gas tanks on your way home. Make sure you've got all the necessary items in your vehicle. You got to have the scrapers. You got to have extra gloves. You got to have some blankets, have some water in your vehicles. And we all should be prepared for this. But the best way to handle this is stay home.
She's got the right idea. That was Governor Hochul of New York saying just stay home if you can. You know, we've got that blowing, drifting snow, too, in the cards. So it's going to be tough to see. If you get stuck, it's cold, too.
Yeah.
You don't want to be stuck.
And it could be a while before someone could come and get you, too. So just keep that in mind. All reasons why you need to stay home. If you're looking for excuse, I never need an excuse to stay home.
No. I feel like we're of the generation where we're looking for excuses to stay home. So this is perfect. Live like queue up a TV marathon. Keep your pajamas on all day and make it easy for yourself.
Everyone got puzzles during quarantine. Yes. Bring those out this week.
Yeah, send us pictures of them. We want to see what you're working on. I'm Alex Wilson here with Molly McCullum. We've got you covered here over the next few hours on Weather Underground. We've got 70 million people under winter weather alerts due to our current storm.
And it's going to be really a wild 24 to 48 hours. Really, we're just seeing the beginning of this starting in New Jersey later this evening, then eventually up into areas like New York. And then, of course, Boston, we're expecting the really big snowfall. But speaking of New York, we want to get out to Long Island right now, and that's where we find meteorologist Felicia Combs. She is in Montauk, where it's been a while, Felicia, since they've seen a blizzard warning.
Here we go. Yeah, a blizzard warning. That is what we are talking about going into effect later this evening. Montauk is no stranger to snow, but when you say maybe 18 inches, people's ears perk up a little bit, that's for certain. Montauk, the Hamptons, this region, especially known for its beaches, it's especially a summertime destination. So winter is a little bit of the off season, but for people who live here, for people who like to come and enjoy some winter weather, that's exactly what we're going to get as we move through tonight. Blizzard warning, coastal flood advisory. This region is going to get hammered by this winter storm. And we are kind of in downtown Montauk. And I've been seeing people out, but I will tell you there is one place that is the place to be, apparently, right now. And that is the Shagwong Tavern. I'm here with Chef Andrew. Talk to us a little bit about what people are thinking about this storm.
I don't know what they're thinking about, but they know that if it snows and everything closes down, there's only one place to go, and that's come hang out with us. Food, drink, and good times.
There's a lot of people in there right now. So do you think, is this kind of normal for a normal day, or is it more people coming in because of other places shutting down for the storm?
It's already a little bit busier because other places are closing, and people have already started taking off work. So I think tomorrow's going to be even better.
So when you hear the forecast for tomorrow, we're talking about a blizzard warning all day, maybe more than a foot of snow, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. What do you think about opening tomorrow?
Let's do it.
Yeah?
We'll have a snowball fight in a bar. It'll be a good time.
How are you going to do that? Do you think you'll have any trouble getting in?
I hope not. It should be okay.
Okay, good. Well, you heard it here first. If you need to get some warm food in Montauk, maybe check out Shagwong Tavern. I know a lot of people already are today. And my advice would be, it could be whiteout conditions. So maybe go ahead and get your order now and then just plan on staying in with it, because it's going to be a rough weather day here on Long Island tomorrow and really for much of New England.
I hope he's got an apartment nearby, Felicia. Otherwise, great for you, because you're going to be able to get a hot meal tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
Anytime we're out in this field for these storms, we're like, where's the place that's going to stay open? Who's the guy like that that's willing to make me, some pot pie tomorrow?
That's right. Exactly.
Felicia, thanks. We're going to get back in touch. There's always that one place that likes to stay open. Again, if you're able to travel by foot tomorrow to that spot, sure, go hang out. Got to watch for the lack of power, though. That might throw a little bit of a monkey wrench into his plan. So keep that in mind. But yeah, if you're traveling by foot tomorrow, that would be the only way to do it, because I-95 going to be absolutely awful. We've got the blizzard warnings off to the east of 95, even portions of 95 from Boston to Providence, even into southeastern Connecticut. Blizzard warnings are in effect. Winds picking up later tonight, really overnight and into tomorrow. That's when we're going to see those winds gusting 40, 50, 60 plus miles per hour. Would not be surprised out there on the Cape to see those winds in excess of 70, even 75 miles per hour, particularly during Saturday afternoon as this system just continues to intensify. This thing is going to be wound up tomorrow.
The good news is that it's quick moving. We're not going to be dealing with this for a long time. Well, coming up on Weather Underground, increasing concerns among homeowners for after the storm, the impact Kenan could have on these stunning beachfront properties.
It's a gas card. Can always use gas.
Always. You have a...
Thank you.
Evolve your journey in the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
In the next minute, an animal who has been cruelly abused by a thoughtless owner might not survive. Every minute of every day in America, animals are feeling the pain of being abused or neglected. These animals have done nothing to deserve this treatment. And if you agree, then it's time to do something about it. It only takes a minute to help, but it's a minute that will matter more than you can imagine to an animal who's being hurt. So I hope you take this minute right now and visit this website or call the number on your screen. Join with your gift of just $19 a month, and you can rescue innocent animals from endless suffering. The next minute could mean the difference between life and death for an animal who's being hurt. It's just 63 cents a day, and I can tell you, you will make a difference. So I'm asking you, please, visit our easy-to-use website on any device or call this toll-free number now. And if you join in the next 10 minutes, we'll send you this membership kit. It comes with a magazine subscription, an animal photo, and this limited edition Animal Champion t-shirt, designed exclusively for our new monthly supporters. Please go online or call now and don't delay. Because there's an animal being abused right now, and the next minute of their life could really depend on you.
Wake up with Wendy's and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Hot coffee or Diet Coke, free. Frosty Chino, that's cool and free. If it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free when you buy a breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard packaging.
Fun stuff goes into your vehicle every season of the year. But so does some really messy stuff. You need complete year-round protection, like laser-measured cargo liners from WeatherTech. Or the bump step to protect your bumper. Add laser-measured floor liners to keep the carpet looking new, while the cup phone keeps your phone secure. So don't let the elements spoil your fun. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Your plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore is the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule clinically shown to cause fewer ulcers than plain aspirin. Try new Vazalore. Aspirin made amazing.
Greenland is the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world. Get the gold, dude.
We'll take a look at this. Light snow already starting to fall in central Connecticut. By tonight, this backyard going to look very different. We are talking heavy snow, winds gusting up to 25 miles an hour, and then taking off into the day tomorrow. In fact, let's talk about that wind threat, because for many, Saturday during the day is when you'll see the strongest winds, particularly up there into parts of New England. Here's noon at Saturday, or on Saturday. You can see at the beach locations of Virginia, Delaware, Jersey, we could see those winds gusting 40, even 50 miles an hour. get up into the 60-mile-per-hour range out here into eastern Massachusetts. I wouldn't be surprised to see stronger winds out there on the Cape. You always tend to get those winds that exceed, 70, 75 miles an hour, get us into that hurricane force territory at 74 plus, but that's also going to combine with the big waves and the coastal issues. When you got big winds like that, you also have big coastal problems. Winds begin to relax later tomorrow night and into early Sunday. They're still going to be breezy, particularly through the first half of Sunday there in New England. So that snow is going to continue to blow around through the weekend. By the time all is said and done, I think we'll exceed 20 inches across the entire Boston metro area. In fact, 22, 23-inch totals likely. You head farther to the west, 20 to 21-inch totals in places like Worcester along 290. Worcester likely in that 20-inch range, 19 inches as you head to the north and west. So actually lesser totals as you head into western Massachusetts. Very similar setup into sections of Rhode Island and Connecticut. The farther east you are, obviously just about all of Rhode Island farther east, you're in that 20-plus club along with sections of southern Massachusetts and extreme eastern sections of Connecticut. Hartford over to that 395 split off. That's where you could see those 12 to 16-inch totals. I think we'll be under a foot. Not by a lot, though, to the west of Hartford. Places like New Haven, probably around 10 inches of snow by the time all is said and done. Now, for New York City, 8 to 9 inches, your current forecast thinking higher amounts as you head out onto Long Island. That's where we'll exceed a foot, perhaps even getting up into that 1.5-foot territory. Philadelphia, not as much for you, thinking 6, 7-inch totals. Hey, that's very respectable there in the city. More as you head over into the beach locations, Atlantic City, Cape May, New Jersey. Lesser amounts as you head up to the Lehigh Valley and Reading, Pennsylvania. Those areas only in that 4 to 5-inch range. But not just the Northeast that will feel the impacts from Winter Storm Kenan. Parts of the Mid-Atlantic also getting in on that heavy snow and gusty winds. Joining us now, City of Virginia Beach Director of Emergency Management, Danielle Progan. Danielle, thanks for joining us right now. We appreciate it. What's the latest on your preparations for the city? What messaging are you getting out?
Sure. So we are preparing for about 2 to 4 inches of snow here locally. We've gone through this last weekend, so we're preparing our citizens to stay off the roads and getting our snow plows and snow removal operations set and ready to go.
Well, with back-to-back weekend threats, did you find last weekend that the people kind of took the warning seriously, took the messaging seriously, or are there some areas that you're concerned about this weekend?
Yeah, our residents did a great job of listening to our messaging coming out. They used the opportunity as a fun snow day. Tomorrow will look a little different because there will be blustery winds associated with this storm. So we're continuing to send out the message of stay off the roads, enjoy your day at home with your kids and your families, and enjoy that snow day.
Yeah, not as much snow. We're looking at our totals now in that 1 to 3 inch range, but you mentioned those winds really picking up. How concerned are you? How prepared are you for power outages?
We are very prepared. We are actually having calls as we speak with Dominion Energy crews. We have a direct line to them and are plugged into their emergency operations center from our emergency operations center. So we're paying attention to that and preparing our citizens to, in case the power does go out, to have some supplies on hand.
And what's your best advice to people who may be finding themselves operating a generator when they get a power outage?
Absolutely. We'll always keep the generator outside and make sure that it's fueled and ready to go. Our biggest concern there is carbon monoxide poisoning, so be safe and be careful.
All right, Danielle Progan, City of Virginia Beach Director of Emergency Management, thank you so much for joining us. Well, still ahead on Weather Underground, Floridians on alert this weekend for falling iguanas. Temperatures so cold they will stun the reptiles, causing them to fall out of the trees. Find out which cities could see record lows.
Right now I wouldn't mind iguanas falling from trees be my biggest weather warrior right now. Meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Boston. We have a blizzard warning going into effect tonight at midnight for all day long on Saturday. You might hear an airplane overhead, not too far, within 2 miles from Boston's Logan Airport there. We're talking over 400 flights already canceled for Saturday because we can see 10 to maybe 20, 24 inches of snow. Combine that with winds gusting 40, 50, 60 miles per hour with temperatures maybe getting into the low 20s. So full-fledged blizzard with plenty of snow coming down. It could be snowing at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. Life as we know it is not going to be visible tomorrow in the Boston area, but then Sunday starts to calm down. As you mentioned in Virginia Beach, even power outages here, another big concern as you wait the blizzard a portion of Winter Storm Kenan on the way here for Boston and New England throughout the weekend.
I got a good feeling. Feel it in my bones, gotta shake it out. I'm going harder than before, let me hear you shout. Oh no, I'm the talk of the town. I know you're feeling it now.
Transitions, light under control.
2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss by age 35. Kinda scary. That's why I use Keeps. Keeps offers clinically proven treatments. And the sooner you start, the more hair you can keep. Get started for $1 a day at Keeps.com.
All net. Look like me, kids.
Jack, I didn't know you can shoot.
Know what else you didn't know? Ring has an alarm.
Ring?
Yep, Ring has an alarm.
It's true. Ring has an award-winning alarm. Learn more at ring.com.
When selling your home, one wrong move can cost you thousands of dollars. You need a top real estate agent who will do things right. Sell your home fast and at a great price. Introducing HomeLight, the breakthrough way to sell your home. HomeLight has detailed stats on the top real estate agents and home sales in your neighborhood. Nearly 1 million people have used HomeLight to find experienced agents they can trust to sell their homes faster and for more money. Start for free at HomeLight.com.
Before Clear Choice, my dental health was so bad. I would be in a lot of pain. I wasn't able to eat. It was very hard.
Kimberly came to Clear Choice with a bunch of missing teeth, struggling with pain, with dental disease. Clear Choice dental implants solved her dental issues.
I feel so much better. I feel energized to go outside and play with my daughter. I can eat anything, like I don't have to worry. Clear Choice changed my life.
It's easy to share love with the most memorable cards you can give. Hundreds of designs to choose from to show your loved ones just how much they mean to you. Order today with free U.S. shipping and 15% off your order at lovepop.com.
This old toilet won't quit. It's fine, though. I'm a member of American Home Shield. They cover items no matter their age. Oh, shelves clean.
When our parents get older, sometimes they need a little care.
Can you believe that?
Find care for all you love. Get senior care help now. Care.com.
Hi. Although it seems like any ordinary day, it isn't. For one extraordinary reason. Because now with Spectrum Mobile, you get unlimited on 2 or more lines for $29.99 a line. This is a huge deal that'll make you feel larger than life. Get unlimited from Spectrum Mobile for just $29.99 with nationwide 5G included. Call 1-844-683-2999. It's the biggest news in mobile with the best deal ever. Get unlimited talk, text, and data for only $29.99. With no contracts, added taxes, or hidden fees, and nationwide 5G included. Save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Get gigantic savings with unlimited from Spectrum Mobile for just $29.99. Call 1-844-683-2999 or visit a store near you. Switch today and you too will feel larger than life.
Very high. This recovery has to happen in a hurry. I'm here for one thing only, gold.
I did not expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude. You're into a whole world of new.
Never seen anything like this.
Expect the unexpected.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, a snow shower or two from time to time. High 35. Chance of snow 30%.
Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, periods of snow and windy, high 24. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The city of Boston bracing for what could crack their top 10 snowfalls on record. Our Paul Goodlow, he is live there in Boston, so we want to bring him in. And Paul, you talk about a place like Boston, they know how to handle the snow. But then in comes Winter Storm Kenan, might be pushing the limits of what a snow-savvy place like Boston can handle.
Yeah, yes and no. No in terms of they've had big snows before, but this, like you mentioned, could be a top 10 one. And it's going to come down in such intensity that nobody can keep up with what Winter Storm Kenan will bring for a good chunk of Saturday. So let that be out there. Then also, yes, we're New Englanders. We lived through the winter of 2015 where we had storm after storm after storm, setting the all-time snowfall record for a year. But, that was then, this is now. We all have short-term memories. In fact, I was just in ski country not too long ago, and I'm cold right now, and temperatures in the low 30s. It's going to be a lot colder tomorrow. Also, what's going to be different tomorrow is this view. We're looking out towards the east of us, and Boston's Logan Airport, the runway's out there extending to the right, and we're hearing and seeing plenty of planes landing and taking off. That is not going to be something we see or hear tomorrow. Already 450 last I looked, cancellations, not delays, just straight cancellations for tomorrow before one flake of snow has fallen, before one whisper of breath. In fact, we're seeing a light breeze out here, maybe at times 5-6 miles per hour, but it's so cold that even that kind of chills you if you're out here. Tomorrow is, this is going to seem like a walk in the park. This is going to seem like a warm, balmy day compared to tomorrow. And I'm not trying to oversell this at all. Temperatures might not get into the 20s during the day tomorrow. Snow coming down 2 to 4 inches an hour, winds blowing that snow, drifting that snow. We could see snow totals about maybe 1 to 2 feet of snow. But then you have the wind piling that up. And to make matters worse, that wind could be bringing down power lines, creating power outages as well. Hopefully you have a way to keep your house warm. Homes are generally well insulated here, but you could be hours upon hours without power if you need something to blow that heat that your furnace creates. So it's going to be a concern here. We've seen storms before, but we got to get through this. For some people, it's been 3, 4, 5 years since they've been through a storm like this, which is literally hours away. Alex, the blizzard warnings go into effect at midnight tonight and all day long Saturday. They don't expire till 5 a.m. on Sunday, and this will look like a different town in a mere hours from now. Guys?
And Paul, you're a tall guy. Do you think you're going to be able to find a drift as tall as you? I say yes.
I say yes, for sure, because we're so close to the coast and water, that's going to increase where the wind is. You don't have buildings and land slowing the wind down. We're going to find some big drifts like that, for sure.
All right. I am going to update our graphics. Paul Goodlow, height drifts tomorrow in the forecast for you guys in Boston. Thanks, Paul. We'll be checking back in. And right now I want to take you to South Florida. And you're like, why? It's nice here. 71. Why are you talking about us? Well, it's going to get a lot colder here as we head into the weekend. Miami, though, I feel like it's kind of fun to get cold temperatures because you get to break out that gear you never get to wear. This is that opportunity coming this weekend. When we look at how many people are going to be affected by cold temperatures over the upcoming weekend, 228 million people below freezing on Saturday morning, 218 million people below freezing on Sunday morning. And you look at the areas that we are going to be watching. Take a look. Central Florida could see those temperatures dropping below the freezing mark. So we are going to be talking about some exceptionally cold temperatures. We've got hard freeze watches, as well as some freeze watches into parts of South Florida. A place like Miami likely dropping into the upper 30s as we head into Sunday morning. So that will be something to watch for. Again, it's going to be much, much colder than where you are right now with that temperature of 71. Freeze warnings, hard freeze watches, as I mentioned, those posted across the state. And with that temperature dropping into the upper 30s there in Miami, we're going to be getting close to record territory. 39 for Miami would get you close to that record of 36. West Palm Beach, the record is 35. 36 is the forecast. I think Fort Myers, you're easily going to set a record. We're forecasting 32. The record is 35. Orlando should tie the record in the low 30s. Daytona Beach, by the way, dropping to 29 degrees. By Sunday afternoon, we're going to warm up, but still well below average and record cold. High temperatures in play, including places like Miami, Key West. Won't even get out of the 50s. Molly?
Coming up, our live coverage continues on the Weather Channel as we break down the top weather stories. We have crews spread out across the Northeast, bringing you the very latest on Winter Storm Kenan all day long. Stay with us.
This is an important